National Signing Day. It's Orange Bloods Live. It's bright. It's early. It's time to start counting faxes and however these kids send in these national letters of intent on Wednesday. What is today? December 20th? Yep, I'm Jeff Ketchum. That's Chad Hastings. We're going to be with you for the next 4 hours, 5 hours. We'll see how the day goes here on Orange Bloods Live. We're going to be with you all morning long, no matter how long it takes to get the job done. Jason Sukumel will be joining us in a matter of minutes. Guys, do us a solid. Hit that like button. I saw like 20 of you have already done it before the show even started. God bless you. The rest of you, click it. Get notifications. Sign up for a subscription to the page. We're going to earn it today as we go through everything that's expected to happen all morning long with the Longhorns, with the Aggies, with everything around the SEC, nationally. When stories happen, we will break them, we will talk about them, and it's just going to be our annual good time on signing day. Anwar Richardson will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. You don't get to do me, Chad, and Anwar for hours. You can get that today. Later today, after Steve Sarkisian is done talking, we'll all return around 4 o'clock-ish Central Time, and we'll do a wrap-up show of National Signing Day. Everything that Sark said, me, Chad, Anwar, Jason, Alex, you name it, we'll all be involved. All hands on deck today. Set the table for you. I guess the big news, why don't we just do this? We'll bring Jason Sukumel in, Chad, of orangebloods.com. Jason, just get us started today for like 5 minutes. I know that Ryan Wingo is suddenly the name of the day. Wouldn't be National Signing Day with a little 5-star intrigue. Tell us where your head is and kind of your expected map of things this morning.
Well, I wish I had a timeline for you. I've been trying to pin that down on when he's going to sign his letter of intent, but it's been pretty quiet there. But, word kind of crossed my desk yesterday that, hey, Missouri's trying to make a late push there, which is not totally surprising, but a little surprising considering Missouri basically quit recruiting him after he committed to Texas, right? And all of a sudden this last week, they're trying to make a push there. So I started checking around, and it's true. The lines of communication between Missouri and Wingo are open. There's even reports out from our rivals' national site today that Nebraska might be trying to make a push there too. I don't see that happening, but what I can tell you about the Wingo thing, he and his family are having communication with Missouri. Missouri's obviously working there and trying to get him to flip his commitment and stay home. I mean, the fact that they're talking is a little bit worrisome if you're a Texas fan, but I think he winds up sticking with the Texas class. I was told this morning that, Missouri, their confidence level is pretty low in this thing. When I was talking to people last night, I'm still hearing things about Wingo, like, oh yeah, he's still following the Texas recruiting class closely and using words like we are going to get this guy to flip his commitment from Texas A&M. He and his teammates had a good time in Austin last weekend. They were in town. So, it's recruiting. It's crazy. It's signing day. Crazy things can happen. We see it every single year. I don't think Texas is going to be part of a big national story where a 5-star player flips on National Signing Day, but it's a situation we're keeping an eye on.
Jason, first guy to make it official this morning, Jarrett Gibson signs. What do Longhorn fans need to know about this running back?
Yeah, interesting that he's the first one. I kind of have a running calendar, if you will, and I was told that Michael Curran, the punter, was going to sign at 6 a.m. So I'm sure his is probably in or on the way. 6 a.m. Florida time. But
wait a minute, you had early punter intel? Is that what you're telling me?
I texted all the dudes.
Come on.
Yeah, I texted all of them. I'm like, hey, what time are you signing your letter of intent tomorrow? And Gibson actually, I have him on my list. He's got a noon, but that's a signing ceremony. So he sent in his letter of intent. That's a lot of these kids do.
I was going to say, Jason, that's probably the lesson there is we have this schedule of ceremonies, yes, but most of these kids will actually sign
They usually
Early
do. 7 a.m. is the earliest you can sign, 7 a.m. Local time. So, Gibson, I think that's right. Or maybe it's 7, I saw 7 a.m. local time. Maybe it's 7 a.m. Austin time, regardless of where you are in the country. Either way, yes, all these kids would tell me like, oh, I'm signing at 2:30. I'm like, no, you're not signing at 2:30. That's probably when you're having your big to-do at your school. But Jarrett Gibson, he's a guy, Chad, like Ryan Wingo, that was supposed to come to Austin last week, and he did, and was going to stay and go through bowl practices. We put it on Orange Bloods last night. That didn't happen. Texas kind of said, hey, guys, love you, but we want to focus on, have our guys on our team, current team, focused on practices with no distractions, no lost reps. So Jarrett Gibson didn't stay in Austin. He's back home in Florida. He'll play in the Under Armour All-American Bowl. What is Texas getting there? Just a kind of a versatile, well-rounded back. He's a bit of a bruiser, and he's a big, bulky back. But he can also, he's agile enough to make guys miss in space. He's got speed to outrun defenders. Just a very well all-arounded back, one of two that Texas will sign today. But good pickup for Texas. Rivals 100 member. What has he done? Rivals 250. I'm sorry, was a Rivals 100 member to get Jarrett Gibson as the first in the fold. Hey, Jarrett will always be part of a trivia question now. Who was the first member to sign in the 2024 recruiting class? I would have bet on Michael Curran.
That's a hell of a tidbit, Jason, because I never remember those.
You know what? I say it every year. I'm like, he'll be a trivia member. And if you ask me, Catch, who was the first to sign last year?
Exactly.
I couldn't tell you who it was. Yeah.
Jason, before we let you go and let you do a little bit of work before you'll be popping in and out. And again, Anwar Richardson will join us at 8 o'clock. He's taking the kids.
Oh, Michael Curran is in, guys. I was so close. Damn it.
Kibble called it. Michael Curran is in, and don't worry, Chad. I'll tell you all about Michael Curran.
The punters are always a bridesmaid, aren't they? Yeah,
never gets the glory. Buzz has started. I want to give you your flowers a little bit. You've been reported on one of the stories that we'll be watching today when nobody else was reporting it, and now I'm starting to see others reporting it. One of the names, Chad, we'll need to keep an eye on, Dangerfield athlete Aaron Hampton. Sukumel's been talking about for days that don't sleep on Alabama. In fact, a couple of days ago, Jason said, if you ask me, like right now, I think there's a really good chance that I'm almost expecting him to flip to Alabama. And there were a lot of people who were like, Jason, where are you coming up with this? Nobody else is reporting this. And here we are on signing day, Jason. And the word is out that will absolutely be a recruitment that we'll have to keep an eye on today. And you've been talking about that one for a while.
Yeah. A few days ago, they're all blurred at this point, right? But I think it was Monday. I kind of got wind of, hey, keep an eye on, Aaron Hampton, Bubba Hampton in Alabama. And it has, like, even Alabama sites haven't reported it. It's starting to trickle out now. And I'll tell you what, Catch, like, you're right. I said, like, I'm kind of leaning that direction. Well, this morning, I'm even leaning more that direction. It's Bubba Hampton, right? You guys, I think I was on your show yesterday, and I mean, he's flipped from Baylor to Texas and then recommitted to Texas. So, I mean, anything can happen, right?
He is the rare commit, decommit, recommit. He might be
after he was previously committed somewhere else.
Jason, the rare commit, decommit, commit, decommit. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Yeah. And he's got a whole other commitment before all that action to Baylor. But, here's the deal, Catch. I texted all these dudes last night. Hey, do you know what time you're signing tomorrow? I texted Bubba Hampton. He's always really good about getting back with me. Well, the last week or so, he has not responded to me. Yesterday, I texted him again. Hey, do you know what time you're signing your letter of intent? Immediately, noon. He responded. Okay. I followed up. Okay, thanks. Locked in with Texas? ? Silence. So, at very least, there's a little bit of drama there that we are watching. Now, is he going to flip to Alabama? I'm leaning that direction, okay? And I think Alabama people are starting to come around on that a little bit too. Do I know for sure that it's going to happen? Absolutely not. But I am leaning that direction. And last night, sometimes with these recruits, you got to kind of, I always say, you got to solve a puzzle without all the pieces, right? So I'm trying to solve the Aaron Hampton puzzle without all the pieces. But last night, him not responding, I mean, he had every opportunity to shoot down the rumors, right? He had just responded to a text. Obviously, he had his phone in his hand. He had every opportunity to shoot down the Alabama rumors. He chose not to do it. So either he's drumming up suspense or he's flipping to Bama, leaning towards flipping to Bama. I'm inclined to take the latter of those two.
Again, Jason,
at least he didn't lie to you. Nash Talks Texas said that's true. Nash, he's always been pretty upfront. He's not a case where you're like, hey, are you on campus? No, I'm not there. Yeah, you are, dude. But yeah, at least he's honest. He just doesn't answer all the time.
By the way, the rare kid whose nickname is Bubba, where I think his first name, the way it's spelled, Aaron, is cooler than going by Bubba. Like when your name is Aaron Hampton and it's Aeryn, I kind of like just calling you Aaron, but Bubba works.
I've always called him Aaron. He's never corrected me. And then one time it came out Bubba, and then I was like, do you prefer Bubba? And he's like, yeah, I'd actually prefer Bubba. So we should probably go by Bubba if it's that's
the Adonai Mitchell rule of you can call me what you want, but please call me by the name I prefer. And we'll do that. Bubba Hampton of Dangerfield. All right, Jason, get on out of here. We'll see you throughout the morning here on our Orange Bloods live coverage. But you've got other things that you can be working on at the same time. Let us know if anything like really crucial happens early on. But for now, we'll just let you hold down the fort on the website. Again, Jason Sukumo, orangebloods.com, managing editor, recruiting editor, kind of a big deal on our Orange Bloods website. And a reminder, guys, as you come in, as the crowd grows, we're over 700. Do us a solid, man. Hit that like button, subscribe to the page, get notifications. Chad, I've seen a few Aggies come through as we wait for the next Longhorn name. It'll be a portal day. One of the big things I think we'll see today will be Trey Moore from UTSA announcing his commitment and pledge to the Longhorns, the UTSA edge rusher. One of the things we haven't mentioned it yet, but not even late last night, just last night, the Evan Stewart thing finally became a thing after about a year and a half of constant speculation. Your general thoughts on, now the number one wide receiver in the portal, I think a top 5 name in the portal. And I was trying to explain it to people last night. He's at this point, I think Evan Stewart is the Adonai Mitchell of the portal at the wide receiver position, where for the first time, I think we're talking about a guy who can be a first-round draft pick has entered the chat with regards to the portal and what might happen from there. And I don't think any of the names that we've talked about, whether it's Juice Wells or Deion Burks or obviously Matthew Golden, who the Longhorns have got a commitment from, nobody's discussed in he could be a top of the draft kind of player. That's how people talk about Evan Stewart. I don't think it's going to be Texas, but for A&M, it's a massive blow for next year's team when you consider they're already going to need to replace Anais Smith and a number of guys on that offense. He's just that had to have been a big kick in the where.
Oh, there's no doubt. And just like with it almost pairs together for me, at least, with Walter Nolan. And whereas the Walter Nolan thing to me, they're almost equal. But I think for most people, the argument about what you just laid out with Evan Stewart, it's like you don't even have to convince somebody why this one's a big deal. Maybe there's some issues with Walter Nolan of, are there plays and drives where you don't see him at times? Evan Stewart's hard to miss, and it is massive. So the idea that both of those guys end up leaving A&M is huge. The Aggies did get a little morsel of good news last night. The Chase Besantis thing is a big deal. With an offensive lineman that good had entered the portal, now he pulls himself back out of the portal. So you're talking about, I guess the best way to explain it might be, and I don't know if this is right in terms of the talent and recruiting and everything, but if the Oklahoma offensive lineman had gone into the portal and pulled back out, it's about that to me. Maybe LT Overton's another good example because that's a guy that ends up going to Bama. But it's a little bit of good news on Besantis, but that is a rough one for Aggies to deal with. Evan Stewart finally, some would say, finally in the portal. It had been rumored for so long. So
we need an alarm to go off, Blake. Whenever there's someone who signs, I'm always a big fan of the Ghostbusters alarm. It's always been my personal favorite alarm. But you find what you want to, Blake. Trey Owens, the quarterback in this class for the Longhorns. It's rare, Chad, when a quarterback is underrated as a University of Texas commitment. This time last year, we were talking about Arch Manning. We were talking about Quinn Ewers as a transfer the year before. I think Trey Owens, first of all, the rare kid out of Cyprus who doesn't sign with A&M and chooses Texas. It is incredibly strange to see class of 2024 Cy Fair. That has not happened a lot over the years. That is clear A&M recruiting territory. But Trey Owens is a guy that when I did one of the things we'll be able to talk about throughout the show today, I updated my LSR top 100 recruiting rankings for the first time since the season started back in late August, early September. I've got Trey Owens as like a top 30 player. If you look around the rest of the country, Rivals has him at 61. I know someone else has him at like 77. He's generally regarded as a low 4-star, high 3-star kind of player. And to be fair, I have him rated as a low 4-star, even in the top 30 of the state. But he's a guy that had a big senior year, and he'll arrive as an interesting wedge between potentially, KJ Lacey is a potential 5-star in the 2025 class. Arch Manning is a 2025 in the 2023 class. He'll arrive as the quarterback in the 2024 class. He's not going to get a lot of discussion. There won't be a lot of clamoring. When are we going to see Trey Owens? However, he seems to be a guy comfortable with what his space in the program is going to be. He said yes right after Arch Manning signed. It'll be interesting to see after an Arch Manning era where Trey Owens falls into things. But for a guy that's not discussed a lot, I think he's really talented.
Well, and that's another part of it. Like as we go through this as the Longhorns go through this next couple years, obviously Arch Manning is such a huge focus, but we all know how football works. Who's that guy that's one play away? Who's that guy that, on the good side, a helmet pops off, or bad side, it is, 3 or 4 games you need him, or even a worse side. Who is that guy that needs to be a part of things? So these are the other names Longhorn fans obviously are going to have to learn, and we'll figure out who that other guy is. Because once we get to the point, I think now Texas fans are just waiting for that anticipation level of, hey, there's going to be a day when 1st and 10, first play of the game at DKR, holy crap, it's Arch Manning. But then it's going to be who's that other guy? Who's the next guy to go through the process? Now, especially now that you have Malik Murphy obviously in the portal, and that whole position is about to go through a bit of an evolution.
Yeah, and I was going to say when the Arch Manning era eventually does take off, and right now you would suspect that would be the 2025 season. I mean, we all know how the quarterback play at the University of Texas has gone for the last 15 years. Even this season, you needed Malik Murphy to come in and start for a couple of games. It's very difficult to get a quarterback through 12 games. Ask Florida State. Like, it is
right.
The season derailer. Even when you don't lose, it can be a season derailer. When Manning eventually takes over, it'll be Trey Owens who's first man up. And I'll just say this for Owens, because I can remember in 2005 when Colt McCoy signed with the Longhorns instead of Ryan Perilou. And I can remember Texas fans telling me that day, 18 years ago. By the way, it was a day when Mac Brown tried to call me out in front of some media members. I put his ass in check. We can tell that story later if you want to. It involved Colt McCoy and whether or not I was trying to sway Colt McCoy off of Texas, which was ludicrous. But Mac tried to make some shit up at the signing day press conference. And I was like, nope, Colt's dad called me because he might have flipped had Ryan Perilou signed with Texas instead of LSU. But anyway, I can remember that day Texas fans saying, you know what? Screw Ryan Perilou. give me Colt McCoy because that kid bleeds orange, because that kid wants to be at Texas. And I think that's who Trey Owens is. If you're a Texas football fan that wants to love a kid because he committed and wanted to be at Texas, Trey Owens committed very early in this class from an area that doesn't produce a lot of Longhorns, all because he wanted to be at Texas. He's an easy guy to root for. And like I said, I think people have slept on his talent, but he's now the third member to sign on National Signing Day as a member of the Texas Longhorns. A couple of other things, Chad. I'm paying attention to the Aggie signing roll call because there's some names that we're trying to keep an eye on. I haven't seen anything yet that I think will butter your bread, that'll make you go, oh, yeah. But just so you know, when I do, I'll let you know. We'll keep House Divided update because obviously we're waiting to see who signs and doesn't sign. And chief among them, Terry Bussey, Dominic McKinley, Ty Anthony Smith, Dylan Evans. So we'll keep you updated there. Back towards when we had Jason on, as we wait for the next name to come through, we didn't really have a chance to respond, get all of our thoughts on the Aaron Hampton situation, the kid from Dangerfield who may sign with Alabama. He's a kid that Nick Saban wants on offense. Texas has been recruiting him for defense primarily. And this could be like, I think he's a kid that's already been looking at Alabama. But I think when Xavier Filsaime commits this week, same position, you add the Andrew Makuba situation, and I think you may have a situation where Bubba Hampton is looking at this going, well, I don't. Part of why he was okay with playing on defense is because Texas has told him that that's the way he can earliest get on the field. That you play defense, you can play right away. Seeing those names pop up this week, I think looking at Alabama and them telling him you can come in and play wide receiver right away, I think the only thing he really cares about is playing early right away. And maybe this morning, the pathway to playing time as a true freshman looks better. Ironically, when would we have ever thought that Texas would get to this place so soon under Steve Sarkisian? But maybe he's buying the idea that he can go play under Nick Saban a little bit earlier than maybe he could at Texas.
Well, and when you had Jason on, you were asking him about kind of where his thought process was on it. But hasn't Jason also told us through the process that Hampton he's projecting with Bama on offense, not defense?
Right.
So in addition to just being the discussion of would I rather play for Alabama or Texas, I think that could it could be that simple, right? I want to get on the field, but maybe in his heart, he's an offensive player, and Bama has him more as an offensive guy. And for the record, Catch, I do agree with you that the Aaron is probably a little cooler than the Bubba. But here's what I think it's about. We're reclaiming what Aaron is doing. He needs to reclaim Bubba for the small dudes, because Bubba's not a small dude name. We are all conditioned that when you say, hey, there's our son Bubba, he's coming around the corner, what you picture coming around the corner is not like a flashy, smaller athlete wide receiver type. You picture bulk. That's just kind of what we do. He's just taking it back. He's taking it back for all the small Bubbas. That's what he's doing.
By the way, Jess, I put this up earlier, but we didn't mention it out loud. Thanks for the first super chat of the morning. Good morning. It is an exciting day. Thank you for being with us as we creep up on 1,000 people in the Specs chat. We also have our first $5 super chat. Real quick, breaking news. Parker Livingston signing number 4 for the Longhorns, the wide receiver out of Lucas Lovejoy. We'll talk about him in just a second. Want to take this super chat from Texas TV. Good morning, fellas. It's a great day to be a Longhorns fan. We are able to watch the next great Longhorns join the program today.
Very nice.
Simple as that. That's why we're doing it, Texas TV, because even though a lot of this is ceremonial. For instance, Parker Livingston, an early commitment to the Longhorns, a no doubt about it guy for the Longhorns. He commits, not really a lot of intrigue behind that, but a really interesting prospect. We haven't talked a lot about Chet. He was on his way to having a monster senior season and potentially putting himself into super blue chip territory. And he suffers a foot injury, the old Terrence Newman jacked up toe injury that, what is it called? Yes. He had the Lisfranc injury this season that caused him to shut things down. But in a little bit of time that he had been healthy, he had looked like a guy that was really underrated and might be a guy that could come in and make an immediate impact. I don't know that he gets talked about like that. He's 6'3", 185. He could be a guy that of all the guys on the roster that are the most like Adonai Mitchell, it might be Parker Livingston. It's not apple for apple, but he's got some of the size. He's got some of the same skill set. Whereas a lot of the receivers that we're talking about, even a Ryan Wingo, when we get back to him and his situation, he's a 6'2" guy, whereas Mitchell's 6'4". So Livingston's an interesting guy for me, a little bit like Trey Owens. You don't get Longhorns who are often underrated, right? We historically, the last 15 years, we've talked about so many of them in hindsight being overrated. I think Livingston is a guy that will be fascinating to watch. Can he come in early and get over the injury that sidelined him during the summer? There's playing time at wide receiver. That we know, because it's going to be a bunch of young guys and whoever they're able to bring in through the portal. The fact is there isn't but one portal guy so far. And then you've got Jonte Cook, and then you've got the two second-year slot guys that haven't played very much. And then you've got Livingston and the rest of the guys in this freshman class. I mean, he's got a chance to make an immediate impact on the field. And in a world where guys seem to be making decisions about the portal after a year or two, have they made an impact? Because if not, maybe I need to get the hell on out of town. Livingston does have an opportunity, I think, to crack the door down and get on the field in a way that even a Jonte Cook wasn't quite able to do this season because all the upperclassmen that were already on it.
Another name adds to the list, Cat. The flip is complete. Flip is complete. Xavier Filsaime is in. Was a Florida commit. Now he is officially flipped. He was talking about a ceremony, and he may still have a ceremony later this afternoon, like we talked about. There was a thought of a 3 o'clock this afternoon. He was going to do something 3 or 3:30. He may still do that, but now that one is official. That is a huge flip. So Merry Flipmas to all you Longhorn fans. The bright orange to burn orange, it happens there on the commitment side. It obviously happened with Andrew Makuba, and we'll be on the lookout, like Ketch said, for those true transfer guys to be signing. Up over 820 folks in the Specs chat this morning. Thank you so much for getting started. And like Ketch said, like, subscribe, and get notifications so you know when special shows like this are going on. Heck, you might have been so busy you forgot it was National Signing. Well, you didn't forget it was National Signing Day. You know, just in terms of when we were going to get started. Hey, our schedules are a little different today. That's why you get those notifications if your schedule is going to be a little different. Ketch, let me just officially ask it, since we were talking about Bubba Hampton. Parker Livingston, even though it's spelled Stone. Is that how we're going? Because every time I see his name, I think Stone, but it's pronounced Livingston.
That's how I've always said it, but
gotcha.
Livingstone. Okay. I've never known a Livingstone.
That sounds like a metaphysical discussion, right?
Have you ever known a Livingstone?
No, I had not, but I remember the first time I saw his name, I thought, that's a Parker Living I've never heard. It almost sounds like, the idea that HBO thought about before they went with Gemstone, right? Like it was on the way to it.
His dad, I think, sometimes watches our shows. Mr. Livingston, you can email me. If I'm messing this up, it wouldn't be the first name.
Right.
Why did you? What I'm known for.
This This is the day we can start to get those that you and I just learned Filsaime the other day officially, and now we're into it. Now we're into
I'm convinced he kind of mumbled that out. I want to see a video of him where he loudly and proudly says his name, because when he was doing the interview, it was like, yeah, my name is Xavier Filsaime, and I just wanted to hear it a little bit, sound it out for us just to make sure. Or you know what the SID office for Texas can do today? Give us our pronunciation guides.
Oh, and they will. Hopefully today's
When
that
day. When they're released, Bianco, send that to me now if you can.
Help us
by
out.
the way, we got a $10 super chat. Kevin says, so we can gauge long-term success of Sark's recruiting success. Where did Saban stand as to recruiting his first 3 years at Alabama? If you know, so far, Sark is 5, 3, and 5. All right. Well, look, no, didn't have that on him. Of all of the things in my head, can't say that I had Alabama's recruiting success in it from Jump Street, but hold on. So he came in before the 2007 season. So his first, I think, actual recruiting class would have been 2008, Chad. Besides, we don't count Sark showing up at the end of, we don't really count 2021 as a Sark class. I mean, he signs all those guys, but it's not quite the same thing as having a full year, which is what we're doing when we talk about 5, 3, and 5. And by the way, Kevin, it might be like 5, 3, and 3. It really kind of depends on, Texas right now is number 3 in rivals. So, take the one where Texas. I always take the best one. I don't eliminate the top and the bottom. I just take the top one. In 2008, Saban was number 1. In 2009, Saban was number 1.
Decent recruiter.
And in 2010, Saban was number 5. Way to go, Nick. Couldn't get a number 1 class in a year that you won the national championship. Slacker.
Took his eye off the ball. That's what he always talks about. When you play for the national championship, you lose recruiting opportunities.
Kevin, 1, 1, and 5. So, look, you could do that with Jimbo too, right? It's only half the battle. And I think it's one of the things that we've got to remember in today's show. You get these kids on campus, like that's a major part of it. Now comes the developmental stage. And I got to say, the development part of what this staff has done, certainly this year, is one of the things that you really give an attaboy to Sarkisian and his staff over. We talk about Murphy and Sweat and Jalen Ford all being guys that when they arrived on signing day in their respective classes weren't very heralded. And yet All-American, All-American, All-American. You got to do something with them once they get on campus. And so far, Sarkisian and the staff doing what Saban did in a lot of respects. Good question, Kevin. Thanks for the super chat. Another super chat coming in from James, $9.99. Any surprise flips that may go our way today? And with high-end defensive tackles rarely going into the portal, do you think Texas reaches on lower D tackles or just focuses on other positions in the portal? We're keeping an eye on the A&M guys. Ty Anthony Smith, the linebacker out of Jasper. We're keeping an eye on the 2 A&M defensive linemen, not so much because they may flip today, although there's been conversation that Dominic McKinley could. Will he or either Dylan Evans sign today? That is almost as important as whether or not they do sign, because if they don't sign, now you're talking about potential visits to Texas. Now you're talking about maybe potential visits elsewhere. It would be, I think, a big blow for A&M if they don't visit, because those guys are essentially announcing, we might not sign with you in general, because we could sign today, and anytime a guy holds it off, you never know. As it relates to defensive tackles in the portal, they're just not there. And they're not going to – I don't think they want to stoop down and just take a guy. So I think one of the things you're looking at Texas do with real urgency, they're looking at interior defensive linemen On the high school side, can they flip anybody? Dominic McKinley being a prime example of that. And yeah, they're looking for guys in the portal. They just don't really exist right now. Will they exist in the future? If they do, Texas will absolutely go after them. But you can only go after what's available. And right now, defensive tackle is not like quarterback and wide receiver in the portal. Oh, we got breaking news.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Give it to us, Blake.
Melvin Hills. Melvin Hills is in. Now, I'll admit, Catch, that's not a name. That's not a name that I meant. Okay, got it. The D end out of Louisiana. Melvin Hills. So speaking of D-line, somebody was asking about D-line, and immediately Melvin Hills pops up. Real quick, Catch, before we talk more about possibly him, in terms of those two guys that Texas fans will look at from the Aggie commit list, Evans and McKinley. Do either one of them project to you as a defensive tackle? I've heard discussions about would Evans go from like a high school defensive end to a college D tackle. Is that the way you see that, or are they both D ends coming in?
Very possibly. I mean, I think it continues. How does his body grow? You know, T'Vondre Sweat was technically ranked as a defensive end when he was coming out of high school. There were a lot of people that felt like he's going to end up being a D tackle. It's about once he throws on 30 pounds and he's in the weight room, what happens from there? I really think that both of those – I've always looked at Evans as a strong side defensive end who could play a lot of five technique, that, you know, you could play him as an end in a 3-down look. He could play end in a 4-down look. Is he a guy that eventually might spin inside? Yes. McKinley, obviously, also a guy that can play defensive tackle. So, yeah, I think if we're looking at Evans, I think part of his value, versatility, because I think he can play several spots on the defensive line. And then, you know, the other thing is the big defensive linemen, Chad, those are the ones that hit more than anything else. We'll eventually talk about Colin Simmons and who he is when he signs as the number one player in this class. And we'll talk about the rare burst that he has and all of his skill set. But he is a tweener. He is an undersized guy. And historically, the undersized guys are the guys that are more risky, I suppose, in recruiting. Whereas when we historically look over the last 20 years at 5-star, 4-star defensive linemen, the bigger guys pan out and become NFL players at a much, much higher level. And it's one of the things I really like about Evans. He's in the sweet spot of a non-tweener defensive lineman. Part of that is what allows him to be so flexible and how he's able to be used. I look at Melvin Hills. Yeah, he's probably going to be a defensive tackle long-term. I mean, 6'3", 277 right now. You can close your eyes pretty easily and imagine him eating a few biscuits when he gets onto campus and developing that body and being 6'3", 300 pretty easily. And I think at that point, he's probably not playing on the outside. So he's listed as a strong side defensive end. If you look at what Texas is doing at defensive end right now, I guess he could be a little Baron Sorrell-ish, maybe. But, you know, when you look at what Texas is doing at the edge position, you know, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, even Sorrell, Justice Finkley, I don't think they're necessarily guys that are playing up to the size that Hills gets to. So I do think eventually he'll be an interior guy. And I think he's a guy that probably needs a few years of development before he's asked and leaned on to play on the field for the Longhorns. So he'll need to be patient. He's one of these guys in this portal era. You can't decide after a year as a defensive lineman that things aren't going well and you need to transfer. He's going to need to be patient. Texas will need to be patient. And if they are, like, he could absolutely emerge as a guy that's on the 2 deep, I think, going into 2025, 2026 seasons.
It's just a regular chat catch, but I'll throw it up because I know Longhorn fans are excited. Somebody thinks they're hearing something about Colin Simmons. We'll keep an eye on that one. And if it's going to be happening, obviously that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest name for this class for Texas. Thanks to over 900 of you in the Specs chat right now.
Nate Kibble is in.
Who's in?
Nate Kibble.
There it is. There it is.
Nate Kibble is in.
Nate Kibble is in. Nate Kibble.
6'2", 306-pound offensive guard out of the Humble area. You don't call it Humble. You got to, the H is silent. Humble is the way I've always heard it. Am I getting that right, Chad? Like,
yes, I've never heard anybody from there call it humble. Right? Yeah, you gotta go humble.
He's in. Re-rack everything that I just said about Melvin Hills. 6'2", 306. Nate Kibble's a guy that is going to need some patience. And just look at the Texas offensive line class from 2022, that much heralded class. You know, we see Kelvin Banks play right away. We see DJ Campbell and a couple of other guys play a lot in year 2. Year 3 will be the Cameron Williams year. It will be maybe the year of Neto. So Nate Kibble is a guy that, as he signs, maybe a 2 or 3 year project along the offensive line. But I think that's, if you're Texas, how you want them. You don't want to have to play them early. Kibble is he's a road grader as an interior guy, real smash mouth, physical guy at the point of attack, a very much a Kyle Flood style of player. And look, you know, he's got to be, from a style standpoint, a big old physical, tough kid, because he doesn't come in the typical Kyle Flood package. Kyle likes him tall and big, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". That's Flood's wheelhouse. He loves these big old monsters. Nate Kibble's 6'2", 306. So the fact that he's in this recruiting class, he's a little bit unconventional from the Kyle Flood. This is how I like to draw him up. But I think it says a lot about what they think of Kibble, that 6'2", 306, not really what Flood looks for, but Kibble's style of play is like a 6'5", 330-pound monster. Again, very physical at the point of attack, and a guy that I think in time they think can have a big role in this program. They don't take guys that they don't think can emerge into starters. It might just take Nate Kibble a few years to get there.
Names really starting to roll in now. One on the defensive line, and then offensive line, the last couple with Melvin Hills and Nate Kibble as the day rolls on, National Signing Day. Thank you for being with us. We're crawling up towards 1,000 folks in the Specs chat, and we appreciate it. We'll get another super chat in here. We appreciate you sending us those super chats as well. And maybe a reminder, too, as you see Blake throwing up these graphics where you see little videos pop up. If you want access to all of that, orangebloods.com is there for you. You want to take it to that next level, there's your QR code. Get that extra layer of information. Maybe you've got a brother, sister, your mom, your dad, whoever it is that's a Longhorn freak. Make this a gift for them for Christmas. Perfect gift. You don't have to wrap it. You just let them know, hey, I signed you up for Orange Bloods. You got a year. Stop.
I'll even send them if you email me, gkcatch@gmail.com, and you like sign your old man up, sign your kid up, sign your uncle up, email me. I will send them a written, like, welcome to Orange Bloods Christmas present card email.
There it is. There you go.
I'll give them like a full tutorial. They'll know everything. By the way, Colin Simmons has gone live on Instagram.
Uh-oh.
He is signing right now.
There it is.
So we will very shortly be confirming Colin Simmons being in the bag for the Longhorns. He's not the 5-star today that everybody is, focused on. If you missed it, yeah, we are kind of waiting on Ryan Wingo today. I think he is the 5-star out of Missouri, going to sign with Texas. But in the last 24 hours, there's been some Missouri scuttlebutt. There's been some Nebraska scuttlebutt. Chad, the sense that I got, and look, I don't want to say that a kid has an ego or anything like that, but Texas decided. So we thought Ryan Wingo was going to be practicing leading up to the national championship game or the playoffs because the new NCAA rule allows them to do so.
Yep.
He wanted to practice during the bowl season. Steve Sarkisian decided there were a handful of guys, Jarrett Gibson among them, that wanted to practice during the bowl season. And Texas said, you know what? We're getting ready for a playoff game, and we really need to be focused on that more than anything else. Decided they didn't want their incoming freshmen to participate in the bowl game. That hadn't been reported. Jason Sukkabel reporting that last night because I had been wanting, I had been talking about Wingo, and I was like, I don't know when he arrives for bowl workouts, but if he gets some in and you add those to the spring and the fall, he'd be a guy with 40 practices coming into this season. We've never seen that before from an incoming freshman. Well, he's not going to have 40. And there was some thought that of the families that didn't get a chance to participate in bowl workouts, that maybe Wingo and his Colin Simmons is in.
There it is.
We interrupt the Ryan Wingo discussion to let you know that Colin Simmons, 5-star out of Duncanville, is officially in. I see the UT football website or Twitter account put it out 40 seconds ago. And Jason Sukkabel 6 seconds ago retweeted it. You love it when I get super nerdy specific with time, Chad. That has all happened in the last minute. You know what? We'll get back to Ryan Wingo. Lord knows we may have all day to talk about him. Colin Simmons is in.
Yeah, it's what they've all been waiting for right here.
I mean, you saw him play earlier this season in person when Duncanville played the Hatch. When you had your number retired at Waxahachie High School. For those that missed it, it happened. Or he went into the Hall of Fame. I can't remember. What was it again?
If you say the number retired, it did make it sound even better. I went into the Fine Arts Hall of Fame.
They retired his Fine Arts number.
The Fine Arts wing of the Hall of Fame. It's a huge building. There's wings and everything. We're in the Fine Arts wing.
It's like Canton, but different.
Yeah. Less tourists.
Colin Simmons, there have not been – I've really spent some time thinking about this weekend, Chad. We've seen defensive linemen in the state of Texas, defensive players who've won state championships before. But I don't know that in the near 3 decades that I've been covering recruiting, I don't know that I've ever seen a defensive player stack up the achievements the way Simmons has. He's a 2-time state champion who's played in 3 state championship games. But more than that, when he's played in these state championship games, he's made difference-making plays, game-changing plays, game-winning plays, forcing fumbles, getting sacks. He arrives, for me, as kind of a defensive version of Cedric Benson. Benson arrives, won 3 straight state championships, and everybody knew who he was. He was on the cover of Dave Campbell's Texas Football as a high school player, which was the first time I think that had ever happened. Colin Simmons has a resume, not like, you can't say like Cedric Benson, because maybe nobody will ever have quite that resume, but it's in the neighborhood. And when you talk about a 5-star guy who, from a testing standpoint, is in the top 1% of his peers in quickness and suddenness, explosiveness, the expectations for him coming in as a true freshman, probably different than anybody else in this class, no exceptions.
Yeah, and he's also the guy, at least from my opportunity to watch that game, sometimes I guess with DNs, you could have moments where you're thinking to yourself, hey, I got to watch for that guy. I got to look for him. With Colin Simmons, he kind of makes it obvious for you. you end up going the other way. You may end up sitting down not knowing you were supposed to look for somebody, and you end up going, well, who's that dude? And it's also ironic, Catch, that just as the number of viewers goes up over 1,000, the other time I remember that happening is the day we did a show completely devoted to Colin Simmons and his commitment announcement in the early days of Orange Bloods Live, as we're 4 to 5 months old now officially with Orange Bloods Live. But it was a huge day there, and now we're up over 1,000 today. Colin Simmons is in. And by the way, thanks to everybody, that over 1,000 people for jumping in. Orange Bloods and the YouTube channel have been rolling for a few years, and signing day has been huge. We appreciate the support. Colin Simmons is in. The other thing to remember, Catch, about this, I would tell people, the other guy I got to look at that night is Alex January. And I would tell Texas fans, you love defensive linemen. If you love D tackles, Alex January is interesting. The thing about that Duncanville defense, Catch, that's so deadly is either Simmons is leading you to January or January is leading you to Simmons. I mean, it's almost unfair to high school offenses what goes on. It's like, all right, so we'll double this Colin Simmons guy. It's like, okay, cool. Well, this big dog coming on the outside's about to end you, or it's the reverse of it. I like the way they work together, and the idea that Texas fans are getting – that Sark and Texas and the fans are getting two of those guys. We'll look for that signature too. But Colin Simmons, man, it is the real deal. I believe he rocked 8 in high school. We'll see what number he goes with at Texas, but whatever it is, Texas fans, buy your jerseys and then get popcorn.
Yeah, I mean, he is the headline of this class in a lot of ways, along with Ryan Wingo, along with Brandon Baker, guys that if they don't, whenever I give out the NFL data on players, I think it's important to respect all of the things that can sideline a guy, right? So injuries, grades, guys can get into trouble off the field, homesickness. They can just not be good, right? There's a lot of reasons why a guy doesn't pan out. But when they stay healthy, when they don't get into trouble, when they are as good as we think they are, Colin Simmons projects somewhere between like a 50 and 70% chance of being an NFL drafted guy. And players at his rating are oftentimes 20, 30, 40, 50 times more likely to not just be drafted, but to be drafted in the first round. So when you talk about 5 stars, you talk about a guy like Colin Simmons, and we talk about his NFL prospects, it's not just making the NFL. For a guy like him, there's an extremely strong chance that he has a chance to be a top of the NFL draft kind of a guy. And it's why we talk so much about him. Anwar Richardson is going to join us at 8, Chad, but I see Jason Sukumel in queue. Let's bring him aboard for a quick check-in. Moments after Colin Simmons is in. The names are coming in fast and furious, Mr. Sukumel.
Yeah, I thought I was safe to jump in, but Zena Umozolo just signed too, so doing a little quick update here. But yeah, Colin Simmons is in. That's a huge one for Texas. The most interesting thing about Colin's recruitment, Catch, to me is when he committed to Texas, we all thought, oh boy, there's going to be a lot of drama with this one all the way leading up to signing day. There has been zero drama. I mean, he's been nothing but pro-Texas on social media. He signs early signing day morning. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better commitment from him.
We all watched to see if he would go to LSU the second week of the season.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And then it never.
Yeah, the day he committed, I got on the phone with him. I got in, I think I was doing a show with y'all. I was doing a show with somebody. I was like, I got to get off the phone to get off the show to do a Colin Simmons interview. And he told me that, he goes, now I'm for sure going to visit LSU that second week. And obviously that never happened. I mean, dude, he's been actively recruiting for Texas. I mean, every day it's pro-Texas this, pro-Texas that on social media. So, yeah, it's been exactly the opposite of what everybody expected once he officially committed to Texas, whatever date that was way back when. So,
yeah.
You guys want the breaking news for this morning?
Yeah, let's hit it.
Ryan Wingo still sleeping.
Ah, there it is.
That's the most David Garvin update I have seen.
Yeah.
David
I'm like,
Garvin
hey,
was in the business 20 years ago.
yeah, dude. I'm like trying to find out what time he might sign his letter of intent, and got a text back like, not sure, still sleeping. I'm like, okay, it's a pretty big day, dude. But obviously that no set plans for Ryan Wingo. Now, listen, I said it earlier this morning, guys. I think he's going to sign with Texas. If it winds up being Missouri, there's some chatter that maybe they do try to throw together a quick signing ceremony. That's right now. There's nothing planned because that kind of got all thrown out of whack. Remember, they thought he was going to be living in Austin right now. Well, he's back in Missouri. So they don't have any plans for a big signing ceremony, nothing at the school. If he signs with Missouri, there's a possibility they'll throw something together. So keep an eye out for that. If you start hearing talk of a signing ceremony for Ryan Wingo, that's probably not a great sign for Texas. Also, if he doesn't sign with Texas today, that's obviously not a great sign for Texas, because that means he's A, considering Missouri to some degree, and B, that might be giving him more time to put together a signing ceremony. I'm not saying any of that's happening, to be clear. I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying that as of 20-ish minutes ago, he's still sleeping. There is not a set time for a Texas announcement, so we're still kind of spinning our wheels on that one right
Adam Gorney, like 10 seconds ago, tweeted out Ryan Wingo still sleeping. Still sleeping.
Well, hey, thanks, Gorney, because I sent him that on. He asked me what's up with Wingo, and I was like, he's still sleeping. So he turns around and tweets it out. Thanks, Gorney.
Look at that. Yeah. Look at that. Now we know the sourcing on that.
Yeah,
one.
Exactly. Now you know how it works.
Now you know how this industry, we're all a bunch of adulterous workers. Like, oh, somebody told me something, and boom, there it is.
So, Jason, just real quick, in terms of Wingo, Ketch was mentioning earlier, obviously you were talking about Missouri. That one makes total sense. Ketch also mentioned Nebraska as a team.
I don't see it.
But in both those cases, those are teams that just had big gets in the transfer portal specifically. So I want, that can obviously bolster up their argument. Do you think this is maybe more about that kind of stuff? Is it more about nervousness from Wingo and something on the Texas end, or is it just kind of a combo that might be making him, just kind of pause a second, take a breath, but ultimately pick Texas later today?
Well, there's a bit to unpack there. The Nebraska thing, he is friends with Dylan Raiola, okay, the five-star quarterback who flipped to Nebraska on Monday, I think it was. So I'm sure Raiola's reaching out to Wingo. Probably he's told the Nebraska coaches, hey, hit him up too. I just don't see Nebraska as being a viable option. If it's not Texas, Missouri makes some sense, right? Because he's got a history there. It's the in-state school. I just don't know that I would see Nebraska as a real threat to Texas. As for what's driving it, I don't know. There's some thought that it's just kind of late drama being stirred up by people kind of in Ryan's circle, and that's possible. He was counting on moving to Austin last weekend and staying in Austin and going through bowl practices. That didn't happen. Texas said, nope, we're not going to do that for you or anybody else. That kind of upset some people, are frustrated, disappointed, if you will, some people in Ryan Wingo's circle. So, to the point that would make them look around, I don't know if that's what's driving it, but, there is some frustration. I think I can say that for certain. There's some frustration. They really wanted him to go through those, the bowl practices. They had already made plans to move him down to Austin last weekend, and it ended up not working out. So, there's a few different things. I fully expect it'll get smoothed over, but here we are, 8:00, and Ryan's still sleeping. So, this thing could have been resolved an hour ago if they wanted it to, but clearly he's not losing sleep, as they say, as the saying goes. He's literally not losing sleep over the situation. So we'll see how it transpires over the course of the day and possibly even into tomorrow and Friday.
All right.
I think it's as simple as Jason just said, though, Chad. If the rule for McKinney and Evans for A&M is if they delay, that's not good news. I mean, it doesn't mean it's over. It doesn't mean like A&M's dead in the water, but it does mean that they're looking around and that they have some caution in terms of what it is that they're looking at. If those rules apply to the A&M commits, same thing has to be true of a Ryan Wingo if we get to the end of the day and he hasn't officially signed. Yeah, man.
Probably even more so. That's more of a red flag for Texas, I think, than it is even for the A&M commitments. You kind of understand it. They just went through a coaching change. Hey, I want to take another month and a half to get to know my head coach and my position coach, right? For Texas, if Ryan Wingo delays, to me, that's even more of a red flag because they don't really have any reason to delay. So, you can kind of justify it. I mean, honestly, if my son was committed to Texas A&M and he had any kind of doubts, I'd be like, oh, well, let's just take a pause and, they'll still take you in February. But that situation and the Texas situation with Wingo are different. Now, and again, I'm not making any bold predictions that Wingo's going to delay, or I don't think he'll sign in February because he's an early enrollee, but might he push it back? The signing window goes from today until Friday. Might that happen? It's possible. I haven't heard that. That's me speculating and just kind of throwing out options.
What we have to talk about when kids are sleeping, Jason.
Yeah, when they're still in bed. What else do we have to talk about?
There's sleep talk. Hey, Jordan Washington is in, the tight end from Cyprus. Catch was mentioning the word Cyprus earlier. Jason, it is one of the freaky positions in the NFL. It is an incredibly important position on the college level. What do we know about Jordan Washington?
Tremendous athlete with tremendous upside. He's one of those tight ends you see about in the NFL who started out, as basketball players, and they just develop into these big-bodied tight ends. Jordan Washington is a very skilled basketball player, so he's got that kind of size and athleticism. I think he's a bit of a piece of clay right now, but he's more of a pass receiving tight end than he is a blocking tight end, certainly at this point. But, he's a guy that Alabama really wanted. Obviously, Texas A&M really wanted him. I think he's a guy with tremendous upside. We'll see how he develops and can he tap into that upside and realize all of his potential. We'll see. But I do think he has a very high ceiling as a tight end prospect.
Guys, we'll bring in Anwar Richardson. We'll go 4-box here and welcome.
Well, hey, I'll let Anwar come in, and I'm going to hop out unless you guys need me. Otherwise, I may hop out and hop back in a little bit.
Knock yourself out, Jason. We're good. We'll go 4-box for 10 seconds. And
Should I be offended? Should I be offended that the moment I got here, Jason was like, I'm out.
No, he's doing like the Schefter Woj thing today, where it's like, I'm not going to be in one spot for very long at any one time, but I might be in a 4 or 5 hour show like 8 different times. So that was like his 17th trip already in and out. Yeah. He's like a Mormon soaking right now.
Or Anwar, the mustache it plays so well, he's intimidated. There's a chance he's intimidated by such things.
Oh wait, there's a Slack note. What are you doing, Anwar?
Wait a minute.
I don't know what you guys have discussed or not discussed. I don't know what. I'll be honest with you. Jason put something.
Oh wait, Anwar's still here. I'm leaving. Never mind.
I don't know what you. So it was about the bowl practice stuff. What have you guys discussed?
We haven't really addressed much of that. I just said that Wingo and the other prospects were hoping they could participate in bowl practices, and they're disappointed that it didn't work out. But I said I don't know if that's the driving reason why they're suddenly talking to Missouri. I mean, maybe it's just something they're using as an excuse. But there is some disappointment, I guess, in the incoming freshmen that were not allowed to go through bowl practices.
So I was given the reason I was late. And by the way, good morning to everybody. Good
morning, Mr. Griswold.
We jumped in. Yeah, it's my Griswold family Christmas, baby. I was actually able to get the details on all that, Catch. And I have that. You have your Woj, so I don't know what that would make me as far as today is concerned. Like you would have to start. I don't know what name I can get.
Your
like
Shams Charania. The Shams bomb.
I mean, I guess. I mean, Woj is so much. I mean, could I Can I not be like Schefter or something? Like, can I, you know?
Who do you want to be?
I mean, it's only 2.
Kobe
right?
Black is in, guys.
Ooh, there's a big one.
Oh, Kobe Black is in. That's what's up. That's good. That's a good one. Well,
You
Catch,
can be Shefty. Yes, you're our
okay.
Shefty.
Okay.
Today.
Here's the deal. So here's the deal, Catch. I have not had the opportunity to put this on the board yet. So
It's okay.
all right, because people get a little sensitive, like, oh, you guys are putting stuff on OB Live, and you're not saying stuff on the board, and I just don't know.
Just go with the flow today.
All right, well, listen, I just got hung up the phone. So listen, this is what I was told. So everything that Jason had is obviously correct. Let's build on it for a little bit. So what I was told, according to my sources, Catch, was that Sarkisian actually wanted the incoming freshman to participate in the bowl practice. Okay. I was told by my sources that Sark actually wanted those guys to be on the scout team. That was his thought or process on a lot. That was his plan. He then brought this thing to his leadership committee. The leadership committee then said, nah, we're good. They basically vetoed that whole thing, saying, hey, we're competing for a national title at this moment. We got a good locker room. We don't want to bring in anybody new at this moment. And so we just want to finish off what we're trying to do right now. So that's what was communicated. And I was told that Sark was a little bit taken back by it, but decided to say, you know what? That's if the leadership committee, that's what they want. That's what they got. So those guys kind of got informed of the decision at some point late last week or so. The issue becomes you got family and folks who have gone out and bought plane tickets because they thought their kids were going to be on the sidelines of the Sugar Bowl, maybe bought tickets to the game itself, hotels, made arrangements. Like, I bought a ticket. I'm bringing someone with me to the Sugar Bowl. I got a media credential. I bought a ticket. It wasn't cheap. And we've had conversations about that. So if you've had people if they've invested, they may have thought they may have certain allotment, but other people have bought it. So it's just a little bit of a stain for some folks that is like, hey, I already made the plans. I thought my kid was going to be there. And it's kind of like the whole, damn, like this coach has always been straight up about stuff. And now a few days before signing day, we get told something different. It's just kind of like that kind of thing where it's probably just mini fires and nothing major. And we can, I think from an adult perspective, we can understand it. But from a kid's perspective, it might be a little bit disappointing. And then from a parent perspective who invested a little bit, they may be a little turned off or whatever. But that kind of, you'd be pissed if it was you?
Yeah, because if you got multiple tickets, you probably spent more than $1,000. If you got 2, let alone 4, if you got airfare, travel plans to drop kids off, maybe going to Louisiana, depending on, that's probably thousands of dollars that could have been rerouted in different ways if you weren't
into the game with one of your tickets. Like I'm kind of like I'm with Anwar. Like when I stepped back and I heard about it last night, right? And I think we mentioned it.
I'm not saying it's the biggest thing in the world. I'm just saying I'd be pissed.
I mean, these guys aren't going to be playing in the game. They're not even going to be practicing. At best, like Almar said, they're at best going to be running scout team. More than anything, they're probably just going to be sitting on the sidelines watching practice.
But Jason, if you bought 2 tickets, you wouldn't have anticipated that one of those tickets would be needed to be used for.
I wasn't told that was the issue. I was told it was more about, hey, we made plans to move the family made plans to move these kids in last weekend. They were in town last weekend. Their intent was to bring their boys to Austin last weekend. Be like, all right, son, good luck. We'll see you. Maybe down in New Orleans. But I mean,
I think 2 things could be true, Jason. I think 2 things could be true.
Yeah, they could certainly both.
I think what I heard and what you've heard, or I don't think it's absolutes. I'm sure everything you're hearing is correct. Combined with, oh, by the way, grandma wants to go to the game as well, right? Yeah. So, there is that portion of it.
Yeah. So I just like the whole not practicing thing. I'm like, and listen, I mean, that was expressed to me like, hey, these, what is it? Is it 18 practices? Is that many? I don't even know how many bowl
It's
practices.
15.
I
right?
believe.
These 15 practices, like that was important because that sets these boys up for spring practice. And I didn't want to push back on the person telling me that, but I'm thinking, are they really that important? Because I don't think your son's really going to be doing that much in these practices. So, well, whatever. I'm like Onward. I think it gets smoothed over. I think Wingo signs with Texas. Is it going to be today? I mean, I think so, but I'm leaving the door open that he might decide to wait till Thursday or Friday at this point.
Well, I mean, it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look if you decide like out of all the things you're gonna like dwell on, like that's the thing that you're gonna dwell on. Like at the end of the day, you gotta respect the guys who've been in that locker room for years. And if they're like, hey man, we got a good thing going right now. I don't know these people. Like I don't know these people. It's like catch. It's literally like you say, like, hey, you're gonna have a Christmas party, and you're like, I got the people that I know that I'm comfortable with, and someone else was like, hey, let's just invite a group of strangers over to your house for Christmas. And you're like, wait a second.
And these strangers might want to stay up late and go out partying. I mean, who knows what?
All kinds of stuff. You're like, man, we're good right now. Do you need a freshman in there that's trying to prove himself and wants to make a tackle and bowl prep?
Well, the players clearly say no.
Correct.
Well, yeah, Anwar, the thing that's rolling through my mind is trying to find a compromise here. Obviously, the best thing would have been Sark checks with the leadership council ahead of time. But absent of that, I'm just trying to figure out why can't it go from practice to still involved? Talk to that committee about, hey, fellas, these aren't total strangers. Y'all have hosted them. You have talked to them about our culture. They are now going to be new members of our family. So just like they don't know actors that went to Texas that are going to be on the sideline somewhere, like, how these games work. People are going to show up that didn't show up before. What's the big deal if Wingo and a family member end up like in the back of a meeting room or on the sideline during the game and they're just not practicing? Like, what would that be so horrible?
I mean, maybe there's a compromise, but I think the issue is the guys still thought they were going to practice and be a part of the team. So,
and I mean, let's be honest, for lack of better description, the current team members are kind of going to have to babysit those dudes, not just and we're not just talking at practice, but outside of practice. I mean, they're just kind of laser focused on the game. I mean, I fully understand it, but I also understand, like Ketch said, why the other side is a little bit upset. If they had plans, and I mean, their mindset is in, okay, we're moving our kid down to Texas and he's going to go through practices. And now, these players are a bit upset that they're not getting to do that kind of stuff. I mean, there was some disappointment. I can certainly see both sides of it.
Here's the last thing I'll say on it. Do you want a bunch of guys that you, to Jason's point, that you've got to pry out of 6th Street who just got on campus, right? And they're like, man, I'm about to live my best life down in Austin. And while you're trying to go ahead and win a natty, like you probably tell those guys, I'll see you in January.
And look, this is, if it hadn't been the leadership committee and it had just been Sark, because I think this point remains true for everybody involved. These are the most important. This is the most important week of practice and the most important game in the lives of every single kid on this Texas roster and the coaching staff. So I do understand if it had been Sark who'd said, you know what, man, we've just decided that we just got to stay focused. We don't want to change anything up. We want to do what we've been doing. We want to be as focused on the game as possible. It's kind of important. There's no one in this class, not even Colin Simmons, who is worth more than a national championship. So you talk about being in these moments, and they happen so rarely. I understand wanting to be fully focused, but I also, like I said, I would be pissed if I was a parent, like on a 1 to 10 scale. I'm not 10 pissed, but I might be 5. I might be like, oh, I wish I'd known that 3 days ago before I spent money that I could have otherwise saved that I now can't get back for whatever reason that would have been. But, in the end, I do think, that this will probably be okay. I mean, we're going to get to some super chat questions in a little bit, and some of them are like, hey, if Wingo flips, it's like, whoa, well, let's slow down a little bit. Like, we'll take the super chat question for sure, but I don't know that anybody needs to be so nervous as in their head they're handicapping this as he's now leaning towards not signing. That's not really where we're at in the process. We don't know when or if he's going to sign today, partly because he's still in bed. And look, he thought he was going to be on campus. Now he's back home. He doesn't have school. Kid wants to sleep in until 8:30. He's allowed to. It's not like he's missing first period in school. And I think in the end, this will be much ado about nothing by the time we get to noon. But, when a 5-star is hanging out there, because it didn't impact Jarrett. It did. Jarrett Gibson is one of these kids, Jason, that thought he was going to be practicing. He also was the first guy whose letter of intent was in today. So
I thought that was interesting because when the Wingo stuff kind of crossed my desk, if you will, yesterday, I'm checking around on Wingo and like, there's some frustration. So I'm like, let me check on Jarrett Gibson because I know he was going to be there too. So I talked to someone close to Gibson. They're like, yeah, he didn't get to practice. He's back home. It's disappointing. They're like, it's understandable. We get it. And then lo and behold, he's like you said, he's the first one to send in his letter of intent. So a couple different mindsets there. And interesting. And I know for a fact the Wingo camp and the Gibson camp are friends, and they've been communicating about all this. So you're just kind of seeing two different ways of handling things.
Jason, get on out of here. We're going to take some super chats. I've been trying to help you out with the FYI with the commitment list. I've updated a few of the guys.
That's the one thing I'm behind on is changing them to sign. So if you're,
I got that for you.
Okay, cool. We should be good.
I'll keep handling the commitment to signed in the database. You go ahead and get back at it. We'll see you, I don't know, within the hour at some point.
Yeah, we got a couple that should be coming in soon. I'm waiting on Santana Wilson, Dontre Robinson. Freddie DeBose, he just came in. Those are the three that were on my list. So keep an eye out for Santana Wilson and Freddie DeBose. Hopefully coming up soon. Those should be. Santana Wilson and Dontre Robinson should be coming up soon.
Yeah, and none of the West Coast guys, whether Arizona's not West Coast, but you got a couple of guys out west in Arizona. They're just getting up. I would imagine they'll be up
before Ryan Wingo.
Exactly. But you would imagine that we'll probably soon be in the Brandon Baker time zone. You'd like to get that one taken care of. There have been whispers about Nebraska there. Freddie DeBose, I'll get him changed.
Baker did tell me, Catch, for the record yesterday, and I'm trying to find a message, that he is signing with Texas today at 12:30. So that would be 2:30 Austin time. I'm guessing he signs before that, 12:30 Pacific Standard Time. He told me, but I don't think there's anything to be worried about there unless, he told me signing with Texas, crazier things have happened, but I do expect him to sign with Texas.
Get on out of here, Jason. We'll see you in a little bit.
Later, guys.
Catch, before you go too far,
yeah,
can I give a shout out to someone here real quick?
Whoever you want to.
It's welcome to my morning slot, which it's good to see you, Chad. You've never been on my show, by the way. So there is that, but I do, I watch you guys. I appreciate it. You guys have your favorites, as far as the people in the chat. Tom G sent me a really nice gift, and I want to show you this beautiful vodka bottle that I received from Tom G, who told me, Merry Christmas. It makes my mornings a little bit more bearable. Have a safe and happy holiday. And I'm going to give a shout out to Tom G for this beautiful, beautiful Beluga cold lime vodka, baby. Check out this, baby.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It is. It's such a nice bottle. that I realize I can't watch this thing during the Cowboys games with like
You're
chicken
hugging
wings.
it like it's your
Oh,
baby.
baby, look, this is what you go to Specs for, baby. Like this is what you go there for. I get a shout out to Tom G, who sent me an amazing gift. Easiest way to my heart. The easiest way to my heart is a gift like this, and I want to say the shot. And by the way, anybody else want to send me a gift, you just let me know. Like if it's just on your mind that you know what, I want to do something nice for Unc. I enjoy him in the mornings. I just want to do something. His birthday's right around the corner. I'm not too proud to beg, like TLC would say. Hey,
you learned it from Alex.
Huh?
You learned it from Alex.
I learned it from Alex, and it has worked. I mocked Alex, and I realized the beauty of Alex. So I'm just letting y'all know. Yeah, it's wrapped. It's wrapped. It got a bow on it, guys. Look at this. It's got a nice little bow on it. I don't even know if I'm going to open it. This is one of those, Catch, me. So obviously I got that bottle from Chris Del Conte. He revealed himself. So now I feel better about saying it. So I got the bottle from Chris Del Conte, and I held on to that for years. I finally was like waiting for the right moment to open it. This might be the national championship.
I was about to say that could be the natty drink.
I think this will be the natty drink after the day after Houston, after Texas wins it. I'll pop open this bottle and we all celebrate on air.
So here's what we need to do, Anwar. If that is the case, then we need to get you a bottle of something to drink if Texas beats Washington under your plan, when Texas beats Washington in that semifinal game. So to all of you out there, if you're thinking about that bottle, I know the place that's got it. Blake, the super producer, let's hit them with 15 seconds of specs and remind them where they can go to get Anwar some gifts. Come on, let's go.
No matter what you're needing, Specs same-day delivery can save the day with our Specs app or online shopping. From world-class wines to hard-to-find spirits and craft beers to gourmet foods, delicious snacks, and spectacular sweets. It's Specs. Cheers to savings.
Oh, yeah. They got lots of fancy bottles.
Real quick, guys. I'm going to skip. We have a stack of Super Chat questions, but one of them is from Tom G. I'm going to just pump him up to the front of the line.
All right.
Tom G says, I don't understand any wasted dollars on bowl game tickets. They can go to the game. I get practice frustration a very little bit. Tom, it's probably a lot of little things mixed together. I only mentioned that if you were parents and you thought, well, we'll go to New Orleans for New Year's and make a visit out of it, and I got us tickets, now you need a third ticket potentially that you haven't bought, or mom or dad don't get to go because the kids go in. Like, I'm just saying, you add that up. It's just a little thing. Again, I don't think this is going to lead up to the Texas not getting Ryan Wingo, which for me means we've spent a lot of time talking about this and it won't end up being a major issue when the dust settles. But in real time, we're talking about it because there's some uncertainty. I wanted to go to Jason, guys, because he has a $20 super chat that I think he entered twice. So, Jason, if you have another question, bring it on, because I see you listed twice, and I didn't want you to get charged twice.
No, I think it just got put in our list twice. So that was we're good.
Okay. If Wingo does flip, do you guys see that changing the math on going after a guy like Evan Stewart? Maybe. Losing Ryan Wingo would be devastating. So suddenly everything that I think Texas thinks about its wide receiver unit going into next season changes. I think you'd need a difference maker at that point. Ryan Wingo is a difference maker. Would it be Stewart? Anwar, it's so hard to tell. We know they've kicked the tires a little bit. And thank you, Blake. Jordan Johnson Rebel is in. He had just gone live on Instagram. So I had a feeling he would be next. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DeAndre Robinson also just going on Instagram. So that one could be done soon. Anwar, the sense I've gotten is that it's kind of a no for Evan Stewart right now. But there's a hedge. Every time I ask, there's a baby hedge. I checked with somebody last night, and it was like, still no. But we'll see if things change, right? Like, so Evan Stewart, Chad and I were talking about this earlier. Of the receivers that have gone into the portal so far across the country, none are first-round draft pick level guys. Evan Stewart has a chance in 12 months to be that kind of a guy. So when you say no, he's the kind of guy that I think you can eventually tell yourself yes on if he comes to you and says, look, I don't care about NIL. I just want to develop. I got 1 year left. I want to get ready for the NFL, and I want to win, and you guys are winning, and it'll be we and not me. And if those type of things were conveyed, I think they could be turned. But there's no doubt about it that the initial impression right now is a no. But could Ryan Wingo going to Missouri change things? Yeah, I think a lot of things change if you lose the biggest offensive recruit in this recruiting class.
Yeah. Now I'm going to say this. We'll say this, that just because there's two things that stand out to me. I feel like this, and Catch, you covered recruiting, obviously for years. I feel like the guys, and I'm not saying this is Wingo, so I'm going to go in a general conversation because we don't know if Wingo's not coming or anything to that effect. That's just a speculation. We'll know when he wakes up, right? But the guys who get the guys who decommit, the guys who get wishy-washy, those usually the guys. They're the first guys in the transfer portal anyway. Like you might think to yourself, like, it's a loss. And at the end of the day, that person 6 months from now, a year later, they leave that program that they're at. So realistically, with the loss that you thought was huge at the time, you didn't lose. Because those guys who commit, decommit, all that kind of stuff, those guys, wishy-washy guys, you can set your clock to it. I can set my clock. I'm like, this guy was committed to school. This guy was not committed to that school. All right, when they step on campus, all right, they'll be gone soon enough. And Catch, am I wrong? Right, more times than not, those guys don't last.
Yeah, I actually thought you were going to say something else, which is, again, it's not specific to Ryan Wingo at all. Because, again, I expect that kid to sign with Texas. And I think when we're doing the wrap-up show later today, we won't even be talking about this in 8 hours. So this really is and it doesn't seem like it's impacting anybody else, right? And Jarrett Gibson, again, was a guy that was going to practice in the bowl games. He signed, and he was the first one to sign. But the other thing that, if we're being completely honest about, wide receivers are a different kettle of fish. They just are. When Micah Hudson visited and didn't quite get everything on his visit, and by the way, DeAndre Robinson, told you, Chad.
There it is.
When the little notification on the side of my screen lets me know they're going live on Instagram, so far, it's perfect. Going live on Instagram means those kids are signing. The Longhorns add a big one in DeAndre Robinson, a guy I think they very well could lean on. But, again, I think Wingo signs. But if you were going to ask me in general, if there's a position where and look, what's the other position today that we're talking about potentially Texas losing a prospect in? Aaron Bubba Hampton. What does Alabama want him to play? Wide receiver. It's just sometimes that's a position where there's a little bit extra sugar and cherries on the sundae every single time. And, it is what it is. I do think it's interesting, guys. We're plowing through. By my count, Texas, these are the guys that haven't signed yet for Texas. They're almost all signed. You're waiting on Ryan Wingo, Brandon Baker, who it's 6:30 out in California. So, cut him some slack. Aaron Hampton, Alex January, Daniel Cruz, Christian Clark, Santana Wilson, two of the Arizona guys. So I got 7 guys that haven't signed out of the total number of 22. 4 of them are from out of state. 3 of them are out west. So,
I catch that. And that vibes with what Blake has got for us on the bottom, because he's now updating that number. He's got 15 signed. So your math is good there. Yeah, 22 coming in already at 15 delivered.
But so far, nothing has happened, not with the A&M kids and not with the Texas kids that we've, arrived this morning doing the show saying these are the things that we're watching. None of the things that we're watching have happened yet. So far, the only things that have happened, 15 Longhorns are in, all expected. There was never expected to be any drama with those. And we're still waiting on some of these other guys, some guys that matter. Of those 7 guys, 2 of them are 5 stars. And I would say at least 4 of them really represent some of my favorite players and prospects in this recruiting class. I love the 2 Arizona kids. Love them. I think Santana Wilson, and when he signs, I'll certainly go into this a little bit more. I think he may be my favorite player in the class that nobody ever talks about. Christian Clark, I love as a running back, a guy that I think can have a first-year impact at Texas. We're waiting on Brandon Baker, the 5-star offensive lineman, and, of course, Ryan Wingo. But 15 down, 7 more to go, and yet, as we're taking some Super Chat questions, Anwar, still kind of waiting on the mysteries. If there are any of today, that's what we're waiting for. No mysteries have been solved thus far.
No, but it's kind of interesting that so many horses are in the barn this early, Catch, that and not really much suspense, right? Because you're right, there's not a guy who's going to put 3 hats on the table today and we're just like, oh my God, like, is Texas in the mix or not? Like, I feel like the hat show's already been done and everything now is just like the formality at this moment, right?
Maybe Ty Anthony Smith. He's supposed to announce or sign at 6:30 tonight. And I've thought to myself, well, he'll sign before then. I love the idea that 3-star linebackers are holding out till prime time to do their things.
Makes sense, though. Maybe, get more attention that way. Everybody else has done their thing. Like, you could be the only one left. I mean, I get that. I can't believe that there's guys in the 2025 class who've already announced their commitments before signing day, or day or 2 before signing day. That's more intriguing to me.
Hey guys, can you guys handle a few Super Chats? I'm going to step outside and handle a kid thing real quick. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But we got like 6 Super Chats. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. Thanks to over 1,200 of you in the Specs chat right now. Unbelievable stuff. Like, subscribe, get those notifications. You'll know when all the shows are happening. And remember, tomorrow and moving forward, when you get back to that regular schedule, you see that beautiful face right there? See this guy right there? Yeah. Every morning, 8 to 11. That's the old-fashioned sports show. And you can tell when he gets bottles delivered. So, I mean, he's ready to roll. He's ready to roll. Anwar every day at 8 with the old-fashioned. Even earlier than that, the Get Your Horns Up guys at 6:30 a.m. Catching myself 12 to 3 with House Divided. 3:30 is Football with Friends. Catch is jumping around all different shows. Jason Sukamel's on all the shows, throwing information out. There's a lot of great stuff going on. And let me remind you again, if you want to get signed up with orangebloods.com, if you've decided today's the day, this National Signing Day is the day, well, get signed up. Get signed up for yourself. Get a family member signed up. You know Uncle Joe is crazy about his Longhorns. Get him an Orange Blood subscription. He will love you forever. He might even put you in the will. There's your QR code for a little Orange Bloods love.
It's a good way. It's a good way to take care. You take care of Uncle Joe with something like that. A good gift like that. Like, it's a good way to ensure that you do get a little bit of cash. When it's all said and done, you can kiss Uncle Joe's picture every year.
So, Anwar, this gets us to 16 guys now. Daniel Cruz in. Little Richland Hills action, big time offensive lineman, and Daniel Cruz now becomes number 16, if I'm counting correctly. So if that's 16 out of 22, only 6 guys left. So you're right around that kind of number on these. All right, let's grab some of these super chats. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the super chats. Kevin with $5 to follow up. Saw the poll the other day that if we consider the quality of portal commitments and high school recruits, UT is ranked number 2 in the country. We've discussed this a little bit on shows on WAR. Are you on board with this idea of let's take recruiting and then let's add in portal guys and kind of come up with a little composite, combo look at what these teams are doing?
What's interesting about that number, right, is that Georgia is at number 1 with no portal additions. So it's crazy. Like they had like 27 guys, and it's all high school kids, and Texas had the 2 portal guys to be at that number 2 ranking. Yeah, I mean, because now we're basically talking about the 2024 class, which includes those kind of things. You can't ignore that the portal guys will have just as much of impact, if not more impact. So I mean, I'm all about rankings. Rankings are a cool thing for me to kind of look at it and judge them from there. So yeah, I mean, overall, Kevin Jones is right. UT, from whatever the rankings are, number 2 in the country, and with more guys who are out there, we're still waiting to see what happens with Trey Moore. There's still some more, guys that are there. So we'll see what happens. Maybe Texas moves up to number 1 when it's all said and done. But I think at the end of the day, to compete in the SEC the way that Texas is building their team to do it, you better be ranked up there in the top 5 or top 6 of both of those rankings, whether it's the high school ones or the composite ones, if you want to compete year in and year out in the big boy conference.
Yeah, it's a big number. And there's a look at the comprehensive team rankings. Georgia, Texas. This is, again, the one that does take into account the portal stuff. By the way, quick portal point that somebody sent on the chat. Somebody asked us earlier, is Trey Moore, is he allowed to commit to Texas today? Would he be allowed to transfer today? My understanding, Anwar, correct me if I'm wrong, is yesterday is when the portal window closed in terms of getting in, but you can get out whenever you want. Trey Moore can tell us he wants to be a Longhorn today, tomorrow, or over the weekend, whenever, correct?
Yes. Yeah. You're 100% correct. Like, if you're Texas, usually a lot of these, guys like that, you tell those guys, hey, hold off. Let me get my high school kids in here. And then, later after that, we'll go ahead and take care of you. So oftentimes those things are already kind of taken care of, Chad, and then you come back in. What's interesting about, hey, Blake, can you put that comprehensive thing back up? The most interesting thing about this, Chad, and I know we always like to make jokes about certain things and certain programs. I'm just shocked, be honest with you, and I shouldn't be at this moment. I'm just shocked that Oklahoma continues to recruit well. Like, I give Venables credit, and I know we won't go too deep into this one, but them being number 3 in the comprehensive team rankings is something I look at it and go, wow, I would not have seen that coming, and maybe I should.
Yeah.
You know what helped with that, Anwar?
What's that?
There were a number of guys in state this year in the state of Texas that Texas and Oklahoma, that Texas just didn't do battle for. So when you go to their commitment list, and the one that jumps out immediately to mind, and look, maybe Texas was just never going to get Caden Durham, the running back out of Duncanville, but that's a borderline 5-star guy for me that visited Oklahoma a bunch last year. Texas was in on Jarrett Gibson. They were in on Christian Clark. They just never really made the move. But there was, Taylor Tatum is another one, running back. So, Caden Durham goes to LSU. Taylor Tatum goes to Oklahoma, a kid that Texas kind of left for Oklahoma to get. Michael Hawkins, son of a former NFL player whose dad played for Oklahoma. Nigel Smith, one of the guys that Texas did do battle for Oklahoma. But they've got a decent Texas class this year It's not huge, but only one of the guys in Texas this year that Oklahoma signed is actually a guy that Texas did battle with. So in terms of OU's Texas targets, either Texas won them or Texas didn't compete with Oklahoma. And I think that is an interesting story to tell because we oftentimes think of head-to-head so much. And part of Oklahoma's success this season was that for the guys that they won, they didn't have to worry about Texas.
Wow. You see the name Alex January there. That would be, of course, the teammate of Colin Simmons, the D tackle on the inside of that state championship Duncanville team. He is now in. So we're up to, 17 or so. We're down to
Daniel Cruz is also in. So
we mentioned Cruz while you jumped out. So now we're up to Catch. We're down to about four or five names now.
And almost all of them are out of state. We're waiting on the 2 Arizona kids. We're waiting on Brandon Baker out of California and Ryan Wingo out of Missouri. Just the way it goes sometimes. I also still haven't seen any of the big Aggie names that we're waiting on. Maybe they'll sign, maybe they won't sign, but we're waiting to see what does Terry Bussey do? What does Dominic McKinley do? What does Ty Anthony Smith do? What does Dylan Evans do? So those are 4 A&M names that are as interesting as anything else happening today. And those things also, not one of those things has played out yet. On the national side of things, still keeping an eye on whether or not any big flips or major events happen. I see Georgia may flip a Florida State 5-star. We'll keep an eye on those things as they happen. Anwar, where's your head at right now? Now that we've kind of established, we've run through a number of things, and now we're kind of resettling a little bit.
It's fun. My head at was like a small gripe where you were talking, and it wasn't anything. It was kind of off topic, to be honest with you, but you want an honest answer. My head is that I don't understand. Like, Rivals is ranking Texas this year for the 2024 class amongst the Big 12. And when I had like John Garcia on my show, I was like, that makes no sense to me. I said, why is this class not being ranked amongst the SEC? I said, I don't know. I said, why are you ranking guys that will never play in the Big 12 with the Big 12 as opposed to the SEC? Honestly, you asked where my head was at. That's literally where my head was at when you were talking about things. It's like, why are they not ranking Texas amongst the SEC? Because I want to see, catch the interesting thing when you talk about like Oklahoma. When I had John Garcia on my show this week, it's like I wanted to know, hey, how's Texas doing against the Alabamas of the world, the Georgias of the world, Ole Miss? Obviously, I guess Kiffin got an extension because Catch, the biggest thing for me, Catch, has always been, and Chad, you'll appreciate this. Catch will know this. Catch has done 2,000s of shows with me at this moment. I was always a person that never was interested in the conversation of where Texas ranked amongst Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, because the thing that was going to be on my tombstone was always going to be how many 5-stars does it take to beat TCU? Like I don't. And it's like that. Just get out the Big 12, please. Like just get out the Big 12. But now, Catch, it actually becomes a relevant conversation because I want to see what Bama's doing. I want to see what Georgia's doing. I'm interested in the conversation of A&M. I'm more interested in SEC recruiting this cycle than I've ever been, just because I know that this is the future. So my head is that I'm seeing where Texas is, but I'm also more curious about how does this stack up with future opponents.
You've got the fever.
I got it.
Well, and I get that logic, Anwar, because I can be a little OCD on certain things, but I get it. I could start to be really nerdy and say, well, technically they don't join the conference until, but your point is valid here. None of these guys that are signing are going to play a down in the Big 12. Texas and Oklahoma should absolutely be ranked among the, give us updated 16-team SEC rankings starting with this. This should be day one of that discussion. We can make things official in July, I think is the technical day, right? July 1st or whatever. But this wouldn't be about those. I mean, and you could tell me there are still sports playing, Chad, in the Big 12. You're right. There's still a rest of a basketball season. There's baseball. That doesn't have anything to do with that. But in football discussions, Colin Simmons is not putting his hand in the ground as a Big 12 player. He's just not. So I completely agree with you. We should all start thinking about it that way immediately.
By the way, on a note that's somewhat funny because of what we're discussing, Micah Hudson officially signs with Texas Tech.
There it is.
It happened in the last minute. We don't really care anymore because Texas Tech's not going to be, in on the schedule in the Big 12 is in the rearview mirror. But a lot of Texas fans are celebrating that because they feel like in a year from now they'll be getting Micah Hudson in the portal. Hey, Christian Clark is in. The Arizona kids are now coming in.
Yeah, you love yourself some Christian Clark, Catch.
I do.
You love yourself some Christian Clark.
I loved him from the first moment I've set eyes on him. He's an explosive back, a fantastic athlete, probably a little unheralded because unlike a lot of running backs, like that's not just the only thing he does. He's playing on both sides of the ball. He's doing a little bit of everything. I just look at this kid and there's a wow factor involved in his skill set that for me was even more impressive than Jarrett Gibson. Jarrett Gibson, when this recruiting year started, Jarrett Gibson was a national top 50, 60 prospect. And when they got Christian Clark wasn't on really any national radar. Gibson's stock has fallen a little bit into the mid 4-star national 150 range. And Clark has basically climbed into the territory where those two guys are ranked about the same. I think Christian Clark is the dude at running back in this class. I think if I had to pick somebody that I think next year has a chance to play, I think I would lean towards Christian Clark a little bit because I think Gibson's skill set and CJ Baxter's skill set are close-ish. You know, if Baxter's your lead guy and then you bring in Gibson, I don't know that it feels like a lot has changed. Where if you put Clark on the field, it will feel a little bit like Jaden Blue, where it's like, whoa, a rocket ship just entered the chat. So I'm a big Christian Clark guy. I really believe in this kid, and I've loved him as a talent. Again, from the very moment that it became clear that the Longhorns were targeting him, that one made a ton of sense.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I mean, I wish there was a better word than to say electric. But when he touches the ball and you see his film, there is a wow factor in there. Because look, I'll be honest with you, when I watch a lot of these films, like, you're going to expect them to look good. It's their highlights, right? I mean, it's just so most of you can look at anybody and be like, wow, that guy's amazing, right? You might play at a Class 1A school and put a huddle film on him, like, wow, this guy's fantastic. But the Christian Clark thing, when you watch it, it just jumps. You just see something different. You see something special. You see the elusiveness. You see the footwork. You see the explosion. I think he's fantastic, and I definitely think that Jarrett Gibson will have some work to do to catch up. It's cool to go down in Florida to grab the guy, but I definitely think when I start thinking a year or two from now, Christian Clark looks like a guy that I would say he's probably on special teams from day one, Catch. And then he's just a guy that, has to wait a little bit of time, but could be really, really good in the SEC.
By the way, by my count, we are down to Texas needing to – they're waiting on 4, not including any Aggies or of their guys. 18 are in. You're waiting on Wingo, Baker, Santana Wilson, who, if you think I just drooled over Christian Clark, wait till we get to the Santana Wilson. chapter of this show, I love dudes with NFL backgrounds. I especially love them when they're big and they're rangy and they're athletic. And when their dad is Adrian Wilson, a former great player in the NFL, I love it even more. So we're waiting on 4, the only in-state commitment that hasn't signed, Chad.
Yes.
Bubba Hampton. We began today's show talking about, of the kids on the roster and the commitment list, who you had to worry about. Jason going so far as to say he's probably leaning towards some flipping to Alabama. Still no word on Hampton. There it is, my man.
There you go.
Santana Wilson. Well, I was just talking about him. This is the guy for me that if there's a guy that should be a super blue chip prospect that isn't, it's Santana Wilson. And I think it's all because he didn't play the game, Anwar. His dad's a former pro. And I'm guessing his dad was like, son, I ain't sending you to LA to go participate in an Under Armour camp. You're not going. I don't need you. You know who's going to get you ready for the NFL? Me.
Me.
You got me. These other dudes don't have you. So Santana Wilson did none of the things that most of his other peers did. Camps, combines, 7-on-7. Look how good. And I love those things. I love to be able to see great athletes against great athletes. Santana Wilson didn't play the game, and I think his recruiting ranking suffers because of it. But I don't care who we're talking about. To me, he's my favorite corner. I have him up there with Kobe Black. I think we're talking about a guy that if he doesn't get hurt, if he just stays the course, Santana Wilson's got a chance to be a Sunday player, 6'1", 180, long arms, great physical attributes, a really good football player, NFL bloodlines. It's one of those things in like 4 or 5 years, the NFL draft will be going on, and Santana Wilson will get drafted in like the second round, and people will go, how is he only a 4-star? Because they'll do his NFL tape, right? And then they'll go, and his dad was former Arizona Cardinals great Adrian Wilson. And it's like, well, if his dad was that good, why didn't we think he would be that good? So I just love this kid. If you want to know how to talk about Santana Wilson, for me, talk about him in Kobe Black terms. There's nothing that I think Kobe Black can do, which is come in and make an immediate impact as a freshman, special teams, eventual multi-year starter, future NFL guy. There's not a lot of guys in this class that I'll rave about like that. I think Santana Wilson, though, and it's funny because Alex and I are battling for president and vice president of the fan club honors.
Oh, wow.
But we're both in on Santana Wilson for all of the reasons that I just outlined. There's nothing about Santana Wilson to dislike other than he didn't do the circuit like so many of his peers did. So he's flown a little bit under the radar, but I love that dude.
Well, I mean, first of all, he's just got his cover skills are top notch. As far as when you watch him, he just blankets his whoever he covers. Like there's no breathing room whatsoever. You don't see a ton of mistakes or anything to that effect. You see the ability to break on the ball catch, which is again top notch. You know, not only that spatial awareness that you have to have as relates to where you are, where your receiver is, where that ball is going to be. Like it's all just flows and it's natural for him. He's special. You know, he's special. And, someone asked in the chat about about Arizona and competitions out there. Like, I think we're at the point where we have to acknowledge that they have some athletes out there in Arizona. Like, and Texas has done a really good job of finding those athletes who can go from Arizona, who can go out there and commit. There's an interesting Arizona to Texas pipeline. that's been going on for the past few years, and even with Jake Smith or even with Bijan and as it continues to now. But yet when the conversation there, as it relates to Santana Wilson, echo everything that you say. I'll let you guys battle that out as far as fan club president. Oh, you only get to choose one, Catch. So I'll let you know, if you take Wilson, I will take Clark away from you. I'm just letting you know.
Do I get vice president of Clark? I get to be in the fan club, right?
You can be in it, but I'm just talking about who's holding the meetings and who's on the letterhead. Like, I will be at the top of the letterhead, just so we're clear. Like, you can be lower, but I'm just letting you know you can only choose.
We're fighting over Arizona kids, which is funny. It's funny. Chad, Texas will, when this thing's all said and done, Texas will have signed 3 of the state of Texas's top 25 prospects, but they'll have signed 2 of the state of Arizona's top 10. For my money, probably top 5, which means, and it's all you couldn't come out and say that Texas recruited Arizona as hard as they recruited Texas. That's not fair. But they've had as much success in Arizona as they've really had in the state of Texas, which I suppose the only point that I'm trying to make is that Arizona has become a really important state for Texas. If you're going to get top 5 classes and not kill it in Texas, then you have to have success in other states, California, Florida, Louisiana, and now Arizona, starting with Bijan. But really, they've been hitting that state like once or twice every year. Even in the Herman years, they were going out to Arizona, obviously, because they signed Bijan.
Don't forget Jake Smith as well.
Yeah, very quietly, the state of Arizona has become a real key state for the Longhorns.
So now you're waiting on basically 3 guys, and then Longhorn, in terms of the stories, the drama, Baker, obviously the biggest commit left to sign, and then you've got the, I guess, receiver type, I mean, not drama, just receivers to pay attention to. The Ryan Wingo discussion, and then Hampton. Those 2 guys still.
We're waiting on 3. That's it.
Down to those 3, right? Down to those 3 guys. So maybe a little drama on the last 2. Baker, obviously the biggest commit that is left. And to that Ryan Wingo discussion, guys, we have super chats that have rolled in. Let's grab a $4.99 real quick from Blake. Thank you, Blake, for this. Did the staff underestimate the reaction to the bowl practices? Hard to believe. We've been discussing it. Anwar, you kind of updated us earlier on this discussion of how we got here with possibly the Ryan Wingo discussion. Is underestimate the reaction to that? Is that a fair way to look at it based on what you're hearing?
I wouldn't say underestimate. I mean, it was something that, I don't think anyone anticipated, and so underestimate would be, and here's the thing, I think, Chad, when we put it in perspective, as you said, just about everybody has signed, right? So I think when it's all said and done, it's just going to be this, I think, as Ketch said it best, it'll be the thing that we don't discuss past this morning. It'll just be, an interesting footnote, and that'll be the end of it. But, yeah, I think, having people upset and natural upset is one thing, but at the end of the day, you're not decommitting from a school for something that minor. Like, that's not egregious enough of a thing. It might be a minor inconvenience. And if you look, hey, we'll get you a nice little NIL deal. We'll make up for all the money that's spent. Like, we're sorry about that. Like that, and I think you just keep it moving at that point.
Yeah.
There's ways to make things a little bit better.
Well, and onward to your point, Sark wanted them there, and at least the way, I guess I can't speak for Sark, but following up what you reported, that he was a little taken aback, didn't think that he'd run into his leadership committee, be told something by them, and then have to go back to people that he's already told things to and have to tell them something else. I actually think, in the spirit of the way the question was asked, I don't think the coaches probably underestimated it at all. I'm guessing Sark didn't go, you guys don't want the freshman in? Cool. Let me call Ryan Wingo's dad and let him know the news. No, he'll be thrilled.
Correct.
One less thing.
Correct.
I doubt it was like that. I doubt it was like, oh, shit, man. I got to make this phone call. And then you're like, hey, complicated situation. I can only imagine how he tried to explain it to the dad. Hey, ran into something I didn't think we were going to run into. Need to talk to you about it.
Let's think about it this way, guys. We're all parents. So we all know there's a difference between let's discuss what's going to happen and let's tell you what's going to happen, and then we'll discuss that. I think that's that would be the mistake here, Anwar. If he already discussed all this, if he decided to go the recruit route first, well, then he just needs to inform the leadership council. Hey, these guys are going to be around. You obviously know them, but I wanted to let you know, and then let's discuss how it plays in. Are you okay with them being involved in boom, 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 check which box applies that you're good with? That to me is maybe the way it needed to be done. So you don't have to circle back around and tell Wingo's family or Gibson or anybody. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is tell your council, we're going to do this. You just need to tell me what version of it we're going to do, right? I mean, it's like, oh, look, I get it. Aunt Jenny is a little crazy, but Aunt Jenny's coming to Christmas dinner. You're not asking your children if it's okay. You're telling them she's coming, and then we'll figure out what that means. And yeah, you might have to sleep in another bed, but you're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a pretty good analogy. I don't know. I don't even know how to follow that up, to be quite honest with you. That's pretty damn good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Tell you what, we'll follow it with a super chat because somebody else brings up one of our favorites, South End Zone Queen. Shout out to you this morning. Hope you're having a good day. $1.99. Need to have Quinn/leadership committee call Wingo. I mean, that's part of the way I would have constructed it. You got to have the leadership committee maybe communicating with them when they see those guys about what it's going to be, and and let them know, they're not getting babies. This is not babysitting. We're getting ready for a national championship run, we hope. And you can't get in the way of that, but we are glad to show you how it works.
I don't love that idea because you need adults who are mature, who understand how to smooth things over and how to make sure things don't elevate and all that kind of stuff. Like that, there's still lessons. Like Catch might be able to smooth something over more than a 21-year-old person might be able to do. Like this thing, if you're at 21 and if someone challenges you on something, like you might like, dude, who the hell are you? Like, you're not even on a team, man. Get the hell out of here, bro. And
sounds good, right? It sounds good. The thing is, you're letting the guy you're letting the people that have created this problem for you get you out of the problem, or are you letting the guys that have created this mini problem? It's not the biggest thing in the world, but the thing you wouldn't want them to do is to make it worse. Because believe me, I'm the king of I accidentally made something worse, and I was trying, to come in and smooth things over. Sometimes you do have to have the head adult just be, hey, this happened. This is my leadership council. So this is what they've told me they prefer. Like, why have a leadership council if I'm not going to listen to them? It is what it is. And at the end of the day, it's not like they don't love Ryan Wingo. And at the end of the day, it's not like he's going to have so many reps in the spring. Let me repeat this. They got 6 dudes on campus right now, including him, 7 if you include Matthew Golden. They're going to be he's going to get so many reps in the spring. He's going to wish they had a couple more receivers so he could catch his breath in between reps, because they don't have enough receivers right now to have a 2 deep when they go 4 wides. So, I think everything's going to be okay. Ryan Wingo has a chance to be a starter this year. He's got a chance to play with Arch Manning and Quinn Ewers. Like, at the end of the day, Texas is still Texas, and the reasons why he chose Texas are all still in front of him. He didn't pick Texas because, well, you know what? I'll be able to work out in the Sugar Bowl workouts 3 months after. It's not. I think in the end, I think Anwar, we both said this at 4:30. I don't think this is going to be a conversation, but when 19 commitments are in, 3 of them are not, 2 of them are 5 stars, and 2 of them are wide receiver / athletes who have had their names mentioned as problematic. It's just what we're talking about right now. By the way, Angry Hammer.
By the way, Mitch, I was going to say something real quick. You know what that's like? It was like it'd be like, hey, I'm going to cover the Natty, and you're like, hey, Anwar, Keenan and Travis, they've volunteered to like help you out that week for everything you need. I'm like, hey, Catch, you know what? I've been doing this all season by myself. Like, I'm used to doing this thing by myself. I really don't need someone that's kind of going to mess up my flow right now. I just want to kind of focus on everything. And so you're like, all right, well, why don't you go ahead and call them and let them know why you don't want them there, right? And it's like, you probably like, you know what? You could like Catch, you say, I'll make the phone call to them. I won't make things awkward. Because if they're like, hey, push back on me, I'm going to push back on them, right? So it's probably like you should just go and handle that and just cut out everything.
Yeah.
Angry Hammer. I'm just here to laugh at Aggie and panic about Wingo. Welcome, Angry Hammer.
Yeah. Now, I wonder which is greater for Angry. Is the laughter outweighing the panic? Is it at the same level? Like, what are the 2 levels for you there?
I don't know. You know what's interesting though? Can I just make a comment? Like, you guys started off as house divided, but I don't feel like the house is divided anymore, Chad. Like, you have won over Longhorn fans. I think Longhorn fans feel like you are actually kind of maybe you maybe have become a closet Texas fan. We've seen the video of you screaming about Texas getting in quite a few times. Like, I feel like the house divided is going to a house united. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Wow. That's, I just take it as a compliment of hopefully a level of professionalism. I just say it like I see it and just talk about it. And, I just don't let the cult stuff infect my life. And that's something that's difficult for a lot of people to get, but that's it.
But if they win a national championship, he's going to be a smirking son of a bitch.
Hey, I've mentioned it. Like, this is obviously, joining this Orange Bloods Live project and the Orange Bloods family is incredible to me. It's a bunch of guys that I've known for years. Obviously, one of them I used to do a show with Catch. We're doing that a little bit again. I've respected what you guys are doing. I love being a part of it. And I think it's my unique perspective, hopefully, that people appreciate. I'll tell you what I see when I see it. And like I've told some people that gripe about, they'll watch the House Divided show and they gripe about how little we're talking about A&M. And I'll remind them, well, it's called House Divided. It's not called House Divided evenly. It's on Orange Bloods Live. Like, you got to be realistic about what we're talking about. And in this case, yeah, I mean, I understand Angry Hammer's feelings. There's a lot of Longhorn fans there. Not only the positivity of what you're building on your side, but the fact that A&M is, hey, Catch, has Bussy signed yet? That you've seen? Dominic McKinley?
There's nothing that I've seen. By the way, we do have Sukamel ready to go for a couple of minutes, whenever we want to go to him. I've seen nothing Aggie-wise. It is, by the way, a little bit of breaking transfer news.
Okay.
11 seconds ago from Max Olson of The Athletic, Georgia linebacker Jamon Dumas Johnson has committed to Kentucky. One of the top linebackers in the portal. Texas fans had when he entered the portal, there was a lot of Georgia message board talk about Texas. I reached out to that kid, young man, Jamon Dumas Johnson, and he was like, no, I'm not going to Texas last weekend, but he seemed to leave open the idea that he might still do something. committed to Kentucky. So for anybody wondering about the portal and that young man, that one's officially, if the Longhorns are going to get help in the portal at linebacker, I don't know yet where it's coming from.
Well, and also, guys, if I'm thinking about that correctly, that's another Georgia to Kentucky guy. Just real quick, that's what Vandegrift, the quarterback, did too. So interesting that you got a couple guys going Georgia to Kentucky. Here you go, Catch. Last big name. Last massive name other than the receivers we've been talking about. Here it is.
Yeah, Brandon Baker, the California kid, is in. That's a big one. I mean, he's at the level as a prospect that Kelvin Banks and DJ Campbell were at. And they didn't get one of those guys last year. Without Brandon Baker, they wouldn't have that this year. You want to be getting in a big, bad mamma jamma offensive lineman every single class. And he's that. He's got a chance, I think, to be – he could be the guy that ultimately replaces Kelvin Banks after Banks concludes the 2024 season, assuming he goes pro. It could be as simple as that young man comes in and plays a little bit as a freshman and takes over in his second season. With Brandon Baker in, let's welcome back in Jason Sucamel of orangebloods.com. Jason, you were before Baker came in. I'm not interrupting you, am I?
No, I mean, if our damn thing would let me update my thread, it'd be fine. But now we're good, man. So,
you are watching Jason Sucamel versus technology.
Exactly. Technology's always going to win that one. Trust me.
Right now, the technology's winning, but we're rooting for Jason.
Yeah, that's a huge get for Texas and Brandon Baker. Catch, you mentioned it. I mean, he actually played right tackle in high school because they have a really good left tackle in DeAndre Carter. But he's a guy that can play, I think, on either side of the line. Bona fide 5-star prospect, 5-star commitment for Texas. You mentioned it. Texas, I mean, 2 years ago had that incredible offensive line haul. Last year took big numbers, but they didn't have a Brandon Baker type of commitment in that class last year, right? In terms of 5-star type player. So huge commitment there. You know, Nebraska tried to make a late run. Obviously, he's a California kid, so you always had to worry about him. I mean, his brother played at Oregon. I think he was still at Oregon maybe this year. So there was a time when people thought he was almost locked in for Oregon. So really good job by Texas, by Kyle Flood to go out to California and get Brandon Baker, obviously out of Cali, but out of Mater Dei. You know, maybe you can make a case that it's the powerhouse program in the country. So helps kind of keep that pipeline going. That's a couple years in a row. They recruited out of Mater Dei, and Texas is looking to really hit Mater Dei hard in 2025. So, you know, getting Brandon Baker could help with that. So big addition there. Like, I'm looking at my list. We're waiting on Ty Anthony Smith, who I saw on his Instagram. He's going to go Instagram live at 6:30. So we're not getting any answer there for a while.
What?
Yeah. I was hoping maybe he would announce early, and sorry, I'm getting text messages. I was hoping he'd announce early and then obviously have his thing at 6:30, but it doesn't look like he's going to announce till 6:30. Ryan Wingo, I literally just sent a text like 10 minutes ago, like, hey, just following up. Is it looking like it's still going to be Texas today? And I have not got a response back yet. And then Aaron Hampton, Bubba Hampton, his is at noon. I'm assuming we're not going to get an answer from him until noon. You know, I've said it before. I've said it since Monday. I think you're seeing it all over Twitter now. Everybody's putting in crystal balls, this, that, and the other. I've said it since Monday. I'm pretty sure Aaron Hampton's going to wind up with Alabama. And the thing that kind of pushed me over the ledge, as I mentioned earlier, was when last night he and I were texting about what time he's going to sign. I said immediately, boom, 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 we're going back and forth. Hey, locked in with Texas. And then he just, phone service died. So that one looks like, to me, like it's probably going to be Bama, but we won't have our answer till noon. So,
gotcha. Brandon Baker is in, so only a couple of receiver discussions to have in this 2024 class. Some super chats coming in. Paul, maybe. $4.99. Chad is setting up the greatest heel turn since Hulk Hogan. I am wearing black today. Is he the third man? Here's an update from Kane. A&M has only signed 6 so far. I got to say, I do like the fact that Miles Davis's name is in there. Catch, is there anything, guys, that jumps out? Jason, Anwar, Catch, anything in here that you'd say, okay, that's a little bit of good news for the Aggies?
I was looking at before I came in. Yeah, it looks like, and based on their the database and rivals, yet 6 guys have signed. I don't know. I don't see anything in there that completely moves the needle for me. I mean, Terry Bussey hasn't signed. Dominic McKinley hasn't signed. Blake Ivy hasn't signed. Ernest Campbell, a guy I like, hasn't signed. Anthony Smith hasn't signed. So Dalen Evans hasn't signed. So the guys that I'm more familiar with are still unsigned. Miles O'Neill, a quarterback, did sign. But there seems like there's still some work to be done in that A&M class. They've only got 15 commitments too. So.
Okay. Catch, Miles Davis is a 4-star as I'm seeing it, and his name is spelled with a Y. So is that something?
Well, I think what's interesting about that is there was a time when Jason and I thought Miles Davis might end up in the Texas recruiting class. When he took an official visit to Texas back in the summer in June, as he was leaving campus, he was thought to be kind of a committed Longhorn. I'm pretty sure Jason had his story ready to go.
He also kind of was committed to USC at once, and he was committed to A&M. And then after A&M, he visits Texas and kind of silently commits to Texas. Other recruits that were on the visit with him were like, he's committed to Texas. And then Texas, I feel like could have flipped him late. He was going to come to the Texas Tech game. And I think if Texas really pushed there, they could have gotten him, but they got Xavier Filsaime, so it wasn't really necessary. I love Miles Davis, dude. He is an awesome kid. I think he's from a military family, which doesn't always mean anything, but in this case, just a very respectful, polite, accessible, just an awesome kid. So, I hope he goes to A&M and kicks ass. But I do think if Texas really wanted to get Miles Davis, they could have probably gotten him. But it's a nice pickup for A&M, and personally, I hope Miles goes there and does a great job.
And Ashton Funk's a good player, Chad. He's a top 30. He's a legit 4-star guy. He's not a super blue chip, but once you're beyond, I think, a certain level, they all bleed in together. So you could argue he's as good as the top 20 guy in the state of Texas, and the top 100 guy could probably say the same thing. It's a recruiting class. I haven't said a lot about this. And Jay, I see your super chat. We'll also get to dartboards here in a second. I think the state of Texas, and there's like 12 or 13 guys that I'd stand on a table for and say, I think these guys have a chance to be really, really good. And then I think, and you get to the teens of my Lone Star 100, which I updated last night. I just don't know about a lot of these guys. There's a bunch of offensive linemen, and I bring this up because Funk would be in this group of offensive linemen, Chad, where I think between 18 and 31, I have 8 offensive linemen in that group. The math says a couple of them will make it, and maybe 6 won't. And trying to guess who the hell out of the 8 is going to hit, take a guy like Weston Davis, right? Like, there's a lot to like about him, the A&M commit, who Texas really pushed for and tried over a number of months to get either him before he made the decision or even afterwards. But he's going to need 3 years, I think, in a weight room. And he's got a ton of upside. If he can touch his ceiling as a player, he's got a chance to play on Sundays. But the math says that more than 80% of guys with his recruiting profile don't make it. So I don't know, man. There's a couple of needles in the haystack, but I wouldn't even be able to think that I could accurately guess. And the middle of the rankings this year in the state of Texas have a lot of guys like that. A lot of guys that you kind of like, but nobody that you would stand on a table and say, well, this guy's like DJ Campbell. You know that thing I just did with Santana Wilson? There's not really anybody in the state of Texas that I'll quite do that for once we get beyond the top group of guys. There's not one guy in the state of Texas that's committed to Texas where I'm like, you know what? I think Rivals has it wrong. And this guy's just a total badass. It's one of the weaker years that I think we've seen in the state of Texas in a number of years. And we've had some historically good years from 2021, 2022. Some of these classes were just awesome and deep. This isn't one of these years. And so I think, Anwar, when we talk about the state of Texas and the Longhorns not doing great, only 3 of the top 25 guys in the state of Texas, this is one of these years where if you were ever going to have a year where you didn't kill it in Texas, it might be this season because, again, I don't think that the high-end quality is not quite there as long or as much as it would be in other years. You're on mute, Anwar.
Oh, that's right. Well, there you go. I was being respectful. Any specific positions that you're talking about as far as Texas, the state of? Because by the way, this is going to be one of my questions for Sark today, which is obviously the whole regional recruiting thing versus stuff. Jason and I talked about this before when he was on yesterday, and that, like I know you want to see a bigger sample size of it, but like the part of me does feel like, hey, their kids are thinking about things other than just going to a school that's only 2 or 3 hours away from them, more so than they may have done so in the past. I know you want to see a bigger sample size on it, but it is one of these interesting things that at the end of the day, they still have like the number 3 class. And so it's kind of like, all right, well, so be it. It's kind of like, you remember when there was a conversation about it was Bijan, and then the other running back that came out that same year,
Zach Evans,
right? And it was like, well, Zach Evans from state of Texas, right? And then, but it's at some point they were like, Bijan was going to be the better fit, and of course Zach Evans decides wants to do something else, right? At the end of the day, you're like, well, all right, well, you'll just take a guy who ends up being a top 10 pick, who doesn't get utilized in your fantasy football playoffs.
I knew it was coming. I was waiting for you to say, Zach Evans is in the NFL. He's getting about as many carries as Bijan right now because Arthur Smith doesn't know what he wants to do with his
your pain, Anwar.
I mean, I still won, but it's still I still got to roll I shouldn't have to roll the dice with my first round pick right now.
Anwar, are you playing him this week, right? Are you playing him again?
I can't bench him.
Exactly. I mean, you and I know I've got him on my team too. I freaking traded for him, and he shit the bed the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, I can't bench him. I got to play him again. But good grief, come on, Bijan, come on, Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith, these idiots in Atlanta. I don't want to hijack it, but nonetheless, Catch. But if you could go outside and get some of the top guys and some of the top talent, like it just, the one thing that I see from the staff that they're not being apologetic about is I think they'll say all the right things, Catch, as far as in-state recruiting, how important that is, like, because out of respect for, the Texas high school coaches. But at the end of the day, we see it, like, 4 guys out of Florida, I think is what that number looks like, if I'm correct. And Catch, 20 years ago, would have never imagined that. 20 years ago, I would have never imagined, 10 years ago, having the University of Florida come in here. It's the state of Texas. These things just never happened before, but you're seeing it more and more. You're seeing guys going from Texas to Florida, Florida to Texas, California to Texas. You just see more and more that I think Sarkisian and their guys are just adjusting and saying wherever the talent is at, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's like a Leona LaFau, whether it's going to Florida, whether it's Arizona, if there's talent out there, that's where they're going to go and get it, as opposed to just saying we just have to keep ourselves inside the state of Texas.
The thing is, it's Ryan Wingo and Brandon Baker that are making this thing, the discussion looks, if they don't get Wingo and Baker, and look, the thing is they did, right? So it's why they are a top 3, top 5 class. The accumulation of these super blue chips, however you get them, is however you get them. You get Filsaime and you get Kobe Black late. Those were 2 big in-state gets. But if you took the 2 out-of-state 5 stars out of the equation, then this recruiting class is closer to 10 than 5. And then I think the conversation of who they didn't get in the state of Texas becomes a bigger talking point. But when your recruiting class is ranked 3rd, Anwar's right. Like, you just don't spend a lot of time worrying about how you got there. But I think there are some fine margins for what makes for a top 3 to top 5 class. You have to have a half dozen or so super blue chips. Texas does have that. It's why they're towards the top of the list. When you look at 5 stars and high 4 stars, Texas has as much as Georgia or Ohio State. Take those away, the class certainly looks a little more like Oklahoma's than it looks like Georgia or Ohio State's. If they just done because it's not like they didn't want guys from Texas. They offered a bunch of guys, and we can go through the recruitments of guys that we know they absolutely would love to have had in this class. If I just here real quick, if I go to let me just pull up my LSR list. You start with Micah Hudson, right? They don't get Micah Hudson, but we know they sure as hell would have loved for Micah Hudson to have liked Texas a little bit more. They would have loved Justin Williams. Linebacker goes to Georgia. They couldn't really get in on that. They'd take Terry Bussey for sure, but he's never really allowed them to be a real factor in their recruitment. Bryant Wesco's a guy that commits to Clemson, but if he said, you know what, Texas, I'm having second thoughts, trust me, he'd be a guy they'd bring in. Joseph Jonah Ajonye is a guy that, again, goes to Georgia. When Texas first offered Jonah Ajonye, Jason, I thought that was a big deal because he really talked up the Texas offer. And I thought, okay,
Yeah.
Texas is one of the first to offer this kid. His stock is blowing up. I think that kid's probably going to end up being a Longhorn. And then Georgia got
he visited once, and that lasted for about 2 weeks. And then it was like, okay,
yes.
he just wasn't into him for whatever reason.
But, you can add – we know they're still trying with Dylan Evans. We know they tried with Nigel Smith. We know that they really wanted Corian Gibson, and that went all the way down to the end. So there's a strong number of guys in this recruiting class that Texas absolutely wanted and they didn't get. And we're not going to spend very much time today crying about spilt milk when you got a top 3 class of milk, right? I mean, boy, those are real rich people problems when you're 3rd in the country in recruiting. And it's like, let's talk about a couple of guys. But if Texas had just signed 2 or 3 of the guys that we're talking about, not like 10 guys, not even 5 guys, if they just signed 2 or 3 more guys from the state of Texas, so instead of 3 of the top 25, we're talking about 6, which is still like that's success. It's not the biggest number of all time. Then we're talking about Texas, I think, potentially having a number 2 or number 1 overall recruiting class with just 2 or 3 more guys. So,
but maybe you get those guys through the transfer portal, though, Catch.
And I think that's
and that puts you at the comprehensive of ranking at number 2.
Point. It's a great point.
And so I think that you can get around it that way. It's like I didn't get that, but you get the Makuba, of the world. You get Golden. You see what happens with Trey at some point. Now all of a sudden, comprehensively, you're right there at number 2.
I think you could have done both, but your point is a good point. There's nothing that's going to make me turn around and say it would have been look, we're talking really fine margins here. Texas lost a few of these recruitments, like a little bit, just a little bit. So it would have been real easy for Texas to have 2 or 3 more guys. This class would have been even better But I think it's a great question to ask Sarkisian, because we know he's not going to say that Texas doesn't matter, right? He's not going to say, well, yeah, the state of Texas doesn't matter as much as it used to. But it doesn't quite matter as much as it used to. And I think one of the points that you made, and we made this point on House Divided yesterday, you talk about getting the 3 commitments, and we're still waiting for Trey Moore at some point. Maybe that happens today. I'm a little surprised it hasn't happened already. But if you get Moore and you get Golden and you get, who am I forgetting?
Makuba.
Thank you, Makuba. All 3 of those guys, Anwar, from the state of Texas. Yeah. So it is a different way of it's moving the numbers around a little bit, but you can absolutely say, I think part of their in-state success right now is that when former kids from the state of Texas enter the portal, they've gotten the number 1 wide receiver from Texas in the portal. They've got the number 1 DB from the state of Texas that entered the portal. And they've gotten the number 1 edge player from the state of Texas that's entered the portal. Most people won't look at that. They'll just simply say one guy came from Clemson, one guy came from UTSA, and another guy came from Houston. But in reality, those are all young men from the state of Texas. And once they've entered the portal, if you're UT, being able to close the deal and get guys like that is significant, and it probably will be an underrated piece of today's puzzle. But you have to like what Texas has done in the portal so far, and if they can add, what do we keep talking about, both in recruiting in high school and in the portal, they can just add a couple more pieces. I think you're really cooking with grease when we talk about the completeness of this class.
Well, the thing is, but it's interesting, and I think they're building on that conversation, right? It's my contention, right? And we'll see if I'm wrong on this. My contention is the days of saying I'm going to build the recruiting wall around your state proper. I just don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think those Mac Brown days of you guys saying like, hey, by the time summertime rolled around, he had all these guys in there, and the walls were closed. Like, I don't think that. I think you and I talked about it before, and Jason and I, we talked about it too, where you've got guys who, because of unofficial visits, are visiting campuses from their sophomore years and on. Jason is talking to freshmen and sophomores who are making unofficial visits to different places all across the country, where there's no more like I'm just going to Texas or Texas A&M or Florida and Florida State and Miami. Kids are going to Virginia. Kids are going to California. Kids are going to New Jersey. Kids are going to Florida. They're going everywhere. They're going to the 7-on-7 programs. They're going everywhere, right? And so I just don't think that there's today's kid with all the things that and the resources that they've had. I feel like the world's just much bigger for today's generation. And so it's very hard to think that kid is going to just stay here in Texas, because I grew up a lifelong Texas fan. Like, he may have, but he's got streaming TV. I mean, he's watching Oregon. He's watching other programs. He's taking the two unofficials to Oregon. He's taking unofficials to Georgia. And so I think like the good coaches, like I think what Sarkisian to do is adjust to today's generation. They got 3 commits in the 2025 class, right? Ain't not a one from Texas. And one guy is a pretty damn good quarterback, Alabama. Now, we may say, as relates to the conversation of Amari Winston, Georgia already had other guys. But we know KJ Lacey is a highly coveted guy. That's not from Texas. Brandon, Brown is from Florida. I just think there's an adjustment that has to be had. And I think, honestly, we're seeing it in real time.
I would only say that 2 years ago, 8 of the top 10 kids in the state signed with Texas and Texas A&M. I disagree that we won't have years in the future, and it could be as early as 2025. I mean, A&M always does A&M's had a lot of head coaching changes. Chad, I'm sorry, but you sons of bitches change head coaches like every 3 or 4 years. At least it's been that way.
Texas
took over from RC, right? There's been and whether it's been Fran, whether it's been remind me who the offensive line guy was again.
Mike Sherman.
Thank you. His name is out of my brain. Whether it's Sumlin, whether it's Fisher, they always do really well in a first, and so does Texas, quite frankly, when they've changed head coaches. There's always kids love honeymoons for some reasons. And so whenever Texas or A&M have a honeymoon schedule, there's always, I think A&M will do good in 2025. I think Texas will do well in 2025, although Jason and I would tell you that if you look at the top 10 kids in the state right now, it looks like it could be as scattered as this year. So maybe, Anwar, you're on the front foot of a trend that's developing, and who knows, maybe it will be like this more times than not. This class isn't a reaction to what Texas did on the field this year. This class is a reaction to what Texas did on the field last year. And when Sarkisian comes in, 5-7 the first year, wins 8 games the next year, I don't know that guys cooled off on them, but there was a little bit of wait and see, and a little bit of, okay, well, I think starting in 25 and 26, you're going to see real reaction from in-state kids of Texas being a program that's in the playoff. I think we'll see this come back to a norm a little bit, but will we ever see the day where Texas signs 8 out of the top 10? Probably not. Probably not. Like, those days are probably over, Anwar. By the way, guys, if you're wondering, we're having this conversation. Nothing, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody news signed. We're still in the Wingo.
No, in fact, I just posted a thread on Orange Bloods like, okay, here's what we're waiting for as of 9:30.
And I think, Catch, you referenced a super chat earlier. We have a super chat kind of asking for a Wingo reset. I think we can work our way towards that here with a couple of super chats. First off, Kevin, thank you for that $1. I don't see a comment. If you have one, please send us something. If it was just a $1 into the tip jar, we appreciate it here at Orange Bloods Live. Somebody else, Pet Rooster, that's a great name, $4.99. Bring back the volleyball positivity clap for when Wingo signs. We'll be ready. We'll be ready for you, Ryan.
Ryan, good job sleeping this morning. Good job.
Whenever you're out of bed.
Didn't let anything wake you up. Good job.
Whenever you're out of bed, we're ready to go. But it leads us to Jay with a $2 super chat. I missed it. Explain the Wingo thing, please. So, Jason, Anwar, you guys have been kind of updating this over the last few hours. One of y'all take this and let's get an update for the people of kind of what is going on here, if anything, with Wingo.
Yeah, where to begin? Kind of got word yesterday that there's some rumors. I got a call actually just to start from the very beginning, like, hey, I don't know what to make of this, but I'm hearing rumors in kind of the St. Louis area about Wingo, maybe something to keep an eye on. So I was like, man, that just doesn't make sense to me because he's supposed to be in Austin for bowl practices. He was supposed to move down to Austin last weekend. And so I started checking around, and he did not move down to Austin last weekend. He came in for a visit, him and a bunch of the other committed guys, just to go through physicals and see the dorm rooms and go over their paperwork and all that stuff. But he didn't move down to Austin because he and the other guys were told, hey, we're not going to have you incoming freshmen go through bowl practices with us after all. So Wingo goes back home. So do the other guys. And for whatever reason, that just kind of set the wheels turning for, Wingo in his camp. And what I was told is like, hey, other teams have gotten wind of this. How other teams would have gotten wind of it, to me, it seems like maybe somebody that knows Wingo like put out feelers to these other teams, but other teams got wind of it. They've been hitting up Wingo, including Missouri. And I just kept asking, like, well, how dramatic are we talking here? Is this possibly going to result in a flip? And the one person I was talking to yesterday was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Tomorrow's signing day. I don't know. But this person kept saying this person's close to Wingo. Everything was like we in talking about Texas. Who are we still recruiting? Who are we? So there was still some connection with Texas. But the bottom line is, Jay, Wingo and his camp, and I think it might be people more around him, are having open dialogue with Missouri. Now, I was told this morning per a Missouri source that Missouri wasn't like super confident. They think it's maybe some gamesmanship, if you will, some late drama. Based on that, I'm still expecting him to sign with Texas. But here we are, guys, at 9:40, and nothing's happened. And, I texted someone, like I said, 30 minutes ago or so now, and just said, hey, is it still looking like it's going to be Texas? And I have not received a response yet. And this person usually gets back with me very quickly. So that's kind of a reset. I mean, we're all just kind of in a holding pattern right now, waiting to see when he's going to sign. Is it going to be today? Will it be Texas if it is today? I still think it will be, but I said it at the top of the show early this morning. I was like, it won't shock me if he pushes this back to Thursday or even Friday, if they're still trying to work some things out. So, I don't know that that's the case, but, we're just kind of waiting to get some definitive answers here.
And then
just before you go to that, the super chat, go ahead.
I was going to say, Anwar, I was going right to you because I think your timeline of kind of how things might have happened on the team side of it could help fans understand what happened.
Yeah, and so just building off of that, so what happened was, they were, those guys kind of expected to be able to participate. So Sarkisian made sure he threw that to the leadership council and wanted to say, hey, make sure get their thoughts on having these freshmen come and participate in a practice. Leadership council voted it down. Said that they've got a good thing going. They're competing for a national championship at this moment. They want to stay focused. Scout team they feel like the scout team, because Sark, one of those guys to be on scout team, also felt like the leadership conference felt like the scout team guys have done a lot of work for them and helped them out this season. Don't want to take anything away from them at the moment. And so everything was just about, listen, this thing is working. The locker room is good. Everything's going great. We are competing for a national title right now. We don't want to bring in anything else that could be a potential distraction. Let's stay focused on the task at hand. And so I think Sarkisian was kind of taking a little bit back of that, but decided to respect what his leadership council said, and then had to, relay that information. As we can see, the overwhelming majority of people, whether they may have been upset or not at that moment, have been okay. They've put it past them, and have gone ahead and signed with Texas. And now we're just waiting to see, what Wingo does at this moment.
And Amar, I want one more little note here. It wasn't like last week Texas had I think 15, maybe 16 of their committed guys. Basically, almost everybody except for the Duncanville crew that was playing on Saturday was on campus last Saturday. That includes Freddie DeBose, who played in a state championship game on Friday night, Brandon Baker from California, Wingo, Jarrett Gibson. I mean, all these dudes, or most of the committed guys, were there. I was told that those players and their families knew before they came down about hey, guys, we're not going to do the whole bowl practice thing. So it wasn't like they flew all the way into Austin and they're sitting there meeting with the coaches. And they're like, oh, by the way, let's go watch practice, but you guys aren't going to be able to take part in that stuff. So, I mean, they were, I don't know how much heads up they were given. It might have been 3, 4, 5 days. I don't know. But it wasn't like the rug was just pulled out from under them whenever they got down to Austin. They were given a heads up. So anybody who had some concerns could have probably said, you know what, we're probably not going to go ahead and come down this weekend. Then we'll just wait and sign and see you in January. But, I mean, I don't know how they had to rearrange travel plans and those things, of course. But just to clarify, it wasn't like they were just some bombshells dropped on them once they got them down to Austin.
It wasn't yesterday. It wasn't yesterday or anything crazy like that.
It wasn't even Saturday. It was before Saturday. It was sometime last week. So, I mean,
real quick, guys, I think what's interesting to note is had that not happened, Ryan Wingo would be on campus. The letter of intent thing wouldn't be an issue today. Like, it would be over with because he'd be practicing with the team. So,
and I think there's some frustration from Wingo in particular. Like IMG Academy, where Jarrett Gibson, they finished school like a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, they're on a weird calendar. like Wingo, what I was told, like his school, this came from just a reporter in Missouri that I was talking to. They're having finals this week. So this guy was like, there's no way Wingo couldn't. I was like, no. See what, like Wingo, like he had to jump through some big time hoops and like, I don't know if he had to take his finals a week early and get like a bunch of certified stuff from the school saying, no, he is finished with school, even though he's, our school's still going on. So they did jump through a lot of hoops and got a lot of medical stuff taken care of. So, Wingo and his crew were kind of disappointed. They jumped through all these hoops to make it happen. And then they were told, nope, sorry, we're not going to let you.
Can I ask a question? Hold on. Can I ask a question here? Let me just be that guy for a second, Jason. Refresh me if I'm correct. Is it in the state of Missouri? You can start receiving NIL like right now, right?
In September, he could have, honestly. And yeah, he could have. Technically, you have to sign an agreement with Missouri, but it doesn't have to be a binding agreement. But absolutely, Omar, if he signs his letter of intent today, he could start receiving NIL deals tonight.
So I was wondering. So my question is, because sometimes in life you just got to follow the money. Yeah. Is there anything where it's just, and when we're just using some simple logic and not reporting, but we're just talking, that they were expecting to potentially have an NIL check that was going to cross their desk on this Wednesday today, and now they're a little bit upset that money might be pushed back to a certain amount of time? I'm just asking the question. I
guess I'm not clear on what you.
Okay, no. Let me rephrase it. Could they have started? When could he, if he had signed and he started participating in bowl practices this week? Could he have received an NIL deal as of like this upcoming
with Texas?
Yes, from someone.
I don't know, because technically he would be living in Austin and be a signed player with Texas. The rule of them getting NIL deals early in Missouri, like you have to sign with a public school in the state of Missouri. Okay. But you can get that money from, if he would have signed with Missouri, or if he would have committed to Missouri back in September, it just signed like a non-binding, like I think someone said, you could just sign a napkin and say, I'm going to Missouri. He could have been receiving payments, NIL payments from Missouri, or someone in Missouri starting September 1. Texas. So if he signed with Texas September 1, no, he couldn't have received those payments. You had to sign with an in-state public university. Could he start receiving them as soon as he signs his letter of intent with Texas? I would think so. I mean, I can't see why. And if not today, let's say some of these guys are moving down to Austin, like some of the early enrollees are moving down to Austin like January 15th. Well, you're technically I think the rule is, Omar, you have to be in classes, actually, now that I kind of talked this out.
I think it is.
Yeah, so okay. I don't think he could get NIL payments if he was coming to Texas until he's in school, in class. But I better take this.
I think.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, so, but he could have.
Cell phone ringer.
Hey, I'm going to log out, guys. I'll hop back in a little bit.
Did he get the house phone back? Did he go through withdrawals?
That was an old
withdrawal, so he has a house phone ring on his cell phone.
That was an old school ring. Anwar, you bring up, and this may be where, I don't know if this is where you were going, but in my mind, a technicality was forming as you were talking. And what I've always heard about the NIL thing is, because this whole thing about it can't be the incentive, right? Even though we know that's not really, if we're going to go on the letter of the law, it's not supposed to be the incentive to get you to campus, but you have to be on campus, right? Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Nick Saban, a lot of guys like to talk about that part. Well, it can't be an incentive, but once you're on campus, I wonder whatever they thought was about to happen with being involved in a practice, would that have put him in a category of now I'm on campus? Correct. Which would lead to kind of your question. I don't know.
I hadn't heard that there's any issues with Wingo in that. I mean,
the only question I'm asking that needs to be fleshed out, it seems like all the horses in the barn, right, Catch? My only question is, if they thought he was going to practice this week, did they think a check was coming this week? That's what I just wanted to know.
Think so.
Right. Okay, so I just want to eliminate that if that's a thing.
Yeah,
I don't think Christmas was dependent upon showing up so that the check shows up. Like I don't think that's the case. But look, until till he signed. Look, his signature could have been in hours ago. It could have been that it's the last one in, along with Bubba Hampton, who we think is going to flip to Alabama. You know, all of this could have been put to bed by Wingo. Didn't have to sleep. He's in the Central Time Zone. The California kids got theirs in.
Yeah, Arizona. Yeah.
I mean, so on one hand,
so
while
I need you to. I gotta as he hopped off. I'm gonna hop off for a second. I got a phone call as relates to Evan Stewart that I need to take.
Go for it, for sure. We'll knock out some super chat questions here to give us a good chance for Chad and I. Let's just knock out some of these, Chad. Dartborg, I'm sorry you had to wait so long. Do y'all think this class has any business being mentioned in the same sentence as the 2002 class? No. Really good class? No. I personally don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, that 2002 class had 8 5-stars, led by the number 1 player in the country in Vince Young. It's a really, really good class. It ain't that. So I would put that in a different tier than I would 2002. I would actually put it in a different tier than 2023's. I think the 2023 class, for my money, is still a little bit better and on a slightly different level than this 2024 class.
Catch, we are getting super chats in that are multiple versions, kind of the same thing, but we'll go through them. Thomas, $5, says, Chad, close your ears. Catch, what's the deal with Evan Stewart and Texas, likely or not? So I will go, I am not listening to Jeffrey, but
it's not likely.
People are connecting those two. That doesn't make sense to you?
Well, look, it makes a ton of sense. Texas fans have been thirst trapping after Stewart from the moment he signed with A&M. The thought was, we'll get it. It's a little bit like the Micah Hudson thing. Okay, go to A&M. We'll get you in the portal. And now that he's in the portal, it's been talked about for so long. I think it's still likely not, based on conversations that I had yesterday and last night. But as I mentioned earlier in the show when we were talking about Evan Stewart, there's always a caveat where it feels like the door stays cracked open. So it's probably not. Nothing has changed. It's a no as of now, but you never know. It's kind of one of those deals. I think Alabama is the school that should be the betting favorite right now with Evan Stewart.
Okay, let's ask it kind of a different way here, because Jay throws in a $5 super chat. If something crazy happens with Wingo and he would fall off, would we see a full-on press for Evan Stewart? How would you relate those two? If the Ryan Wingo thing continued to be he didn't sign, would Evan Stewart become a part of an equation for Texas?
Something needs to be part of the equation. I mean, Ryan Wingo is a big part of the wide receiver future and the immediate future when we look at 2024, the season, not the recruiting class. I can't answer that question definitively, Jay, because the reason why they're not reportedly going after Evan Stewart right now, when I talk to my sources, they don't know if he's a big enough team guy. I think how Evan left A&M is a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. I mean, it's hard to say that you're getting a guy who's not focused on himself more than the team when you look at the way he left A&M. I mean, they've been in bowl workouts and he hasn't announced. They've been in a little bit of limbo. He didn't travel and wasn't a part of the team in the last week of the season.
Yeah, he's kind of left them multiple times, if you think about it.
Yes.
It's like a progressive breakup.
With never any clarity. I mean, when he didn't play in the final week of the season, a lot of people thought, well, that's a sign that he's going into the portal. But then what happened after that was a lot of pro A&M social media stuff. A lot of him going on social media and talking about, you guys think I came here for money, but that's not why I came here. He seemed to be pro A&M, but not so pro A&M that when practices started, he went back to practice. Unlike the Oklahoma kid, Caden Green, who Oklahoma finds out the day of the first practice, oh, he's in the portal. Gotcha. Stewart didn't show up for bowl workouts, but that didn't serve as the unofficial, I'm definitely out of here. It wasn't until yesterday, and kudos to Billy Lucci. We talked about this on our show yesterday. He reported on a Texag show yesterday that Stewart was expected to go into the portal. He was probably 8 to 10 hours ahead of the actual announcement when it came. Mm-hmm. And I think, there's a sense with Stewart that I think if he called up Steve Sarkisian and said, Coach, just so you know, I don't care about NIL. I'll make whatever. What I'm focused on is I got 1 year until I'm NFL draft eligible. And I want the best development I can get. And I want to play for a championship. And I see what you guys are doing. And I'm letting you know from the moment I show up till whenever it is that I leave, you won't ever have to worry about me. I'm going to be a total team guy. I want to be a Longhorn. I think if he did that, that'd be enough, I think, for Steve Sarkisian to probably take the lead and say, all right, because I think the players would be for it. I think he's got Jonte Cook and Evan Stewart are boys. Evan Stewart has worked out with Quinn Ewers in multiple summers. So, I think the players would be on board with it. I don't think there'd be any issue, culture and the players and wondering what's up there. But if Evan Stewart called Sarkisian and said, hey, I'm interested in Texas, but I kind of got to see what's up around the country, what NIL looks like, what I can make. I think that would be a turnoff. So I think there's a little bit, what would need to happen is that Texas would need to have it conveyed to them that Evan Stewart wants to be a part of Texas more than he wants to make a bag. And look, he may not have to make that call. It may be like, Evan Stewart, save me I got to call and beg. I'll just go to Alabama. That could happen.
Right.
And it could be as simple as that. But as it relates to Texas, I do think there are hurdles. And even as of last night, I was talking to people who were still saying that their expectation was that he wouldn't end up being a Longhorn. We'll get to some more Super Chats in a second. Jason Sukumel just jumped in.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure he can answer Super Chats with us. But if there's anything breaking, I don't want to leave it out.
I feel like there is. Jason?
No, nothing too breaking, unfortunately. That was just a source of mine in Missouri. And I mean, nobody knows. The word was like, hey, Missouri's just kind of like, we've done everything we can. Now it's just up to Wingo to make a decision. This is not about NIL negotiations. This isn't about ass kissing at this point, trying to make any promises or anything else. It's just a matter of, what? It's up to Wingo to make a decision. I saw earlier in the chat, people are like, oh, that's been reported that Wingo's dad said, oh, we only have one letter of intent from Texas. Well, this person I was talking, we feel the same way. First off, I don't know if I'd believe that. Okay. Secondly, those things are sent via email nowadays. I mean, so that can change in a matter of a few seconds.
It's a DocuSign link. You just
basically it's a nice quote. It's a nice quote, and he's telling local Austin media what they want to hear. But that's a nice quote. But I promise you, I know who the quote came from, and I know what's really going on. There's more to it than that. They, a lot of times they will send them a hard copy to sign, but yeah, it's all done digitally at this point. So the letter of intent can be sent in a matter of seconds. So.
Guys, that same source, Chad, real quick. That same source.
Wingo just tweeted, "I'm up." Is that right?
No, that's a parody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, guys, we do have a Dominic McKinley update. Our man Blake, the super producer, got us an update on this. You guys want to hear this info and we can discuss it?
Sure.
Same thing I've been reporting all week, Chad, but go for it.
There you go. Yeah. So there's there it is. So Dominic McKinley, like Jason has been talking about, won't sign in the early period. Official visits to LSU and Tennessee in January. FaceTime with Sarkisian this week. Brent Venables recently in home. Wiltfong on 24/7, throwing that out in the last, 20, 30 minutes or so.
Oklahoma's the kind of, Texas fans are obviously talking about a flip and for good reason. But Oklahoma, there's a lot of kind of chatter about Oklahoma that people really aren't talking about for whatever reason. Oklahoma might be, the most realistic chance of flipping him. Obviously LSU, the big in-state program, Texas has hosted him, and he's got a good relationship with the Texas coaches. But yeah, the plan all along, like I think Wiltfong reported per his mother, and that's exactly where the information has been coming from. They've been pretty adamant he is not signing this week, and then Tennessee official visits and LSU official visits are set up for January. Texas has already had him on an official, so they can't do another one.
Hey, Chad, to be fair to Jason, Jason, you're right. The real Ryan Wingo tweeted the exact same thing that a fake Ryan Wingo tweeted. So I had been looking at the fake Ryan Wingo tweeting, "I'm up," and the real Ryan Wingo has tweeted that he's up at almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Is there anything more college student-esque than "I'm up" at almost 10 o'clock in the morning? That's chef's kiss perfect. The thing on McKinley, so Jason has been saying, as he mentioned, for days that Dominic McKinley's not expected to sign today. And really, his recruitment might really start in earnest in January. That whatever has to happen hasn't happened yet, and it may be go time in January, whether it's Texas, OU, or LSU. The only reason why people woke up today thinking that McKinley might sign with either Texas or LSU is because Steve Wiltfong from 24/7 said he might. The next day, he's then saying, no, he's not. So Jason had it correct the entire time.
And I don't fault Wiltfong because things can change in a matter of minutes, but the communication from Wingo's mom has always been, not even to me directly, I'm hearing it from other who she's communicating
I'm just saying
with.
Wiltfong created the stir.
Yeah, that's true. We wouldn't even be talking about it without his
we would have just showed up today saying Dominic McKinley not expected to sign today, according to things his mom has been saying and the family have been conveying. Wiltfong had reported that he might sign, and then that kind of created the buzz. I do think it was a little interesting that Blake let us know that Wiltfong officially reporting not signing today when he did kind of stir it up in the first place to begin with. And I like Wiltfong. I think he does a good job. I'm just pointing out that there's a little nuance in the storytelling of how we ended up in this place. So
hey, have y'all talked about, I don't know why I'm so fascinated the billboards of the Texas commitments?
No, bring it up because I saw that but didn't really know what was going on.
I don't know if Blake has a screen grab.
Somebody super chatted. Mark super chatted us $10. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it looks like UT has put up billboards of each signee near their houses. Great job on coverage. Thanks. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it. That's the first I'd heard of it.
I don't know if Blake, I just sent him a link for one of them but Daniel Cruz, Parker Livingston, and Trey Owens have all tweeted, and it says like estimated billboard address. It's got the actual address, optimal viewing location, and it looks very official. Like who's doing those and who's paying for them? I don't understand. I've never seen anything like that. But
I don't know. But if the school's doing it, don't tell me that they can't afford to pay the players. They got enough money laying around where they can just buy billboards.
I can't read the small print on the very bottom where it says Texas Fight, and there's some small, like I don't know if that says who it's funded by. I need my binoculars to read that. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting that a few players have tweeted these billboards.
That's just an image of a billboard. That's not an actual billboard.
No, that's an image of a billboard, but it says, "Hey, here's where the billboard is going to be." This is
they are up. Yeah, I've seen Trey Owens tell people like, "Hey, here's where my billboard's at," and things like that.
Yeah.
Dude, that is
estimated address. So I'm assuming they're maybe not up yet, but they're going to be up very soon. Yeah.
Man, guys. So is this just would this be the Texas group just trying to one up? Like, hey, when the Aggies came into the SEC, they threw some billboards up. People talked about. Now you're throwing up individual signee billboards on signing day. That's pretty big time.
Smart, I mean,
all these schools are always trying to come up. Like, at first, it was the photo shoots with them wearing the thing, the gear, and they're always trying to come up with some kind of new creative idea or a creative way to one up each other. So Texas took it to the level of giving, I don't know if they're doing it for every kid, but certainly some of the recruits or the signees are getting individual billboards. So.
Yeah. And by the way, if the Texas group has not taken my idea yet, I'm giving it to you for free somewhere in the Bryan, College Station, Caldwell, one of those places. The billboard should clearly read next July. Now, this is SEC country, little brother. If y'all aren't thinking that now, I don't know what to tell you. Put McConaughey's face on it. It could be one of the greatest billboards ever made. It's pretty simple.
Chad, those Aggies are officially going to turn on you if they haven't already, man.
I'm just saying, if you're just, the good idea. It's just, hey, look, I defended it when it happened. Texas fans got been out of shape. What are they doing? Well, it is technically SEC country now. Like, chill out. And now you just give it right back to them. What's wrong with that?
Hey, I got a little bit of breaking news that may or may not impact Texas superficially.
Okay.
Ohio State-wide commitment Jeremiah McClellan has flipped his commitment today.
Ooh.
So he was scheduled to go to Ohio State. He's been committed to Ohio State since August. Now he's going to Oregon. I bring it up because Ohio State's just ahead of Texas in the Rivals.com recruiting rankings. Now, he's still listed as an Ohio State commitment. It hasn't been changed in the database yet. But once that's entered, I don't know if it's going to be enough where Texas would jump ahead of Georgia Ohio State. But it'll certainly make things closer. And we know Texas isn't done. So just something to keep an eye on. Look, as it currently stands, Ohio State has a 9-point lead over Texas in the rankings before this changes. So while Alabama could also move up today and challenge and move ahead of both of these schools, I think Texas and Ohio State will flip-flop in the Rivals team rankings.
I don't know. Will Texas potentially losing Aaron Hampton affect that? Of course, they'll add.
But I think the loss of Hampton will mean less than the loss of McClellan.
Yeah.
And because there's a 9-point difference right now, it could be enough that when those things are updated, Texas is up by 10 points. I know Alabama's expected to do some damage, and we're not technically, we're waiting on the Dominic McKinleys of the world. But yeah, that is a good point. They'll lose one with Hampton. So they'll both drop down, and there's an expectation that Alabama would add Hampton at that point. So I think there's a very good chance that by the end of the day, Alabama jumps Ohio State and Texas, but not enough probably in the comprehensive team rankings, which includes the portal as well, especially if Texas can add Trey Moore and give themselves some more points to create distance. But Oregon, number 3 in the comprehensive team rankings, will now add another super blue chip to their haul. So the team rankings in a state of flux with a little bit of maneuvering from all of the teams inside the top 4 or 5.
All right, we do have, looks like we got 3 more super chats here. And this one from Blake goes back to the Ryan Wingo discussion, $4.99. Sark could have easily vetoed the players. The fact that he didn't speaks volumes for the player-led culture. That's an interesting chat, guys, super chat, guys, because I can't tell if player-led culture is meant as a positive or a negative in that situation. But Jason, we know that this is something, I mean, it's what coaches always talk about. They want their players to be leaders. And if you're going to ask the leadership council a question, what's the old thing, right? Don't ask a question you don't want to know the answer to, or that you're not prepared for the answer to. This just seems like one that if that's really the timeline, it's a question that Sark probably should have been just a little better prepared for what the answer might have been.
It's like me, I'm craving Mexican food, and I ask my kids, like, what do y'all want for dinner? Like hamburgers. I'm like, no, we're going to Mexican food.
Yeah, right. Just tell them it's Mexican food, right?
Yeah.
Just we said that earlier. Jason, you're a parent as well. Difference between the plan and we're discussing the plan.
Yes.
That's two different things. I just don't understand. Why wouldn't Sark just go to them and say, our new guys are going to be a part of they're going to be around us as we get ready for this game. Now let's discuss how. Now let's discuss what we're comfortable with. Like,
what
to me,
can
that's
we
all it
do?
had to be.
How can we do it where they're not a distraction? You know, I mean, do we work them on another practice field with the walk-ons or something? You know, I don't know. But you know, Catch, I think Catch, you reported in a war room a couple of weeks ago, like Texas is being really diligent with their portal evaluations because they don't want to upset the current culture of the team, right? And we're not just talking about players they're bringing in. We're talking about they don't want to upset some of the young players in terms of, hey, how, you know, we don't want them to think that they can't develop into something next year or the year after. So, you know, Sark has said all year, just talked about the culture. And now we've seen it kind of take hold, and they're in the college football playoff. So I think it's a very real thing that Sark more than ever is really worried about the UT football team's culture and the program's culture. So if you ask your leadership board and they're like, nope, we don't want that to happen. I mean, you're kind of backed into a corner, right? It's tough to just completely just veto their vote. So, you know, I mean, yeah, maybe
I think it's also different, Jason. If this is an 8-5 Texas or an 8-4 Texas team, and they're going to the Alamo Bowl, and he asks his leadership culture about, hey, Ryan Wingo is going to come in for the Alamo Bowl workouts, and they tell you, hey, we'd rather him not.
Yeah,
I think Steve Sarkisian might say,
yeah, if this happened last year, hey, tough shit, guys. We're bringing in these 5 stars. And,
Good point.
In the playoffs, I think he's showing a certain amount of respect to what behind his own words. If you're going to say this type of thing's important, then on the eve of playing in the playoffs, they send a message to you about what they prefer and want. I think he's saying, I got to put my money where my mouth is. My mouth has been saying that culture is important and listening to my players is important. Well,
that just listen.
That's part of why Ryan Wingo, in theory, would want to come to Texas, right? Players coach listens to his players. He wins, but there's great culture. All these reasons why you would want to come to Texas. This is flexing that a little bit from a culture standpoint. And, you know, surely this isn't that big of a deal. I continue to think by the time we get to 4:30 today, and we're in the middle of a wrap-up recruiting show after Steve Sarkisian meets with the media at 3:30, I think this will be a moot point. We'll move on to something else to discuss, but it's 10:12 a.m. We don't have Ryan Wingo's signature and national letter of intent, and we don't have Bubba Hampton. And so until those have worked their way out, and look, if we were doing an A&M show right now, we'd say there's no Terry Bussey, there's no Dylan Evans, there's not going to be a Dominic McKinley. What the hell else do you want to talk about?
Yes. So, and what's the update, Jason, on Ty Anthony Smith? 9:30 tonight? Is it at 10:15? Right after the Outsiders, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
He's a guest on the Outsiders. Is that what
he's going to announce on the Outsiders?
We'll let him do it.
He would come on. And I'm a little frustrated with Ty Anthony just from a work perspective, but I do like Ty. I've covered Ty Anthony for over a year, and he's an awesome. He'd be a great interview. Honestly, he's a fun kid to talk to. And I think at that point he'd be very forthcoming. But the gamesmanship over the last week and a half, I'm like, come on, Ty Anthony. It's like I'm too old for this kind of shit. Just give me some straightforward answers. But I'll come back around. Like, in fact, Ty Anthony, I'll tell you what. Go further than that. Ty Anthony and I were texting last week, early in the week, and I'm like, hey, are you coming in? He goes, no. For the visit, no. I said, so it's a no go. He goes, no go. And I said, okay, I said, hey, dude, good luck to you at A&M. Thanks for the responses. And I said, I want to tell you, I've been talking to you for a long time. I've always respected and appreciated the way you've handled yourself over the course of this. Well, lo and behold, he's been lying to me for the last week. So how do I take that text back? Is that possible? But no, I do like Ty Anthony. But lots of gamesmanship going on there. And yeah, 6:30 tonight. And let's be honest, 6:30 might turn into 7:30 or 8 o'clock tonight before we get an answer from Ty Anthony.
That is crazy.
A couple of more super chats to completely catch up. Barb's 10 says for $5, this is a precursor of what to expect with Wingo, Kawhi Leonard, Uncle Dennis type situation where the family wants to be the CEO of Ryan Inc. And it's a question. It's not a statement because there's a question mark at the end. I don't feel comfortable saying that, Barbs.
That feels like it's going a little too far, doesn't it?
I mean, at the end of the day, what hasn't happened? Well, he hasn't sent in his letter of intent by 10:15. I mean, if that is the biggest problem that Texas has with Ryan Wingo, it'll be okay. Look, they'll talk when this is over with, presumably, and there will be some answers. And it may be, hey, we didn't think it was that big of a deal. Like, he's been committed to Texas. We thought he would already be on campus at Texas. And, we just didn't think it would be that big. I think there will be some spin maybe, because I think Jason's probably sitting there right now thinking, well, that's some bullshit. Because, this could have been cleared up last night if there was really just hey, he could probably, it's a big day. He's going to sleep in, I'd love to have slept in myself today when I don't know about you, Jason, but when I woke up and looked at the clock and it said 6:15, I thought to myself, I can't go back to sleep. I'm up. I'm either up or I go back to sleep and risk really not waking up. So I get it. I think there's going to be a much to do about nothing when it's all said and done. But hey,
the longer this day goes, I agree with you. Okay, let me put that out there. I agree with you. But the longer it goes on, Catch, we know he's awake.
No, right? You're right. You are right.
So if this thing goes, 10:15? If by 11:30 he hasn't sent his letter in by noon, then I'm like, okay. And if this thing goes past today, then hey, man, all bets are off. Buckle up, and we'll see.
Well, and Jason, here's where it leads me. And let's update everybody on the day, right? 3:30 is the Sark press conference to talk about the 24 class. We'll jump back on Orange Bloods Live after a break in the middle of the day. We'll jump on 4:15, something like that, 4:30 to talk about what he says. So, fellas, what happens if he gets to that moment? Anwar will be there. And I'm sure, obviously, we're going to hear from him later on about it as well. What if he gets there and Ryan Wingo hasn't signed? Because the questions about, Jason, the questions about culture and leadership and then this kind of story we're talking about, that might be mentioned. But if everybody's signed, I don't know if it is. If Wingo's not signed, is Sark going to have to go through step by step about the leadership council and that whole thing?
Well, he can't address it as it relates to Ryan Wingo. He could address leadership council and players not practicing with the bowl, yes, but he cannot address specific recruits who have not signed. So it'll be interesting because he won't be able to address Ty Anthony Smith unless, assuming he hasn't signed by then.
By the way, a little bit of breaking news. I was right. Texas up to number 2 in the Rivals team recruiting rankings. Texas now above Ohio State.
Wow.
In fact, they'll stay above Ohio State if my math is correct. They'll stay above Ohio State even if they were to lose Hampton. The thing is, a Hampton signing would move Alabama above both Ohio State and Texas, which means the Texas would be essentially maybe by noon in the same position that they've been in all along, which was for the last few days kind of number 3 in the country. But so far, right now, up to number 2. And I think where I would tell everybody's eyes to look at the average star ranking for player. So you see Georgia's 3.89, Texas just below that, Ohio State's 3.95. You can see where it starts to decline from there. And then I would pay attention. Look at the 5 stars. Georgia 2, Texas 3, Ohio State 3, Bama 2, Florida State 2, Texas. This class right now, the strength of it is with these 5-star guys. And it's one of the reasons why they're ranked that high, despite not having as many kids in their class as Georgia, as potentially Alabama after today, Florida State. Oklahoma has 28. And then if you click on the comprehensive team rankings, you can see Texas also number 2 there. but really impressive. Like Oregon's number 3, but they've got 29 guys signed. Oklahoma, 33 guys. Notre Dame, 29 guys. So you can get a real sense of the quality of this class, especially when you go to the comprehensive team rankings, because you'll see a Texas team listed second and with only 24 commits, and the teams immediately behind them have 29, 33, 29, 24, 23, 29, 30, 30, and 26. So, there's a lot of quality at the top, and certainly just the overall profile of each Texas recruits, one of the best in the country. Really, when you would go to the comprehensive team rankings, if you look at the top 11, Texas has the highest star ranking per prospect. You'll see if you include transfers, Texas goes above Georgia. They're significantly above the likes of Oregon, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, even Alabama. In fact, Texas, if you go to the comprehensive team rankings, Texas has the highest star ranking per player of any school in the country.
And Catch, don't listen. I mean, Xavier Filsaime, if he holds his current position, he will be a 5-star player. Kobe Black is right on the fringe, so he could elevate into that 5-star status as well with the good showings at the All-American games. So,
and Alex January is going to move above a 3-star at some point.
It should have happened a long ass time ago. I don't understand it, but yeah.
Hey, real quick, Anwar, before we bring you back in, and I want you involved in this too if you have an opinion. Blake, I see you've got those commitment lists rated by rating. So scroll down to the 3 stars. Let's take Alex January out of the equation, Jason, because there's not that many. Of the 4 threes, is that it? I guess so. Everybody else would be, I guess that's how you have a 3.88, is you don't have a lot of 3 stars. Of Kibble, January, Washington Hills, and Kern, anybody you'd stand on a table for? I think January is the answer, right? But I think for Washington, I'd stand on a table for and say that guy should be 4 stars.
To me, it's January, and then I'd stand on the table for January. I could make a case for Washington, but I don't have a problem with his ranking. But January to me is the clear 4-star prospect out of that group. Yeah,
I have Washington as the number 27 player prospect in the state of Texas. So kiss my ass, rivals.
Again, I love his upside. I said it earlier. I mean, he's got tremendous upside and athleticism. How does he progress? How does he develop? We'll see. But in terms of upside and his ceiling, yeah, it's very high.
Welcome back, Mr. Richardson.
Hello, how are you? Poor Michael Kern. Like, come on, man. Like 2 stars. Like, why even have this guy ranked?
That's what they do with kickers.
Yeah, well, it's disrespectful.
I told you the story back in the day that the original Rivals.com rankings had a kicker ranked as a 5-star, and he signed with Texas, and this was in the 99 class. And then after a semester, he transferred because he wasn't playing wide receiver. So he transfers to TCU, and Shane, what was his kid's name? I got to go back. How have I forgotten?
Shane Hudnall, Catch.
From Tyler Lee. Yeah.
Hudnall, right?
Shane Hudnall. He transfers to to TCU, plays wide receiver, but then never plays, Anwar. So there's like 4 or 5 years at TCU where he's playing wide receiver, but he never gets on the field, and he could have stayed at Texas and been the number 1 kicker in the country. That's a little bit of history for you. But yeah, they've been 2 stars for a long time. I think Justin Tucker is the last kicker that I rated as a state top 100 guy. And that was 2007, 2008, I think class of maybe 2007. It's been a while now since he was a prospect. One more super chat and we're all caught up. And then I want to ask Anwar about his phone call. Oscar says, don't say it enough, but thank you for all you do for Longhorn info from a long fan or long fan. Oscar,
I think Oscar was sending the chat as he hit the golf course, so that's probably on the way to the first tee. Oscar was like, I'm getting on this golf course. Thank y'all. Boom. And he hit send before he realized what he had.
I think that's supposed to be long-time fan, but regardless, Oscar, we appreciate it. Shoot well today. Good luck on, getting close to your handicap and below.
There it is.
And we're all caught up on Super Chat, so there we go.
There it is.
There's still things to be sorted out as relates to the conversation that I had. So I'll leave it at that. Nothing urgent or anything to that effect. I would say that. I would tell you that much. But still had to be had nonetheless. Conversation.
Do you think, Anwar, when this is over with, Sark's going to get the Ryan Wingo question once he signs? Do you think they say he didn't sweat anything at all? No big deal to us.
No, I don't think. I know this media core that no one's going that hard in the paint. So there's I can't, because then you have to think of who would ask that question, and no one's really this media core really is going to ask that. I have a question I want to ask, but that's not the highest on my list, and I'm only going to get one, and so I can't imagine if he signs in the next. I mean, I saw a tweet that he said he's up, right? So he says he's awake, which is good. I don't know if that means he's moving towards getting dressed. I don't know what his process of the day looks like.
Whoa! Let the kid lay around in his boxers for a while.
So he maybe just, I don't know if that means going to school. I don't know what that means as far as getting anything signed, but I mean, I do know he's awake. That's all I know.
Look at this, gentlemen. Here is the aforementioned billboard for Trey Owens. How about that? That looks pretty legit. And he says, let me know if everybody sees it, throwing it out on social media. Wow.
Where's this located? Where's this located?
That's like in his neighborhood.
Somewhere, yeah, they're somewhere kind of in the hometown area of where he is. Man, that's
I had a billboard once. They're kind of overrated.
You didn't have your face on.
Every time I see Adam Lowy on a billboard, because he's on every billboard in the state, it feels like, I always am like 5 seconds away from texting to let him know, hey, saw you in Bastrop. So they do work to some degree, because I see Adam Lowy everywhere. And I always am like, hey, thought I'd let you know, looking good in Waxahachie or wherever the Lowy law firm has billboards up. They're everywhere.
Yeah, there's only two. I feel like there's only two I really ever noticed. I think I noticed Adam Lowy's and then that countdown to a Buc-ee's. Like,
right.
Where it's like you're 98 miles away from being at Buc-ee's. You're like, oh, okay. It's like that's probably about the only two things I really noticed.
Life's gonna get better in the next hour and a half. All right, guys. So Jason, take us in a direction. It's almost 10:30. We're caught up on Super Chats. What haven't we talked about enough?
Well, I'm looking at my post, if it will pull it up, from what we're waiting for. I mean, I think we've covered, listen, so we've got, the Wingo thing we've addressed ad nauseum. We're waiting on that potentially any minute, potentially later today, potentially later in the week. Aaron Hampton. Okay. We're waiting on his announcement at noon. So we're about an hour and a half from that. I think it's going to be Alabama. A lot of other people are kind of falling in line there. Texas or Alabama. I think it'll be Alabama. Ty Anthony Smith is tonight. A couple A&M commitments that were other than Ty Anthony Smith. Dominic McKinley. Dalen Evans, is he going to sign today or is he not? I mean, the word earlier in the week and as recently as yesterday was he was probably going to wait until February, which if that happens, Texas can bring him in for an official visit. If he does in fact wait till February, that was the word we were hearing yesterday. There was some chatter that he might go ahead and sign today. It hasn't happened yet. The only other really thing that I'm tracking today, Catch, is Trey Moore, the UTSA edge player. We think he's going to commit. We thought it was going to be yesterday. Could be today. At this point, like if I'm Trey Moore, I'm like, I'm not committing today, though. Everybody's focused on, the high school kids. So let's wait till tomorrow. So personally, I don't know if we'll see Trey Moore announced today, but I think it happens very soon, an announcement for Texas. Alex Foster is the defensive lineman committed to Baylor, out of Mississippi. He's not expected to sign until February. I think he's a guy that Texas can absolutely win over late in the process, kind of depending on what their numbers look like between now and February. But those are kind of the storylines we're still keeping a pulse of right now, other than just, following recruiting in general. Those are the direct University of Texas related storylines we're still tracking.
Over 1,400 people in the Specs chat right now, too, as well. We appreciate everybody for jumping in. And also, another reminder, if you want to get in on orangebloods.com, we've been giving you that QR code throughout the show today. Want to take it to that next level, you can certainly do that. You see Blake popping up all this great information, rivals boards and recruiting rankings. You want to go look at all that stuff yourself? You want to go look at videos, player by player, and click through it and pretend like you're Mac Brown back in the day talking to the media about, video after video? Go do that. Click on your QR code there. Make it a Christmas gift to yourself to get all the latest info with orangebloods.com. Orange Bloods Live fired up today. We were here at 7 a.m. and it's been a busy day, but it's also been a business as usual kind of day so far, fellas, except for the last two that we've been talking about here on the receiving front. Ryan Wingo, Aaron Hampton, or if you prefer Bubba, because he does. Those are the two guys that we're still waiting on.
I want to ask everybody a question. Same question. And I wonder what everybody's answer will be. And it's not about Hampton or Wingo. It's about a different wide receiver. Now, Onwar, I'll go to you first.
Just a Parker Livingston question?
Yes. Would you know? Would you go after Evan Stewart if you are this Texas coaching staff?
Oh, it was not a Parker Livingston question. Oh, no. Okay. Well, damn it. I thought Parker's going to get some love. I like the cowboy hat.
We gave Parker some love earlier.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been in and out. You guys have been doing it since 7. Would I go after Evan Stewart? Yeah, I mean, talent's talent. So, yeah, I mean, if that guy is willing and willing to listen for whatever reasons, then, yeah, absolutely. I would 100% go after it. You need, you've outlined it previously, Catch, but this is a receiving room that, for the guys who are returning, don't have a lot of playing experience. Just, it is what it is. That guy's played in the SEC, so we know what he's able to do in the SEC. Well, he'll have an upgrade. He would have an upgrade at the quarterback position, the talent around him. So, yeah, absolutely. Like I would go after him and just see what happened. Yeah, but yes, I would totally pursue him. Jason, what about you?
Can I wait to see what Ryan Wingo does? Stark's so big on culture, but if he feels that
he did bring a Jai Hall in.
Well, I know, but that was before he was really big on. That was before he was really big on.
Now he's big on.
That's what taught him the lesson. That's what taught him the lesson. You don't know you want a girl that has to be nice to your mother till you date one that's not. So you're like, oh, that's important now.
That's so good.
But as long as he feels comfortable that Evan Stewart's not going to upset the apple cart, yeah, he's too talented a player. I would bring him in.
Yeah, and I agree, Catch. Absolutely. That level of talent. And also, maybe it doesn't matter in a way that it's of the position, but if this was like a tackle or a linebacker or a D, one thing, that position brings some drama anyway. We know that. Sark's an offensive-minded guy. It's not like he hasn't dealt with a receiver that may or may not have a little bit of an attitude or whatever. Yeah, the talent's big enough. He knows Nick Saban would be interested in that guy, so he probably would be. I'm assuming he would be, yes.
Chad, as an Aggie who's followed Evan Stewart's career through the first 2 years at A&M, other than the end, right? And look, there's no way to spin. It's not the best look in the world to just stop showing up. Clearly, Evan Stewart got tired of A&M shit and just stopped engaging.
Mm-hmm.
Let's forget about that for a moment. Up until then, last year, and then the first 10, 11 weeks of this season, Evan Stewart ever been any kind of a problem? Has anything other than he's a badass and we need to get him the ball more ever been part of the Evan Stewart conversation?
I mean, to me, he's been a part of this whole thing with A&M and the quarterbacks, right? There's been injury at quarterback. There's been the offensive discussion itself, that Jimbo offense. I'm going to say the word clunkiness of that Jimbo offense. That's, to me, what Evan Stewart has become. He was kind of a victim of all of that. And as he developed, what I liked about watching him was he went from the sort of badass number one type that had to be in open space, that had to get everything perfect. Everybody knows what that kind of receiver can look like. He went from that into a guy that could do some stuff in traffic. Again, a guy that could show you some body control. I got to get my foot down on the sideline. There's somebody trying to, body me out and stuff like that. What he and Moose Muhammad started to do last year, while everybody was not paying attention to A&M for a reason, because they weren't good. Their record was 4-8 going to the LSU game. But what you saw if you were watching was a development with those guys, getting a little bit, adding some to the skill set. And I thought I was impressed with how much they seemed to care about those last couple games last year, specifically LSU. Those guys cared to play LSU in a way I didn't exactly expect them to do it. So the development's been there, but no, I don't remember any stories of craziness. We obviously know about the rumors about was he going to transfer to Texas and all that. The first thing I really heard, Catch, was the stuff around LSU this year. It's when he's not at practice or he wasn't going to make the trip or whatever. So to me, he hasn't been like some super diva the whole time.
Okay. I mean, ultimately I guess that would have been the easiest way to ask the question. Has he been a super diva since day one? I think Texas, Anwar, I get the sense that behind the scenes, people were a little fed up with the recruiting process and kind of how, I don't know, inconsistent. I mean, he is a wide receiver, and Jason and I would say he beats to his own drum. You'd never be completely. Remember when he first committed, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, he's a different guy. I think if it was me, though, man, I'd be going after that dude. He is the single biggest, I think, offensive difference maker outside of the quarterback position of any player that's entered the portal. He's the best. And this team, I think, is playing against Washington in 12 days because they went out and did that a year ago with Adonai Mitchell. He was the best. They got him. And I'm being told behind the scenes that the one thing they've been looking for is speed, speed, speed. They want somebody who can be a little Xavier worthy-ish. I
yeah.
It's Evan.
Catch. I don't look. As we sit here, we you guys sat here for hours waiting for a recruit to wake up, right? Just to wake up and get out of bed to decide, like, well, maybe he will, maybe he won't. No one knows. So let's not conveniently apply standards of what we will or will not tolerate. Okay? No, I don't want to hear this thing about Evan Stewart. Like, well, it could be a little bit of a diva and he could act like this. You literally were waiting for an 18-year-old kid to get out of bed this morning, and he still hasn't decided and he's done made a beeline down to the school to go ahead and give us a commitment. So can we not conveniently apply?
You're making Chad and I question our life decisions at this point.
I'm not gonna. Let's just. How about we just say, you know what? Let's just call it what it is. You want to win, And what are you willing to tolerate in order to win? And if you got to tolerate a little attitude in order to win, then so be it. If you want to take a chat analogy, if you want to date someone like J-Lo, but you know you're going to have to deal with a little Latina attitude every once in a while, but you get to be with J-Lo, you do what it takes in order to be with J-Lo.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I was going to say.
Exactly. And it sounds good to Sark too, baby.
Yeah, right. When you see him play, it would be that's worth it, worth the discussion and worth whatever trouble it is.
By the way, we got a couple of super chats. Chad, just ignore Angry Hammer. For $9.99, he says, has Texas had as boring of a signing day as Aggie today? I'm gonna say it's been better than that.
Yeah,
Who has had class collapse as rapidly as they are having? Oh yeah, poor. Like he has an R in the middle of that, so it's poor or Aggie.
That's actually well played. If he meant that, if he meant that as poorer Aggie instead of just poor Aggie, like that really is well played. I mean, I gotta give him credit. Angry Hammer.
I've seen that before.
I don't think I have either. I've seen plenty of AGGY. I've never seen, and I've heard plenty of poor Aggie. I just have never. It's a good move in the middle.
Jason, are you coming back reporting anything, or do we go to a super
Yes,
chat?
he says he's got a Wingo update.
Update on Wingo.
Yeah, I just had a phone call, and per a source close to Wingo, and all full transparency, he said, "Well, I'm across the street getting a sandwich right now." So he said, "When I get back, I'll tell you for sure." But it looks like Wingo is planning on signing with Texas today. And I said, "Well, is he going to put it on Twitter?" And this person said, "Well, he's got to send it to Sark first." So that's a pretty good indication that it is supposed to be Texas today. I would assume based on that, it's going to happen. Wingo won't send it in without this person being there. So I would assume, 10:40? I would assume it's supposed to happen pretty quickly after this sandwich is maybe consumed. But the word is that it looks like it's going to be Texas for Ryan Wingo.
Jason, do you know if he's getting the sandwich done Mike's way or not?
Yes, Mike's way. Omar, you're making me hungry. I haven't eaten lunch or anything. I'm like, damn. I was like, you're making me hungry with all this sandwich talk. But yeah, Philly cheesesteak sounds pretty good, Omar.
It does sound good. I know that it might be a Jersey Mike's day when it's all said and done.
Uber Eats, here we come. Jersey Mike's OB sponsor. But the wording wasn't like, yes, it is going to be Texas 100%. The wording was, I'll be back there in a little bit. I'll let you know for sure then. Is he going to announce it on Twitter? Well, he's got to send it to Sark first. So if I'm reading the tea leaves again, or tree leaves, as they say on Orange Bloods, he's got to send it to Sark first. That tells me it's looking pretty good for Texas.
All right. So, Anwar, if we're keeping our list together, then that is kid woke up. Those around the kid are keeping themselves fed and theoretically feeding the kid.
Isn't that an early lunch? Getting a sandwich at 10:40? Yeah.
Hey, he'll fit in perfect with the Austin vibe, Jason. It's brunch time. That's brunch, baby. Nothing wrong with that.
Sandwich, yeah.
Austin's all about a good brunch.
Jason, you can't say, damn, that sounds good. I think I might get a cheesesteak myself. Hey,
I haven't had breakfast.
And we've been early.
Hey, I've been up since 5:45 and I haven't had breakfast. Come on, man. I'm hungry here. So.
Maybe that person also has been up at 5:45.
Maybe the sandwich shop opened up at 10:30, depending on where they went to.
Well, if they went to Jersey Mike's, they opened up at 10.
Well, there you go. I mean, get in Mike's way. So you guys are getting Phillies, huh? I like an Italian sub a lot.
Oh, I like them all from Jersey Mike's. Sometimes it's Philly, sometimes just turkey, sometimes Italian. Yeah,
you guys know I hadn't had a Jersey Mike's sub in my life until a couple of months ago, and I mentioned that like in the show, and then I got shamed by people who were like, "What the hell? You've never been to Jersey Mike's?" Now I'm kind of a semi-regular.
Yeah,
I've come around.
Yeah, I had just discovered Jersey Mike's at that time. I told you, me and my family got hooked. My girls are hooked on it. It's good stuff. I go with that chicken. What's it called? Like a chicken bacon ranch on it's a warm sandwich. They warm it up for you. Holy hell, that's good.
We're getting hungry.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
You can tell you've been doing this since 7 o'clock in the morning, where you're like, yeah, one of those sandwiches that I like the most, and you guys are talking about your point.
Well, that's what happens after the Wingo update, right? It's like, okay, now we're just waiting on Bubba Hampton. We've been talking about Evan Stewart. My guess is we're going to see Wingo, I think, now get done. One more super chat question from Tom. By the way, once again, thanks a lot. Tom, real quick. I don't know why I would need to say Tom's name. I was going to say, guys, last time I checked, we were at like 388 likes on the video. There's over 1,400 of you right now in the Specs chat. Do us a solid, like all of you at one time. Hit the thumbs up button for us. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, we are officially 100 away from 18,000. We'd like to get that taken care of as soon as possible. So feel free, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, get notifications. Tom in the super chat says, if we get another wide receiver in the portal, doesn't that risk Cook? Cook isn't waiting another year, in my opinion, to get meaningful playing time.
I think he's getting meaningful playing time regardless.
Yeah.
I don't think they're recruiting to get someone to compete with Cook.
No, I don't see Golden as that guy that's pushing Cook out of Cook out of a spot. It's some other people maybe that that like a Golden would affect, or someone else. But I also would use the cautionary tale as well. They also brought in Tariq Milton as a transfer portal guy at one point, who barely played when he was here at Texas. So I wouldn't get too worked up or about anybody else that's coming in.
I think Cook knows. He waited this year patiently. And look, he's got first-round draft picks potentially in front of him. I think everybody realizes the keys to the offense in the passing game will be given to Cook a lot next year. But they need more than Jonte Cook. They need more than Matthew Golden. They need more than Ryan Wingo. There's no guarantee that even as a 5-star that he'll come in and produce right away. And if he does, it might take a couple of years. I mean, one of the greatest wide receivers of all time at Texas is Jordan Shipley. He got hurt in the first 2 years, was a part-time player in 2006, started coming along in 2007, and then in year 5 became Jordan Shipley, All-American, one of the best players in the history of the school at that position. It's every kid's a little different. They're not all Roy Williams showing up as a day one starter. By the way, I want to apologize in advance to Robert. It's colonoscopy prep day.
Damn.
And he is listening to us talk about sandwiches. So sorry about that, Robert.
You know what they don't let you have on colonoscopy prep day? Bread.
I don't know that. Is that true?
That can't be on the list. I'm not an expert, but there's no way they give you the list of what to get ready for. And then
I'm an expert.
And bullet point 3 is go get your favorite sandwich.
Hush up and let the expert talk.
Yeah, you can have chicken broth. You can have with no noodles, but chicken broth. And you can have, for whatever reason, like Jell-O. And that's about in Gatorade. And that's about it, man.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no way they say go get your favorite sandwich. Reubens are preferable. That doesn't.
I went through it a couple of months ago. I got to tell you, this is so rabbit hole.
I feel like you go often, Jason. How often do you go? You got like a monthly membership or something?
Yeah, I had to do one because I turned 50. My dad's dad died of colon cancer, so I have to get them more often than others. But a few years, like every 3-4 years, I don't remember. But I had to go do one a few years ago. And all I remember, man, I wake up and then I kind of said something. I go back to sleep, right? And you're in that half state of sleep. And they wheel me back into the recovery thing. And I wake up and it's like you're in that state of a dream, right? And I'm like, did I invite everybody over to my house for a barbecue cookout? And they go, yeah, you were halfway out of it. You're like, hey, I'm going to do a big brisket. You invited the surgeon, the anesthesiologist, all the nurses over to your house for a barbecue brisket cookout. So I'm like, hey, I could have said something way more incriminating. So
exactly. That sounds good, Jason, because you
all the guys over at Orange Bloods, we're still waiting for our first invite for the brisket cookout.
Well, My colonoscopy doctor had one before you guys did. So.
Probably fair. South End Zone Queen. By the way, thank you, South End Zone Queen. $19.99 in the super chat. Appreciation super chat for y'all keeping it real and doing actually reporting, sharing the real intel. Hook 'em. See you in New Orleans, Anwar.
I will see you. We'll be partying. South End Zone Queen and myself and all her peoples and my peoples.
Blake says once overheard a doctor at his office discussing a recruit that committed to Texas. Imagine you're about to go under the knife and the doctor's refreshing his phone for Wingo updates before surgery. Blake, this is a true story. And my wife, oh my God, she's like Ryan Wingo. She's sleeping in. But if she were awake and listening, she would jump in and confirm this story to be true. When she was going to get when the twins were born and she had to have a C-section, there were like 17 doctors in the room because they were preemies. And so they're getting ready to take them into the NICU. And it's like an army of staff. And they have it so like her head is underneath a curtain. And it's like you can see her head, but everything else is covered up for the doctors, right? They're getting ready to go on. And they got a person sitting next to her who's like the person that's going to answer questions for her. Like, I don't know what his official role is, but he's the keep comfort guy. He's supposed to sit there and like hold her hand or whatever and let her know things are going great. The first baby's about to be born, all that stuff. The guy that was sitting next to my wife's face 2 minutes before our babies were born goes, hey, I know this might not be the best time, but I'm a big Orange Bloods fan. What happened in the Ryan Perilou recruitment?
Oh.
And she was like, no, not now. We are not doing Orange Bloods as my kids are being born. She basically told him, you shut up. And I was like, it's not my fault that guy is a subscriber. Like, what do you want me to do?
Did you tell him later after the kids were born? Did you fill them in?
No, because as soon as the kids were born, I was on camera detail with my phone. And I'm telling you, when your babies are born at like 32 and a half weeks, those babies are moving fast. They're changing hands. They're wheeling them to the NICU. There wasn't enough time. That guy, never saw him again. And because there were so many people and everybody's in scrubs, he was out of sight, out of mind. So no, he never got his Ryan. I've always wondered over the years as I've told that story, whether or not he's ever been watching and thought, yeah, that was me. I was the one that asked the uncool recruiting question seconds before babies were born.
I got one doesn't top it, but I'll put it on the list. You remember when we used to have what was it, like a urologist that was one of our partners? You remember that I got a vasectomy as part of it and this and that. As I'm getting the vasectomy done, the dude he's talking to me about UT stuff. So wow. I mean, I'm clearly waist down. I got nothing on, right? It's a very vulnerable position. Okay, let's just be honest.
Clearly,
it's very vulnerable.
Yeah.
And as he's going into it, and he's going down into and get things done, and snapping things and burning things or whatever, he's literally asking me about UT. It was definitely an awkward moment of conversation.
That actually gets to reside side by side.
Okay.
My wife might disagree. By the way,
no, your wife tops it. It's you getting humans cut out of you. She absolutely tops that.
By the way, just so you know, like you can pour Sketch's wife you want in the chat. If she saw that, I don't think she'd like that. So maybe don't pour my wife, but then because that would make her Sketch too. Her last name is Ketchum. So just saying, like, you know, maybe don't pour my wife and then at the same time slander the last name.
By the way, Anwar, do you think that's the way the urologist broadcast their business now, snapping and burning things since 1995.
Hey, Money B, we are not off the rails. It's just story time. And we're waiting on Ryan Wingo. We're waiting on Bubba Hampton. I think the question is, do we wait are we going to go till noon and wait for Hampton? Like, that's the, and when anything going to happen with the Aggies? What's up with Terry Bussey?
Hey, you know what? It's about pacing. Pace is important. Just got to pace it.
The turtle wins the race, or the tortoise wins the race, right, Chad? Is that right?
It's exactly correct. It's exactly correct.
Maybe not so much.
I think maybe in honor of this signing day catch and the fact that it's Mike Elko, it's an X's and O's old school kind of football coach. They're going back beyond. They're going back past the fax machine. They're going mimeograph. They're winding. You know the old drum. They're doing that with the purple stuff. I think that's where they're going today.
By the way,
I think Bubba Hampton is live streaming his announcement on Instagram, so I'll probably be watching that. But it's supposed to go off at noon. I can't guarantee that's going to be on time. So all this Jersey Mike's talk, I may have to Uber Eats a sandwich before that. But A&M still only has 6 people signed according to the Rivals database. If that's up to date.
Who knows if the Aggie crew for Rivals is updating things the way they need to. I'm just hate to, it's a little dagger towards our Rivals crew, but come on, guys, step it up. Blake May, volleyball clap for coverage today. Great job. Thank you, Blake. Great job in the Specs chat. You did a great job. Good job.
Good job, Chatters. Good job, Chatters. Nice job, Catch. Way to go, Anwar. All right, Jason, Blake, here we go.
Almar's like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah.
I figured out the volleyball clap. They asked for that a little bit earlier, so this is my second go around on the volleyball clap.
Well, Anwar, what I had said last week was that there's no like better person in the world than volleyball players, because they'll have like teammates hit the ball into the net at critical points in the match, and they clap for them. And guys, if we were on a volleyball team and I hit a ball into the net, I'd be getting side eyes. You guys would be saying shit under your breath about how bad of a server I am. And those girls just support each other.
And think about it, guys. We even made Blake, the super producer, throws in the little meme of Jason Garrett. The 2 times I can think of in the crazy circus tents of Longhorns and Cowboys that you get a clapper, what do people do? They make fun of the clapper. They made fun of Mac Brown when he was the clapper, and they made fun of Jason Garrett when he was the clapper. When men are trying to motivate other men like this, they get made fun of. There he is. They just get made fun of. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, the ladies have figured out how to kind of own that in a better way.
By the way, I think you put this up, but let's just circle back to it. That's funny.
That is good.
No, it's really hilarious.
Now that deserves a clap.
Will that is a clever play on words right there. Clever. Really damn. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. That's
all right, Jason. Let's do this. Well, we got a little bit, because I was about to say I've been refreshing Twitter, going to Orange Bloods, making sure I'm not missing. There's something we're not missing. And like, it's not happened yet. Like, there's nothing recruiting wise on my timeline of breaking news. I saw Rivals put out a deal that a 4-star receiver flipped from Pitt to Central Florida. So here's what I want to go to. Let's say you're not going to be there, but Anwar will. So his question is a little bit different, and I think we already know his question, but we'll circle back to him as well. What would you ask Sark? You get one question. You're at the press conference later today. It's got to be recruiting based. It can't be, hey, let's sneak in a question about bowl workouts or anything like that. What are you asking based on today?
I don't care as much about today. I think we're pretty much past today. So my question would be I don't know if this will be as interesting for fans. Maybe it would. Are they seeing what he feels like a bump with the 2025 momentum based on their on-field success? I'm curious. I'm curious about, if they're kind of behind the scenes, if he, I guess as I talk it out, I probably know what his answer is going to be. He's not going to say no, right? So But yeah, I'm curious behind the scenes, do they feel like 2025 is off to a fast start? They've had a productive week. Are they getting a bump there? And then the other thing, I kind of like the topic Anwar and I discussed on his show, and we discussed it here. Hey, is recruiting taking on a different landscape than it did 20 years ago, where obviously you want to secure the top in-state guys? That's always going to be a priority. But is it as much of a necessity as it used to be? I'm with Anwar. I don't think it is. I wonder if Sark feels the same way.
What about you, Chad?
I think whether Wingo signs or not, I'd want to find a way to ask a question about this next version of getting a guy in quickly. We know about early signees. I'd never heard the idea of a guy signing and then being involved in the bowl practice ever. I've never heard of that. Maybe it's been out there. I've never heard of the concept. I'd try to figure out a way to ask him that and just get his thoughts on that. Is that where it's going? Is it new? How long has it been in your mind? And how do you deal with it? And see if you could get something that would help us all to understand a little more about the discussion, whether it's Wingo or others.
Onward, I'll give you a second question since Jason.
Right. Oh, really, I got two.
You're getting two, yes.
Injury update. It'd have to be something like that. It'd have to be. That's what it had to be, right? It's like they'll ask about Arch Manning and how he's doing in practice. It's like no. Well, if I was able to get two questions in, which would be an amazing miracle that was just bestowed upon me. What else would I want to know? I mean, Jason's touched in on some things. I don't know if there's a ton of people within this class that have interesting stories that I can absolutely, think of. I don't know, Catch. Give me a second to think on that one.
Can I give you guys mine?
Yeah, I mean, the bowl practice thing is obviously a really good one. What did you say, Catch?
I think there's one that there's a critical one that I think has to be asked, and it's, where in the portal would you still, in a perfect world, where would you guys still want to get help? Is it, is there not a player? Is there a position that as you guys are looking at for help in the portal, you'd still like to get some guys? Is there 2 more guys, 3 more guys? What's the sweet spot for what you guys would like to do in the portal in a perfect world? That would probably be my first question. Because we're waiting on Trey Moore, and maybe that doesn't get done in time for Sark's press conference. I kind of surprised. For those wondering about Trey Moore, I've heard that he's already in the process of getting ready for classes, that whether he's announced or not, there are procedures for a guy who's making a switch at midterm. And I've heard that some of those things are already underway. A little bit like Andrew Makuba, he announced, what was that, on Monday, but I guess I can let the curtain out, I can pull it back now that he's committed. On Friday afternoon, his people were sending out emails to people saying, hey, Andrew Makuba is committed to Texas. If you're interested in doing an NIL deal with our client, here we are. So that was usually a really good sign that Makuba was going to end up at Texas, when his NIL people were soliciting NIL deals before he actually announced for Texas. I think Trey Moore is going to happen. Is there more? Will he come out and say, yes, before February, we'd like to have help at defensive tackle or the interior of the defensive line? Yes, linebacker is a position we could be interested in. He might not say anything at all, but sometimes just kind of depends on what Sark you get. Some days Sark shows up and it's I'm not going to tell you guys a damn thing all day long. And then some days he shows up and he'll get asked a question that you think, well, Chip Brown asked about the portal 5 weeks ago or something like that. And I thought, Sark might not like that question. And then in the end, he was like, well, the process is the process. And how can you really get mad about it? We're getting guys to it was a very revealing answer to how they work through the process. And some days Sark will tell you everything within reason, and there are other days when he won't. Today's the day. If we wait until he gets to New Orleans to ask that question, he won't answer it. But today, he might just come out and say, yeah, we've got a little bit of room. Probably want to take 3 or 4 more guys. We'd like to do this. I don't know. It's what I would ask. So third question, Anwar, that is my baby request. If nobody else in the room has asked hey, is there any unfinished business? And if so, where would you like to still address a few things? Put that on the list. 3, 4, 5. Just let me know.
You're gonna have to hire more people, Catch, if you want more than one question asked at a press conference. I'm just saying, like,
that's fair.
Or some of these guys are going to have to just start getting off their ass and start showing up on Mondays.
I'm probably going to have to hire more people because we know that ain't happening. So,
well, I mean, you've hired enough people; they can show up on a Monday. Like you got. How many people that we got that have to write damn opinion articles? Like how many? Just come on. You got. Oh, never mind. I want to name names.
That was a good mental break right there. That was good.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I got enough people writing opinion stuff. Just get one of them. Just saying, come on. You know what? You might want to just take your ass off and come and ask a question for Orange Bloods.
Those guys cost more money. Just for the record.
Yeah.
Big baseball. Aaron lives downtown.
We just need an intern, Anwar. That's what it is. We need an intern to show up.
Oh God, no! You can't have an intern trying to ask Sark questions.
No.
Those veteran coaches like him understand. Like, okay, these are the people in the room that so on and so. But the intern, they don't get much grace when it comes to bad questions, and it could just end up ugly. You don't want to do that.
Terry, if you're out there, you ask him the question that I just said out loud, and I will praise you beyond belief today in our reaction show.
Can I tell you, actually, it's so funny you said that. I've been thinking this week I'm going to bookmark that question that Terry asked, that the infamous one that went viral. Because if there's anybody who should be able to do like a home run strut right now, it should be Terry. Like, Terry is the guy that, everyone laughed at him when he was like, Sark, you're the guy for the moment. You're the guy for the now. And you are this and that. And how do you wake up being so great? How are you so damn awesome? That whatever that befuddlement of a question was, if I was Terry, I would have been like, after the Big 12 championship game, I would have middle fingered everybody. I would like, I told you Sark was the guy. You guys laughed at me. They're in the playoffs. You guys made fun of me, but I knew it before anybody else did. If I was Terry, you couldn't tell me anything right now. I'd own it.
What was Terry's nickname for Sark, and what was it? It was,
I don't know.
We asked if Sark had a nickname for when they score in bunches.
Yeah.
Is it like a Sark flurry?
There it is.
Sark bomb or something like that?
The tri-tip. Blake in the chat said their producer Blake says the Sarkeesian tri-tip. Yeah. Again, making me hungry again.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. It makes me think of food.
Props to Terry. Props to Terry for calling it before anybody else did. I'll give you your props, Terry. You got laughed at enough. You deserve your props in a year like this. I'm going to tell you.
He's probably the nicest guy in the world. I've never talked to the dude. He's probably the nicest guy in the world.
He's a really nice guy.
I am still not seeing. There's just not a lot of. This has been not just on, I think, the Texas level, right, where we actually had a little bit of intrigue, and we're still waiting for Ryan Wingo, for the record. Although, as Jason reported, if you're just joining in, the expectation is that it will happen, presumably with Texas, per a conversation that he had 30, 45 minutes ago. But nationally, we had the flip from Ohio State to Oregon, but there hasn't been, at this point, it's been kind of a quiet, low-key day, mostly just business getting taken care of. Seems like schools are getting their guys signed. I haven't seen a lot of drama. Even in the state of Texas, there's not been, it may just turn out to be Bubba Hampton, but I haven't seen, Jason, one guy who's flipped from Tech to Baylor or was committed to Oklahoma State and today's signing with TCU. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for, hey, this state of Texas top 100 guy has flipped at the last second. Just hasn't been one of those days so far.
No, not on my Twitter feed. I mean, that's where it'd be if it was going to happen, because I'm not up to speed on everybody in the state of Texas. But yeah, it's been a pretty, in terms of the state of Texas, a pretty uneventful recruiting day as far as like big flips and things like that. I mean, there's been a couple of national ones I've seen come across, but involving Georgia and Florida State and whatnot. But yeah, pretty quiet day on in-state prospects. I mean, Bubba Hampton could shake that up. Ty Anthony Smith could, and we expect both will shake that up later today, but pretty quiet. And honestly, those aren't big shocks, right? We've kind of seen those coming for several days. So nothing totally unexpected today, which is always a good thing and always nice.
Yeah.
A couple of super chats. Brian Alfaro says for $4.99, Alabama has players already practicing. They have in the past as well. Milroe has commented on Julian Sain's talent showing in practice.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe next year for Texas. They just weren't ready for it this year, so it seems. And then we had another super chat from Money B. What up, Money B? Catch, what's the latest on the NIL front? More people jumping on the bandwagon. Buy or sell for y'all. Let L'Oreal dress you for a day greater than ride to New Orleans with Kirk Bowles in the car. Well, let's start there. Buy or sell, is letting L'Oreal dress you for a day greater than a ride to New Orleans with Kirk Bowles in the car?
I mean, how's that even a question?
I mean, Kirk knows that's a buy.
Kirk is fine not riding with himself.
Exactly. No, listen. You get to have L'Oreal look at you and say, I know how to make you better. And so she's gonna go. You're all of a sudden like she's picking out some clothes for you. You're trying on different things. You're feeling good about yourself. You have an attractive woman pumping you up, so now you're even feeling a little bit better. There's attractive women in the stores who are pumping you up. Now you're feeling even greater about yourself. Like, and then you walk out of there and you're like, man, look at the outfit that I've got on. It may be something different than you're used to, but it's still, you're feeling like, man, I feel good about myself. Yeah. But 8 hours or so, 6 to 8, was it 8 hours to Nolia from Austin?
Yeah.
Isn't though the value play to go with Kirk?
The only
8 hours, nothing but Kirk Bowles stories.
Right. Plus, remember, guys, he covered the Louisiana Purchase. So sorry, the chatters have enjoyed it so much. I figured I would throw one in there. Shout out to you, Kirk.
No. There's no way you want to do that. And Kirk Bowles is I've actually had lunch with him and brunch with him sometimes on the road. Nice guy, but he doesn't even read Orange Bloods. So the answer to that is no. He doesn't. They do not read Orange Bloods at the Statesman. I can tell you that much. So no, the answer to that is no. The only person who ever read it was Brian Davis.
Brian used to. I knew that.
Brian Davis did it. The Statesman people do not read anything we write. So no, I would not want to ride with them.
Well,
there you go.
That tells a story, I suppose. Had they read Orange Bloods for the last 48, 72 hours, they probably would be asking less questions today about things going on in recruiting, because Jason would have just already explained it to everybody like he did with Dominic McKinley. Money B, the latest on the NIL front. I mean, they're still trying to get people. There's a couple of things. They're hoping that the playoff drives people. That what happens first, the chicken or the egg? Well, in this instance, there needs to be a chicken. And they're hoping that once there's a chicken, some eggs show up. Because there have been people who've been very hesitant to get involved with NIL. It needs to happen. The same people can't keep carrying the same burden forever. There's a meeting that's going to take place at some point, I believe in early 2024, with Chris Del Conte where there will be conversations about Longhorn Foundation, money that comes through the foundation. Can some of that suddenly be directed towards NIL? Because if that could happen, then Texas NIL would be, I think, completely set in a lot of ways. If you could just distribute some of that there, Del Conte hasn't really had a willingness to do that clearly up until now. And there's a real sense that the two sides – look, I'll pull – South End Zone Queen, this is me taking you guys behind the curtain, and maybe I shouldn't, but what the hell. There's a sense that the foundation and Del Conte have been like, my precious, stay away from my precious. Instead of, yeah, we make so much money coming through the foundation. Sure, let's help each other. There's been a sense that Del Conte has been willing to do whatever he can up until the limit of maybe getting some of those foundation money, the fees redirected towards NIL. Maybe that happens. Maybe he says, no way in hell is the foundation giving up anything. That's one of the things that's on the NIL front that we're waiting to see. Beyond that, more. They're trying to get more, not just the regular guys. They're trying to get more millionaires, billionaires involved, taking on guys and saying, this is my guy. I got Evan Stewart. How much is that going to cost? $500,000. I got it. He's going to do a big deal with my company. He'll be the poster boy. Look at what Kelvin Banks is doing with Mattress Mac. Like, I think that's what they're looking for, but the job is never done. They're constantly looking for more.
I volunteer for Michael Curran, the punter.
By the way, Dave says, heard Trey Moore be headed to Bama. Any truth? Not what I'm expecting, Gage. Although I just mentioned like 30 minutes ago that I've been told that he's already in the beginning processes of getting ready to be a Texas student. I haven't, I don't want to be dumb and the kid announces for Alabama in an hour, but the expectations that I have.
He did visit Bama last weekend, but I was talking to a Bama source yesterday. We were talking about Bubba Hampton, and then it transitioned to Trey Moore. And this person was like, man, like there's been no positive chatter. I mean, this was probably 18 hours ago. There's been no positive chatter coming out of that weekend about Trey Moore and Bama, positive reviews about the visit. I mean, could things change? Obviously, always it can change. But
well, and they brought in 3 edge guys for visits, and the Overton kid from A&M commits yesterday. So, boy, I gotta believe Trey Moore is not trying to compete. Like, he wants to go to a place that's telling him, we need you, the spot's for you. Alabama came into the weekend bringing in 3 guys, I think hoping to get one at a minimum. Is Trey Moore going to follow him to Alabama and then also compete with everything else that Alabama has in those spots? I don't know. I would say be patient, let this thing play out. I'll text message my guy and reach out to a few people here in a little bit, see if there's any concern there whatsoever. But the last time I checked, there wasn't a ton of active concern. By the way, just South End Zone Queen with the super chat. Yes, Kirk Bowles, a tale as old as time itself.
Yeah, it's just cruel and funny at the same time. South End Zone Queen. Well done. Well done. Kirk Bowles been around a while. He's covering it for a while. He's like the rolling.
You guys have never read Bleeding Orange, which is a 33-year-old book. Kirk's been around so long that oh man, why am I forgetting? Mark Wongren, I think. By the way, love Mark Wongren. I hope he's out there watching right now, or if someone knows Mark, tell him I said hello. He's a great guy. And I hope I don't get this right. But Kirk and Mark Wongren, if I remember the names correctly, they wrote that book on the Brian Jones team in 1990, Chad. 33 years later, still covering the team.
Yep, that's it. No, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, you've been doing it for a while. Hey, I just finished the new
show. He hasn't wrote a book in 33 years.
Yeah. Hey,
Come on, Kurt, get off your ass. Write a book.
I just finished the new Stones album. It's actually pretty good. So if your only joke is they've been around a while, okay, you're right. But it's a pretty good record. Kurt Bowles still doing good work. He'll be there today. Anwar will be there today. The assembled media group will be there at 3:30, ready to roll with Steve Sarkisian talking about this recruiting class. By the way, guys, this comment on the chat, I think, is interesting because it will speak to what Sark's got to deal with moving forward. Brandon says, Bama's leaders are worried about early enrollees practicing. They have leaders that can prepare for a playoff game and handle new players coming to practice. Brandon, do you know why that is? Because they do this a lot. They've been to playoff game after playoff game, semifinals, championship games. Do you think Steve Sarkisian could tell us today, hey, how did Nick handle, new signees when you were there? A, I bet Sark doesn't know because he was focused on trying to call the game. B, remember the year Sark called plays for Bama, the COVID year. So everything would have been different. So, Brandon, it's a good comment, but it's just something he's going to have to learn, fellas, as we move along. Like, this is new for this group. Whatever Nick Saban and Bama are doing right now, it's not brand new to them. Like, it's Nick Saban would probably laugh that off.
If these guys want to stay focused on winning a natty, I'm cool with it. Like, I don't give a damn about somebody who's just, if I was on the team, I probably feel the same way. Look, we're good. We're good. I don't care about it,
right? If it ain't broke,
they'll be here in January. You want to come? We got all the practices in the world. We're going to have a bunch of spring practices in here, a bunch of time in the summer. Like, we are absolutely good right now. I ain't thinking about you.
Right. And then the next thing I'd say to that, Anwar, is as long as you keep it consistent, just keep everything consistent. Keep checking in with your leadership council if that matters to you, so that if you're going to say no to that idea, also if you hear like, hey, McConaughey wants to bring Sandra Bullock and Renee Zellweger by, and they're going to film a commercial and they want to do a little podcast type interview with a couple players, say no to that too. Like, just stay focused on this is what we're doing. Everybody else needs to stay on the outside.
That's a couple of minutes. I mean, we're talking about people coming into your locker room. We're talking about people, in your practices, in your meeting rooms. Like, we're talking about getting used to that for like the next several weeks as we are like trying to hone in on something that, we've been talking about culture and how important our culture is and the teamwork and the community and all the things we've been doing. And if we're just like, man, we would prefer not. We got this thing going good, and we don't want to mess it up. That's okay.
Yeah.
They can wait.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
Totally
and oh crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, it's I think the point Chadness a lot. This is not. Whatever Alabama and Michigan is, it's not the most important game that the program has played in half a generation. I mean, it'd be cool if you were Alabama and you could claim, well, we've had 10 of these, so it's the next one. The reality is this is the biggest game that Texas football has played in since Obama was in his second year in office. That was not second term, first term.
Yeah.
Since then, second term, Trump had a turn. We've had some presidents come through. And if you're Alabama, like, you just do this all the time. So I think next year it'll be different. I'm not too worried about like a shot taking at the leadership and how comfortable they are. For whatever reasons, this is how they want to do it. I think they've earned the right so far this season. If you don't want them to have any say, don't have a leadership council that you go to for say. I mean,
Plus, here's the other thing, fellas. If you handle your business in a semi and then you handle your business in the final, and let's say you do face Bama, then what happens on social media? Bama fans rip Nick Saban for letting the new kids come in, and you look smart. There you go.
Only the winners get to be winners.
Yeah. And then here, can you catch? We know today's football, right? How people always complain about lack of PT, lack of playing time. There really new people in here complaining about hey man, I didn't get enough scout team burn, man. Like this is some BS. Like, we'll just deal with that next year, man.
Yeah. That's
A couple of super chats. Hold on. Did I get Jay right? No, hold on.
There it is.
Jay Lee says, they don't have the money, but don't you all think Oklahoma State would be a good place for Malik Murphy?
I think that's a good place for any quarterback. I think Gundy's going to probably make any decent quarterback look good, but he'd be a good fit in that offense for sure. But
I hadn't thought of it, but it could work. Could work. Wasn't one of the first ones I thought of.
Is that one of the programs that he was looking at? I don't remember seeing that on the list.
I haven't seen that yet. No.
Yeah,
I didn't see that on the list.
By the way, we got a super chat from the Par Seeker, who I've not seen before. $1.99. Par Seeker, you didn't get your question in. Oh, here it is. So we'll go to it here.
There we go.
Does Taft's playing time in several safety additions indicate Jelani McDonald will not be a significant contributor as a sophomore or junior? I'm kind of so glad you asked that question, Par Seeker. Real quick, before we answer that, like at face value, the way that he's asked it, one of the things that I wanted to bring up that we hadn't talked a lot about, and this is connected to Bubba Hampton, Jason, is that because they were going to play him in the slot, right? Isn't that where Hampton, if he was coming in on defense, where he was projected to start out?
he just told me safety.
Okay.
Now, Jelani McDonald actually is a guy, when they were recruiting him, they were talking to him about nickel back.
Well, and that's where if you look at like the depth chart, they've got Jalen Gilbo in the nickel. That's where McDonald is. One of the things I said about Makuba was that if you bring him in as a safety, it feels like there's more available space. It doesn't feel like there's a long list of guys that have proven themselves or are super blue chip type guys, right? I mean, Derek Williams comes into that class last year. He's on the field already, so he's not in the conversation of guys trying to chip away and get on the field. But if Makuba comes in and plays nickel next year, and there is definitely some speculation that could be exactly where he's headed, then that means that Jalen Gilbo is out, and that in the sense that he's not a starter in the nickel. And then McDonald might be third in line in the nickel, at which point, no, I don't think would be a significant contributor next year. And if Makuba ends up being a nickel, I think we're going to see I'm not thinking McDonald, but there are other guys that are in that nickel spot trying to get onto the field that if a transfer comes in and jumps the line, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a nickel transfer before it's all said and done. Just like if Texas were to get a couple more guys in the portal at whatever position, linebacker, defensive tackle, you name it. Look, it may happen with Trey Moore if they can close this deal with Trey Moore. Maybe I should look at my phone and make sure I haven't had any text messages today about it. There are guys at the edge position that have been trying to get onto the field. You think about a guy like Jamon Tapp. You think about a guy like Justice Finkley. When you think about who comes back next year with Sorrell, I think almost certainly going to come back. Ethan Burke comes back after a big breakout year where he hits, is he leading the team in sacks? Did he finish with 5, 6? I can't remember, but I want to say that he and Anthony Hill both broke 5. I think they both have more sacks than Sorrell got this year. If you add Trey Moore, and now there's 4 guys there that are competing for playing time, somebody's got to lose. Somebody isn't doing as well when a transfer comes in. The Makuba one is interesting for me because less than Taft's playing time, I think the guys in the slot potentially could wonder where they fit in if it's not going to be this year. And a guy like Jalen Gilbo, I think, would project as the replacement for Barron unless you bring in Makuba to be in the nickel, at which point, Gilbo is not really playing anywhere else. I mean, he's kind of been a nickel guy. So I've also heard, I haven't reported this, I'm going to save this for the war room. So the 1,400 of you that are in here right now watching this in the Specs chat, every once in a while you got to raise your hand and just say you're a dum-dum. I had someone tell me a couple of weeks ago that Ryan Watts was moving from corner to safety. And I thought they meant for the bowl game, because I've been thinking that Ryan Watts is going pro. But I'm starting to hear that Ryan Watts may very well come back. And the position move wouldn't be for the bowl game, where there's some question marks at safety, because you're not going to have Derek Williams available in the first half of that bowl game. And, you know, I think they'd like to be a little bit better off at safety against this Washington team if possible. I've heard that Watts may move to safety next year and play safety in this defense, which means that could impact a number of guys. It opens up a spot for Malik Muhammad to come in and maybe be a starter with Terrence Brooks next year. It would then maybe make playing time more readily available for a Kobe Black right away next year. But at safety, presumably then you would be talking about Watts, Williams, and then you've got Taff, who would be in the background there. I think then suddenly next year, with Williams and Watts potentially there, I think there are some guys already on campus who aren't in this recruiting class. They're going to have their path, the playing time blocked. And yeah, I do kind of wonder if when we get to the spring, if we might see a couple of more guys move into the portal in that second window, knowing that it's going to be really hard to play this year and maybe the year after. All right. Sorry. Parseeker, you asked a question about something I was thinking. I hope that answered your question. Well, does anybody else have any thoughts on that before we move on?
No, I think you hit it. I think it's interesting about Watts.
It is interesting. I'll put that in the war room tomorrow night. There's no reason to do it now and make it one of 20 things pinned to the top of the message board. So I'll include that tomorrow. Fall on the sword a little bit for the way.
Oh, hey. One word text. Texas on Ryan Wingo.
Hey, there you go.
Texas.
There it is. We'll give a mid clap. Mid
Good job, Jason. Nice job. Whoever
Nice
it was
job.
that texted you. Nice job.
You know what that is? That sounds like a sandwich powered message is what it sounds like. That sounds like somebody was well rested and well fed, and then they decided to communicate. That's what
it's none of us.
No. We're none of those.
Although people would say I'm well fed. I'm just not well fed today.
Jason, you got to tweet out stuff, man. There's too many people that tweet stuff. You got to put tweet stuff so I can retweet.
Well, I'm posting on the board, dude. I'm trying to do like 10 different things.
I know, but I keep seeing your people have updates and you having the same updates, but the only difference is they put it on social media.
I'm not a Twitter whore, but I get it. Yeah, this one I will. He's signing right now, I'm told. He is about to sign.
Okay.
Right. Well, here, I'll do it. I'll steal your thunder.
I'm putting it out there now. It almost called me out.
Well, I had to call you out because every time I keep looking for Ryan Wingo updates, I keep seeing every other publication. I'm like, well, you're giving us updates, but I don't want to take your stuff.
There we go. Look at Jason. Look at him working. There it is right now. He's working hard. There's your update. That's Jason Sukamel, Orange Blood's legend, updating the situation with Ryan Wingo. He is hearing right now that Ryan Wingo may be about to sign. It might be about to happen. The name may be added to that list at the bottom of the screen. We're at 20 out of 22 right now.
Hey,
and number 21 would be big.
Blake, I just tweeted about Ryan Wingo. Can you put my tweet up for Jason and everybody watching the show right now?
See, now I haven't even put that on Orange Blood. So,
well, it's if we can't have fun and laugh a little on signing day. The thing is, everybody, the 1,400 plus that are watching right now, will be able to defend you and say it's not on Orange Bloods yet, but Jason was really concerned about all of you, so his heart was in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, you sound. Unfortunately, Jason, you sound like someone that's been beaten by the OB mob for so long that it's just like, I can't do
You're
it.
right. It's like Anwar when we first started doing YouTube shows. It was like, I don't know if I should promote it on the website.
Well, that goes back. That goes back.
No, I'm saying you get beaten by the mob enough, no matter what the reasons are, and like you'll flinch at the mob. Yeah, Jason, I want everybody to know I was hearing that Ryan Wingo was signing, and by hearing, I mean you told me.
That's it.
First off, I fully acknowledge I'm suck on Twitter. just old school, man. I'm just not good.
You know where he's really good though, Chad? With like Instagram and Natalie. He's real good there. He's a social media champion in some instances.
Hey, you got to go with your strengths. Got to go with your strengths. And it sounds like Ryan Wingo is about to take the blood pressure of a lot of Texas fans down a little bit if they were having any worry. And at that point, it would be down to just Aaron Hampton, Bubba Hampton. Jason, at this point, Hampton, by the end of the day, you're still thinking it may be. Has he scheduled any kind of announcement or comment or anything like that?
Noon announcement.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he's going to stream it live on his Instagram feed so people can look for that. Otherwise, you'll see it on social media. But yeah, noon is when it's supposed to start or happen. And again, I mean, if you're a Texas fan, I would say keep your expectations low on that one.
Yeah, and if you are a Texas
Aggies for a second, Chad, no Terry Bussey. Like I've not seen. Forget about signing.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anybody even tweet his name out today.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. We've been talking about it for days now about something of substance, some kind of flash that the Aggies need, and they're just not getting it. The flash has obviously been a lot on the negative side. Evan Stewart now officially into the portal. They got the Basantis news. That's good. That is certainly good news, but like, can you consider it flashy if a freshman going to be a sophomore offensive lineman comes back out of the portal? Can you call it flashy if you get a, cornerback from K-State? I would argue you can. Can you call it flashy when you hire Colin Klein? I would argue that's really not what that is. Bussey at least could have been something to stabilize, but yeah, it's not there. And now we know, obviously with what Jason's been talking about, Dominic McKinley going to wait. And then Ty Anthony Smith tonight at 6:30. Could he possibly be waiting till 6:30 tonight to still say A&M, or is this about something else? I mean,
the funny thing, I guess technically, Rivals has Ty Anthony Smith ranked higher than anybody in the industry. They've got him at 31 in the state and ranked as a 4-star. But most of the other services have him ranked as a 3-star. I only brought this up because when we were looking at the commitment list earlier and trying to pick a 3-star that we would stand on the table for, Ty Anthony Smith, and for some services would join that list, but he'd be a 4-star addition for the Longhorns. Do you love Smith, Jason? Like, what are your Ty Anthony? I know you like him as a human being and as a young man, but like as a player prospect.
I said I liked him more until the last week or so. But, I like him as a prospect. I think he's a really good athlete that can, do a lot of different things for you. I don't even it's sad. I should know that. Where does Rivals have him ranked, Catch? He's a 4-star guy?
Yes, number 31 in the state. Matter of fact, real quick, I can tell you. Let me pull it up because obviously I'm ready to. He's I have him as a low 4-star, number 50 in the state. Rivals has him as a low 4-star, 190 nationally, number 31 in Texas. ESPN has him at number 77 in Texas. On3 has him at number 54 in Texas. 24/7 has him at 102 in Texas. His 24/7 composite would be low 4-star, number 360 nationally, number 55 in Texas.
I think I'm probably a little higher on him, maybe even than you are. And I say that I mean, obviously A&M wanted him. Texas is really wanted him. USC really wanted him. Alabama wanted him. I mean, I think he has high upside. I think he's athletic. I think he can cover sideline to sideline, do some different things for you. Is he a surefire hit? No, absolutely not. But he's going to be the only linebacker Texas takes in this class. So clearly Texas sees something in him they like quite a bit. And
that he plays linebacker might be it. They're not.
What's
they're
that?
Not. I said that he plays linebacker.
Well, that honestly, that probably helps. I mean, for being serious about it. I mean, it's not a really deep year for linebacker talent. And he's really the only one they've really seriously targeted in terms of pure linebackers. I mean, they went after the kid who's going to end up sticking with Utah, who I'm assuming is signed, by the way. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he's a linebacker probably helps his cause in terms of having a spot with Texas. Absolutely.
I will just say this. My thought about Smith, I think he's a smaller guy. I think he might be closer to 200 pounds than 210. He's listed at 205. At the high school level, man, you can see what they would like about him. I think he may be a guy that needs 2 or 3 years to develop. And a decade ago, that would have been no problem. I mean, Peter Jenkins was that kind of a guy. I'm thinking of a smaller type linebacker who's ultra fast and quick. By the end of Peter Jenkins' career at Texas, he was like a good player, starting level linebacker. The only problem, and Anwar, man, we've seen this in the last couple of years, the Derek Brown thing from a week ago where he enters the portal again after having entered. It's hard to keep up. These guys enter the portal. It's hard to get guys to buy into it's okay for me to wait 2 or 3 years. They just don't do it. And so when you get a guy who's like 6'2", 200, 205 pounds and needs to develop physically a little bit before he's quite ready to play, not in the Big 12 anymore, where you could kind of put basketball playing linebackers on the field. Sometimes these guys got to have meat on the bones. I think my concern with Ty Anthony Smith is that he's a 2024 prospect who might not be ready till 2026. Will he and the coaches be patient enough to let him do that and it be okay? Or if they sign a 5-star linebacker next year or a national top 50 linebacker and he comes right in and starts to play when you're telling this other guy he needs time to develop, is that the kind of thing that'll make a guy just jump into the portal? For the Travell Johnsons and the Derek Browns of the world who fit the physical profile that Texas that we're talking about. Those guys were undersized guys that need a couple of years. Some of those guys didn't wait 6 weeks. It's like, I'm in and I'm out. And I think it would be the one thing it's not that Ty Anthony Smith can't play at Texas. It's that it's going to take some time for it to happen. And Anwar, this is a world now where people ain't got time for shit in college football anymore. It is, hey,
there you go.
It is. Does that mean he's signed, or does that just mean
2 minutes ago? And it's the perfect picture with the shush, he's shushing everybody up. So he posted that 2 minutes ago. So
is that
from a nod to Carrington?
Is that from a barber chair? Is that what he's sitting in?
Yeah, barber. Oh yeah, of course.
Hey,
yeah.
just for the record, A&M was the first one with a barber chair. There you go, Chad. See,
everybody laughed at it.
A little bit of love.
Everybody laughed at it at the time, and
well, they had a barber shop.
His brother just tweeted "done deal." Ronnie Wingo, Ryan's brother, just tweeted "done deal." So.
Well, there you go. So now
with that same picture that Blake put up. So
at 4:00 this afternoon, 4:30, whatever time it is, when Sark wraps up and we get started on a wrap-up show, we won't even Anwar. We're not even going to talk about the fact we may mention that he's all that matters is that now he's a Longhorn.
It's all that matters at the end of the end of the day. That thing is over. I mean, they got a sandwich. Probably getting time for us to get a sandwich. I'm just starting to get a little hungry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fading a little bit. Just gonna throw that out there. You guys went an hour before me, but I'm just letting you know I'm kind of fading.
Those poor suffering media members, right, Onward? We haven't even eaten, man. Come on.
Yeah. So that means, guys, now Sark will do the press conference at 3:30 with Ryan Wingo signed. So if there was going to be any deep level questioning about what might be going on, that's done now. And he can be asked directly about just Wingo and the talent if he wants to. So now we'll see what that turns into. And we'll jump back on Orange Bloods Live after Sark is done. He goes at 3:30. So Anwar, that one's going to roll at least 30 minutes, you would think, right? 30 to 40.
Yeah, there's
probably.
no practice, so that should start on time, right? So,
Right.
so I think the 3:30 to 4 is probably. I would think 4 o'clock is usually about your window. Probably a good 30 minutes.
Yeah, so we're
I
jumping
think
in
it's gonna probably
probably.
go longer than that, but we'll see.
So my guess would be around 4:15. Maybe we're back on with Orange Bloods Live. That's why you need notifications. Like, subscribe, get the notifications. That's all free to do that, and we thank you for doing it. But that way you'll know when the show fires up later on.
James says in the super chat, why did I get a Facebook update to my timeline that said Charlie Strong will get UT back to those 2005 days? This was posted on December 20th, 2014. Damn, was I wrong? Oh, James posted that. He got the Facebook reminder.
Yeah.
That 9 years ago you said this.
Sometimes Facebook doesn't know it's being cruel when it does that stuff to you. It thinks it's being good. Anwar, that's where it thinks that it's being a good algorithm, but not always.
Yeah, as a person who's been in multiple relationships, sometimes I get a reminder from something from the past. I'm like, come on, Facebook, not today. Not today, man. It's a few marriages ago, man. Not today. I feel you, James.
Oh, that's funny. So now it's 21 out of 22. Only Aaron Hampton remains in the 24 commitment class as far as what's going to go on. And as Jason told you earlier, 12 noon. So we're less than 15 minutes away from Hampton announcing something or having some kind of an event. He's going on Instagram at the time, Jason?
I believe that's right. I'm going to have to double check, but I think this morning he tweeted he'll be on Instagram Live for his ceremony. So
I would say, we have literally our peak crowd. We're now over 1,500, creeping up towards 1,600. So we might as well just carry this thing till 12.
let me double check that, Catch, before I misspeak.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure he posted. Y'all keep talking. Give me a couple minutes.
I mean, is there any way we can do like a 2 to 3 minute break?
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool, man. You can just hop on out and come back in.
Okay.
My fear is that if we go to break and do like a 2.5 minute commercial break, we'll lose a little bit of our momentum. So close to, but yeah, man, hop off, go to the bathroom.
I'll be back. Yeah, thank you. I'll be back.
It's not on his Twitter feed. Gosh, I'm looking on his Instagram page. Maybe he put it on his Instagram story. Or maybe, maybe I'm getting him confused with Ty Anthony, guys. Hell, there's so much shit I've seen today that I don't. It's not. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm sorry. I think I'm getting him confused with Ty Anthony. So it's not on. It's not going to be on his Instagram.
Okay.
Feed.
Okay.
But so he's scheduled to go at noon.
He told me his announcement is at noon. That's what he told me yesterday. So I'm assuming he hasn't tweeted anything today. And Aaron doesn't do much social media, so he has not tweeted anything today. But yesterday he told me noon was his announcement. Now, does that mean it's actually going to pop at noon? It might be 12:45. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I say this. I say we wrap up, and let's wrap this up. It could be 12:45 before.
Because it may be a case where they're having several different kids at his school do it. I don't know the situation. All I know is he told me noon. Yeah, and he hasn't tweeted anything. He hasn't put anything on Instagram to confirm.
Guys, let's do this. We're going to be back right after Sark's done. Obviously, whatever happens with Bubba Hampton, that'll be a part of what we do. Chad and I have been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So, we're okay. Not that he and I are blinking at all. We've done these before. We've done the watch-alongs. They can go on for a while, especially when you follow those up with the post-game show. So it's not so much that I don't know. I feel myself needing a break though too, Chad. So let's do this, guys. Get your notifications. And in fact, look, there's like 1,500 of you in the Specs chat right now. Hit the subscribe to the channel page. We're at 17,910. We're 90 away. 90 away from 18,000. Help us get there so that we can start the quest. You can't get to 8 billion before you get to 18,000. Help us get there. Hit that subscribe button. Get notifications. But we'll be back between 4 and 4:15-ish. It really just comes down to how long Sark wants to talk. We'll have reactions to everything that's said today. We'll get the Bubba Hampton reaction. We'll recap everything that's happened today. And yeah, Sark will provide us some answers to questions that'll definitely be food for thought and discussion. All of that in roughly 4.5 hours from now. Let's just do final thoughts. Anwar, you just came back in. By the way, we just had like 10 people hit the subscribe button all at once. Do it again. Do it again. 10 more.
I got my protein shake. I was ready to go. I was good. I went to the. I was good to keep going. You said go keep the party going.
The thing is, Bubba Hampton might take an hour, and I don't want to necessarily fill for another hour. And we kind of are at the fill time at this 4 hours and 50 minutes in. We've officially hit a little bit of the fill time. So. Onward, give me a parting shot. We're going to wrap this bad boy up, and we'll come back after Sark's done.
Well, first and foremost, I appreciate you, Juju Juice, for riding my jock for the last 20 minutes or so. I appreciate it. Thank you. Chad, for you, I thought I found something that went through some old stuff. I thought you would appreciate this. It is an autograph from Gail Sayers that I got probably over 20 plus 30 something years ago for something that I found it in something old. So I put it in a frame to honor best wishes from Gail Sayers. So as an old school football guy, I want to make sure I showed you that because I thought you might appreciate that. Came across that this week. Nice. Hey, my show. 8 to 11 every morning. That's my shop. 8 to 11. There's 1,500 of you guys listening right now. I do a show every morning from 8 to 11. Old-fashioned show. Feel free to join me whenever you have the opportunity. And the very last thing, including you, Juju, if you want to, if you want to ride my jock from 8 to 11 and hit the subscribe button. They just been talking a whole bunch of crap. So I'm like, well, if you want to ride my jock, that's what you like to do, Juju. It's fine. I'm glad you have infatuated with me. It's pretty good. I am spoken for, just so we're clear on that one, but I do appreciate it.
But hey, not married.
Nah, not yet. And then nonetheless, man, today's a good day, man. You know what, Catch? What's great about today? All jokes aside with everyone, right? Usually signing day is the victory for Texas fans that didn't experience wins during the season. This is usually the makeup for 8-5 or getting ready for the Alamo Bowl or all kinds of just, a lackluster season. And we have finally been able to couple this with a good season on the field, with this being kind of the additive thing to it. So this is a really good feeling, a really good day for Texas fans. This is not the consolation prize that is typically has been, especially during the duration of my tenure here. It's not the consolation prize, but this is actually part of it. So enjoy it and do your home run trot.
Jason, give us a parting shot.
Well, I see that we tweeted out that Wingo has signed, which he has. Texas has not confirmed it yet. So usually they just got to look over the paperwork and make sure everything's I's are dotted, T's are crossed. So technically it's not official yet. But, I mean, listen, his people are telling me it's in. His brother's tweeting, done deal, so done deal. Parting shot is I feel like it's been a good day, man. I feel like we've been on top of some of these stories and kind of guiding them as they've kind of changed, including Bubba Hampton, including Ryan Wingo. I'm looking forward to seeing Sark's press conference, seeing how that goes. Then we'll see Ty Anthony Smith. And my daughter has a gymnastics class tonight, so I'm going to take her there. I'm going to drop her off, and I'm going to go sit down and get a big-ass steak by myself. I'm probably going to turn my phone off, so don't be calling me, guys. And I'm just going to enjoy some silence for an hour or something. Maybe have a cocktail with my steak. She and I may have to Uber home. So I'll have to. How do I explain that to my 12-year-old? Hey, honey, my truck battery died. Dad, why are you slurring your words? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, man, it's been a fun day. Been a productive day for the Longhorns. Obviously, glad to be
like
joined
your
by y'all.
12-year-old has never seen you drink a beer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Come on, she'll understand. Hey, real quick, we had a super chat. Any word on Kobe Black's brother coming to UT? Jason, I thought I'd let you address this since you were, you had a chance to ask that question to Corey Black when you were at Kobe Black's announcement.
Well, he wasn't there, but I did talk to his dad. That was a week ago today, I guess, right? I was told that he was still thinking about it. A decision would probably come down, not coming to UT, but whether he's going to enter the transfer portal. No news. I haven't heard any new news. So it's looking, I think there's a chance he might stay at Oklahoma State at this point. The Texas thing, I did talk to Kobe, and he mentioned, the idea of possibly playing with his brother at Oklahoma State. And I kind of joked and said, hey, it could still happen in Austin. He goes, yeah, it could. So I think it's still on the table, but it's certainly not a foregone conclusion. It's been pretty quiet. The last information I had was like, he's still kind of debating whether or not he's going to enter the transfer portal at all and then figure it out from there. But right now, the longer this thing goes on, I think the chances increase that he stays at Oklahoma State.
Well, in RC, man, it's not a layup that he'd start at corner next year for Texas. I mean, he's a starter at Oklahoma State and kind of a pivotal player there. If he's going to enter the portal, is he going to go to – I'm just asking, would he want to go to Texas where we're talking about Ryan Watts potentially moving to safety because they've got Malik Muhammad and they have Terrence Brooks and they've got some depth at corner. I don't know that he's an automatic day one starter should he come in. So it would make me not want to transfer to Texas, even if I could play with my brother. Chad, give us a parting shot.
I'll just set up the rest of the day because we still got a lot of other stuff coming up. 3:30 is Sark's press conference. We'll be checking that out. About 4:15 or so, we probably jump in with kind of a recap, and we'll assess everything that's happened today. But huge day, obviously, if you're a Longhorn fan, like the guys have been talking about. Tonight on the Outsiders, I saw somebody on the chat say, I want to know what Chance Mock thinks of these new guys being allowed to come to practice and that whole idea. Well, you'll find out tonight. From 9 to 10. I think Ketch is going to jump on with us. It'll be an extra kind of signing day edition of that. You may see some of the other guys as well. And I just want to thank the guys for letting me be a part of it. I've really enjoyed the Orange Blood Live experience getting started. And this is one of the days I was looking forward to. Y'all are the best in the business. I already knew it. And just to sit and watch y'all work and talk about it and everything has been a lot of fun. So I'll take the shameless route. I'll thank y'all. I'll thank the Specs chat. I'll thank Blake, the super producer. Thanks to all of the great sponsors that help make it possible as well. And to all of you for being a part of this, man. We were up at like 1,500 folks watching live, and I know there are going to be thousands of views, and we really appreciate it. So can't wait to keep it going today on a big, big day for Texas. Every name you would have thought of waking up today is signed, sealed, and delivered, except for Hampton. We'll find that out. We'll know that by the end of the day. But, man, every big, big dog you were thinking of, they have signed to be Longhorns. It's got to be a good feeling.
This could be funny if we log off in like 2 minutes and Bubba Hampton is right on time at noon. Although
I've been searching
Alabama, it's not like people want to sit around like, you know how Texas fans are. When Ryan Perrilloux didn't sign with Texas in 2005, Chad, people were like, take his picture off the front page. So
yeah. Well, how about this? I mean, we are talking about the four of us. We could babble till 12:02 just to make sure. It's not like we're talking about four people that are afraid of language.
I can't find anything on Twitter or anything that's like live streaming his announcement. So,
I mean, hell, I could just have Anwar tell a story about some cool, former Buccaneer that he's friends with, and just give me a story, and that'll take 3 minutes.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
I got a cool. Yeah, I don't know if he tweeted this picture out, but I mean, he's going to be joining Dion's staff. So pretty soon, he just got his diploma.
Is that right?
It was actually his birthday yesterday. In fact,
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Warren Sapp's birthday was yesterday. So,
Sapp is joining Dion's staff. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I mentioned Sapp yesterday, and I had not realized that Anwar. He and Reggie White share a birthday. I never knew that. Reggie White.
I didn't know
Reggie would have been 62 yesterday. Rest in peace. And Warren turned 51. So two badass D linemen, legendary Hall of Fame D linemen, two of the best to ever do it. Same birthday.
Hey, my birthday, December 30th. LeBron James, Tiger Woods. We shared a day.
See?
There you go.
Look at you. That is a contest that you could win in almost every case, except if you're talking to someone that can say Jesus and Ricky Henderson. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Anwar. I don't think you win that one.
Unless there's an atheist, and then I have a chance.
Man, when I was like 8 years old, Chad, I had a Ricky Henderson. Are you a big Henderson fan, dude? I had Ricky Henderson posters on my wall. That was my dude. Him and Reggie Jackson were my idols growing up, man.
Man, he was so good. I even rooted for him kind of when he was a Yankee. Like, that's how you know you're great. Like, I'll even watch him as a Yankee and go, damn it, he's awesome. I kind of want him to do well. Yeah, I love Ricky Henderson. He's definitely one of the most high-profile Christmas birthdays out there. No doubt about it. All right, so we've hit 12 straight on, and only Aaron Hampton left to figure out for Texas officially right now.
Catch, this is like that Seinfeld episode where Kramer is test driving the car for Jerry, and they're just at that point where they're just like, let's just keep going. And it's just like, we're here. Let's just keep going. See until we run out of gas.
Real quick, Jason, the Dominic McKinley front. I did see a report just a second ago, and this maybe falls into the category of things that had already been reported that maybe I just missed, but it looks like McKinley's going to take an official visit to LSU on the 12th of January and then to Tennessee the next week. So,
Catch, I've reported that 10 times. I've said it 3 times on this show today. I didn't have the dates, to be fair. I didn't have the dates, but yes, I have reported he's got official visits to LSU and Tennessee scheduled for January.
You don't have the dates?
No, I didn't have the dates, so you can.
So what are we doing here? This is me adding on top of your reporting.
We can sit here there. So, yes.
Well, by the way, my parting shot was going to be seriously was a job well done to Jason. Best in the business. People will forget about this. Because it's the way it goes. Like Orange Bloods, we don't get the credit. People wait when you're number one, you're on top of the mountain. A lot of times people just wait for you to fall. But if Bubba Hampton does flip to Alabama, Jason's been telling people this for days, and I can remember people's responses were, Jason, where are you coming up with this? This isn't being reported by anybody else. And lo and behold, everybody's kind of fallen that direction now. Jason reported that Dominic McKinley was not going to make an announcement today, that he was going to go into January. Obviously, I just followed that up. I thought the dates were the interesting thing there. Ryan Wingo, before it ever went public yesterday or this morning or whenever the Wingo stuff hit, Sukamel and I were having a conversation behind the scenes like, hey, how much of this Wingo smoke should I even – what we were worried about, Chad, and Anwar, you can appreciate this. And look, the kid signed with Texas, so ultimately it's a big old bag of nothing, right? Like ultimately. But yesterday, Jason had that before anybody else, and we were trying to figure out, like, if we say Ryan Wingo's name out loud as uncertainty, are we screaming fire in a crowded theater into the on the eve of signing day? But one situation after another, Jason's not only been on top of it, but he's been first in sniffing what's happening amongst all the competition out there. So job well done, Jason. I've never appreciated you more than in the last few days when you've just been on. And look, if Aaron Hampton commits and signs with Texas today and doesn't go to Alabama, then Jason's taking rocks from people who are like, Jason is just trying to stir the pot, clickbait, all of the things that people say. It's not the easiest job to report on because things really do change all the time. But Jason,
now more than ever, dude, NIL can change things in a matter of minutes. It's tough. Yeah.
So guys, we'll be back. Look, this
Hold
kid.
on, catch. Chad.
Yes.
Volleyball clap for Jason.
Way to go, Jason. Good job. Nice job. I thought it was smooth. The delivery, excellent. You've been on it. You even got a nice little dig in on catch, and I know the chatters love that. Well done. Well done. Nice job. Nice job.
They do love that. By the way, it's like 12:05 now, and there's still no Bubba Hampton. I'm telling you.
Let's go get lunch.
We tried.
Let's go get
tried.
lunch.
Oh, I found someone who's there at the. Okay, I did find a Twitter account who's there at the school. But there's no picture of him. It doesn't even look like Hampton's there yet. So.
But again, we're not at this point.
Yep.
We're
He's not
expecting
there.
him to announce Alabama, and nobody's going to want us hear us talk too much about Bubba Hampton and Alabama at that point. So look, guys, we will be back in like 4 hours. Hit that subscribe button. We're I said earlier we were like 90 away. Well, like 26 of you signed up for the page. Before you bounce on out of here, subscribe to the page, get notifications. So when we come back at 4 o'clock, you'll get the heads up. Hit that like button. I don't know. Are we over 500 likes on the video? Let me hit refresh real quick and see what our thumbs up button count is up to. 628. Okay. We're about 500. I'll take 700 if you guys want to click on that before we exit. But look, for myself, for Chad Hastings, both of us started at 7 along with Blake, the super producer, 5 hours strong. Never had, I guess I did take like a 5-minute break earlier. So, it happens. Anwar Richardson, Jason Sukamel. It's been a total team effort today on this National Signing Day show. It will be a total team effort after 4 o'clock when Sark wraps up. We'll all be back. We'll even add Alex Dunlap to the mix. No football with friends today. We'll just continue to focus on National Signing Day and wrapping that up. But fellas, we're going to take a break until a little bit after 4 o'clock. We will see you then. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being in the Specs chat. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the encouragement and the well wishes and the nice words. We really do appreciate it. Now, excuse all of us. We're going to go to Mike's and get cheesesteaks or chickens or I don't know. Everybody's got a different sandwich, but I think that's what we're doing. So for now, we will see you in a few hours. Later.